Oh, hey Miley, you there? Hello, chat. I have a guest today who's not at their desk at the moment, so I will wait for them.
Hello?
Oh, hi there you are. Hi.
Sorry.
Did you forget
I
to
realized.
unmute?
Oh, wait, I'm doubled.
You are? Oh, do you have my
Or
stream open? You might want to mute the
I
stream.
do.
Yeah. So I can close that other window, right? Because you can see the screen on your side.
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna just save resources here by doing that. Okay.
Is my background staying? Stay. Okay.
Okay, everything good on your side? I'm just gonna make sure of a couple other settings here. Just looking for them. I don't remember where they are.
I just realized I'm still eating.
Huh?
Continue. I was still eating.
Oh, are you still eating? Should I wait a second?
Nope. I'm good.
Okay. All right. Wait, why is subscriber mode on? I didn't set that. Oh my God, I'm sorry. Okay, ready to appear on screen? Here we go. Uh, where is it? And oh, you're all the way on the side there. Why is chat on in front of your face? I can't believe this. Chat, you're in the way. Ah, oh, come on. There. Chat, you'll go up there. And then I need to recenter your camera. Hi, Miley.
Hi.
Hi, welcome in. Chat, can you hear Miley fine? Let me know if you can or you cannot. Or you can also ask me like, Rin, what are we doing? Whichever you
Sounds
want.
good. Hello.
All right,
How's
there we go.
everyone doing?
We're doing good. Thank you for coming onto the stream.
Of course. My gosh.
Hmm.
It's stuck behind my camera. Okay, there we go.
All right, perfect.
Hello.
Hello. So,
Hi.
what's up?
A lot.
A lot, yeah. There's been a lot going on and things that we like to be involved with. Correct.
Yes.
Can
Yes.
you start with an introduction to the chat?
Yes, of course. Hi, my name is Miley Yamamoto. I realize it's spelled like Miley Cyrus, but it's Miley like me. Miley. But yes, I'm an actor. I mostly act in video games currently, and yes, that's what I do.
It's all right. You're good. You're good. So obviously a lot of people in here, especially in my community, play a lot of these video games and they are aware of some of the things that have been going on, especially for probably the last handful of months, maybe several months now, I think. Um, when all of a sudden voices started to start disappearing from certain characters in video games and people would kind of like want to know why is that? What's going on? How did this start off with? So maybe you can lead in with like the general summary of what is happening, I guess.
Yeah, of course. I'm a I'm an actor who is represented by a union here in the United States called SAG-AFTRA. I'm sure you've heard that term thrown around a lot. It is a labor union, which often will negotiate contracts on our behalf, and they also protect us by, if you, let's say, file a sexual harassment claim, they can and will
Oh.
probably send somebody to.
Camera, what are you doing?
Whoa!
Don't worry about it. I'm so sorry.
They're like, camera's like, I need attention.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, what has been happening is that our contracts, I think most of our contracts through the union last for 3 years. So they always have to renegotiate them
Mm.
every couple of years. A lot of times that's because of inflation. We have to make sure that our wages match um, what's happening with inflation. And also, emerging technologies and emerging markets. Sometimes it'll be, in the olden days, it was like TV, then cable, then DVD sales, and or VHS, I guess first, but VHS sales and then DVD sales. And how do we make our money basically on the art that we've created? And so you always have to sort of keep up with different technologies that come out in order for
Mm,
us to consume entertainment. And
right.
so the video game contract was up, oh my gosh, almost 2 years ago now. So
Oh.
the union has actually, yeah, the union actually extended the old contract. The old, you'll hear the words IMA thrown around a lot. That's the Interactive Media Contract,
Mm,
IMA for short, which is basically our video game contract. And yeah, so we'd been working on an old contract for over a year and a half. And then last year, uh, the union decided to call a strike, basically.
I see.
That's what happened.
Okay.
So the video game actors have been on a strike um, for, oof, what is it now? 250 plus days now.
Getting there, yeah.
So that, yeah, so that's what's happened. Um, and the good thing is, unlike last time, we've had quite a lot of companies and video games signed to the new, what we're calling the interim contract. So you'll hear
Mm,
that word a lot as well. Basically, interim is interim. It is a contract that has the deal points that we're asking for that a company has okayed.
right. Okay.
Um, yeah. So essentially, over 180 games or studios have signed this new interim contract. So unlike last time, we actually have a lot of people who agree with us
Hmm.
and are willing to pay us fairly. There's just a few holdouts, obviously, which is why we're still
Mm,
on strike. But
right.
that's the gist of what we've
The
been
gist of the
experiencing.
situation is going
But
on,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
Okay. The few holdouts, are they like just individual companies then, just not signing
Um,
the agreement, or how would you describe them?
hmm. Okay, so just so everybody understands and knows, like the bargaining group that we're dealing with, that's another term you'll hear a lot. The bargaining group is 5 or 6 companies that represents hundreds of other companies,
Okay.
which is crazy because like all these companies don't always agree, which is why we've had a couple, companies break off and sign with us individually.
Right.
And these 5 or 6 companies are in charge of the destinies of all these other game companies.
Wow.
So
Okay.
yeah, they don't always agree. Sometimes they agree because, let's say, a huge company like Sony or like Microsoft, Xbox might come back and be like, we don't want you to sign this.
Mm,
Then it ties the hands of companies that work directly under
I see.
said companies.
Okay. I see.
So, yeah, we have this bargaining group that we're sort of talking to that has not wanted to sign the new contract. That's all I will say.
I see.
By the way, a disclaimer, like I don't represent the union. I am just another actor who has gone through actually flipping a game myself.
Mm,
And you'll hear the word flipping a lot in this conversation, but it just means that we've asked for the new contract, and we were able to get the new contract. Um, and we can talk about that a little bit later
right.
if
Okay.
anybody is so inclined and wants to know anything about that. But
I
yeah,
I had a question I was gonna ask and I
yes.
forgot.
Oh
As you
no.
were bringing up that you flipped the game. Oh, what was I gonna ask again? My bad.
Yeah, I can
Um,
talk about that if
uh,
anybody's interested.
we'll try to walk into that naturally here. I just want
Okay,
to update
yeah.
everyone on like what the situation is and what's going on. So you
Yes.
say like 5 or 6 companies represent basically everything here, right?
Yes. And
So
it's interesting because it's not all game companies.
right, right.
Some of them
It's
are recording studios.
exactly, yeah. So I would
You know.
assume not just voice acting, but all kinds of like performers basically. So
Yes.
on set, uh, whatever. I don't know what else you could go through there, but so yeah, because there's a lot more to what's going on than what we see happening here. And
Yes.
is it like the main concern a lot of people right now is with AI, right? And we've seen a lot of AI voice technology actually like start off a couple of years ago and has just slowly built up over the years and shown like how uh, well it's doing. Not the best, but over
Yeah.
time it's gonna get there, right? But it's not just that. It's also just like replicating people in movies, like using their likeness and um, teaching AI models with the data that they collect from all these things. So that's kind of like what we're trying to get at. So it's not just
Yes.
voices that people want. It's everything that goes with it. So, I
Well,
guess.
I think it's important that we don't lose the plot
Right, right,
about
right.
what
Hmm.
the strike is about, which is
Right.
um it is centered around artificial intelligence, basically AI,
Mm.
and how that data, because AI
Yeah.
and what it creates is data,
Mm.
right? So how that data is seen in the eyes of the law,
Mm.
and what how we can either be compensated or protect ourselves through consent.
Right.
So there's a couple different things. Basically, one of them is the right to publicity, which means that anything that's tied to you, me,
Mm-hmm.
anybody, their voice, their likeness, their performance, let's say the way you stream, the way you use your hands in a stream, whatever it is, that can actually be put into an AI generative machine and replicated, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's not all good, but it can still be done. I think one of the pathways that the union is trying to make is to make sure that we are able to figure out what information is being used to create those new AI sort of replicated digital replicas, um, so that we're fairly compensated.
Mm.
So if somebody decides to make a Rintai Cho, streaming model based off of you,
Yeah.
they have to compensate you for that, pay you
Right. Now
for
there's
using the data of your past streams, your look, your likeness, whatever that may be, and actually fairly compensate you.
now there's a problem.
Um,
People have already done that
yeah,
without
I
telling me
heard.
or without
Yes.
compensating me for such a thing. Fortunately, one such company did ask me. They wanted me to promote their company because they do stuff like that, where they recreate yourself, basically. And when they approached me about it, they had a whole model ready to go. I had no idea about this. They just had something because they were able to scrape enough data off the internet. So, yeah, that
Yeah.
was a little concerning, but I was also kind of happy they asked first, right? That's just kind of like what we want. We want to have some kind of agreement before you use it, right? And then I have to agree, like, do I want this to happen? Like,
Yeah.
talking about like the use of AI and like what it can do, and then other things like that. That's another conversation I feel like we have to get into.
Yeah.
But for now, let's just focus on
Yeah, and I
this. Yeah.
think for me, the next step of concern, right, is that they've already created your digital double, basically,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
and they presented it to you. There isn't anything that in any kind of law across any land, whether it's the USA or the EU or even Canada, where you're based out of, like we
Mm.
don't have laws that regulate that. So they can technically use what they created because they put man hours behind it, right? They
Right.
actually spent money to make that without
Mm.
your consent, but
Right.
they did. So they could be like, well, we don't want to lose money on that. And they can decide to name it something different.
Mm.
And they could maybe tweak your eyes or something and be like, this is a model that we created, even though it's based off of your data,
Mm-hmm.
and still use it and make money. And so, what the union is trying to do is to make sure that if something like that happens, companies will essentially keep records, accounting data, basically. They will
Right.
keep records saying, this is what we used to create this model. Um, so that if you were to go back and you say, like, well, that's awfully like me, they
Yeah.
sound vocally like whatever it is,
Mm-hmm.
and they have to present a case. The other side would also have to present a case and say, like, yes, we did use it, or no, we didn't.
Mm-hmm.
And they would have to show us basically the accounting data on
Right.
what kind of information was used to create that model.
Mm.
um, then you can fairly be compensated for it,
Right.
right? Or if they're using it to make you say Nazi slogans, you can actually go and say, that's my right to publicity, and say, you cannot do that.
Yeah.
I would never support Nazis. Like,
No.
and then you could have them take it down and possibly have them pay you a fine. So
Mm.
we're trying to basically, or I should say not we, but our union is trying to negotiate these different little things, not only in our contract, but also at the state level, the state Senate level, and also at um, the federal level
Right.
in Washington for us in the United States.
Mm.
So I don't know, little things like that. We're trying to, because there's no precedent. There's no
Right.
precedent for
Exactly.
AI.
We need to
You know,
establish something right now before
yes,
Like if we can't even get this, who's to say people are just gonna run rampant and start stealing all kinds of things off the internet and just start making
We
whatever the
already
heck they
are.
want. And they already are. We
They
see it
already
through
are.
all
Let's be
kinds of
honest.
memes. Like, okay, it's not just like the one company that approached me with AI. They've also approached me with like AI apps, and they would frame it as voice your favorite video game, or sorry, listen to your favorite video game character say whatever you want, or have a conversation with them with our generative AI tools. I'd have to dig up the emails for this, but under oath, I'm serious. I'm getting emails like this all the time. I don't know what I'm under oath to, but anyway, so
Yeah.
uh,
Yeah.
it's like all kinds of your favorite characters that you're probably familiar with. Let's talk about the elephant in the room, Genshin Impact. Lots of characters are on there that you know and hear, and I see it just pop up on Facebook and Instagram and whatever, just as very quick, just quick
Mhm.
jokes and memes, right? Stuff that the actor probably wouldn't say. Maybe if they were asked, they might, but again, it was just kind of taken without their consent and just
Yeah.
used just for their own personal whatever, right? Without really crediting or compensating the person that they took from, which is kind of sucks, right? So if you keep letting that go, eventually we're going to get to the point where now we don't need actors. Now we just have this, and then we just kill an entire like art form that is really freaking cool to just watch evolve and the emotions. I don't know. I'm just kind of ranting right now, but
No, no, no.
I hope people
So
are getting my
it's
point here.
interesting
So yeah.
that, yeah, no, you're actually bringing up a very interesting point when it comes to, let's say, something as popular as Genshin.
Yeah.
One of the things you mentioned was that, like, there are companies already out there that are generating
Mm.
popular voices from Genshin and making them say things. Just to address that first point, what SAG is trying to do, it was very unpopular, if I'm being honest, with a lot of people when it was first announced. They were like, if you would like to create a digital double, SAG-AFTRA, the union has signed a contract with a digital replica company.
Mm.
And a lot of people were like, we don't want AI. And it's like, AI, we talked about this. AI is like the printing press, AI is like the automobile, the combustion engine. Like, it is made, it's not gonna, it's Pandora's box, it's not gonna go back into the box.
No.
It is a tool, it is a tool that is now here that we have to start regulating. Like, back when they first had, automobiles, I'm sure they didn't have regulations that we have now. So like, they probably had those speedsters who like hit pedestrians,
All
and
I
they were
can
like,
think
well,
of.
we gotta make yeah, we gotta make like traffic laws. Like, and that's just what we're doing, is that we're trying to create traffic laws. And also, the union is trying to stop companies from being like, well, you didn't have a pathway for us to contact the actor, and therefore we just did it. And it's like,
Mm-hmm.
now if you want to create a digital replica of your popular Genshin character, speaking in that voice actor's voice
Mm.
and doing whatever you want it to do, maybe not whatever, but do a quick joke here or whatever,
Yeah.
you have to go through these companies that have signed with the union. So there are rules and regulations that are built into those contracts that you have to follow. And so we're setting up in place, whether it's companies that do digital replicas, they SAG after also signed contracts with agents, like agencies and management companies, so that if you need representation, like let's say I decide I'm going to make a digital replica and I need an agent to make contracts on my behalf, there can be a company that you can sign with that already has the okay from the union to negotiate contracts about your digital replica. So the union is trying to stamp out all these sort of like, well, you didn't have this, so we just did it. Like, the union is just trying to put in place uh that, contracts and also relationships with companies, so that basically the other side, the game companies, can't come back and tell us like, oh, well, you didn't have it, so we did whatever we wanted.
Mm.
Now the union can turn around and be like, oh, you wanted a digital replica, yeah, you can work with this company that has a contract with us
Mm.
that is allowed to make digital replicas of actors. There you go. You don't have to.
All right.
I haven't signed with them. Like, you don't have to do that if you don't want to. But they're trying to create a pipeline so that any company that is making these sort of like, have your voice, favorite voice actor's voice, whatever,
Mm.
they're trying to curtail that as much as possible. They're trying
Right.
to, have in place a way to say no.
Yeah.
or a way to say yes,
Yeah, because it's not gonna go away. So,
No,
right,
it's not.
it's
Let's
not.
be honest, it's not.
Again, so as mentioned earlier in chat, so regulation is the only way forward with AI. So we have to find a way to figure out how to make it work for everyone. So
Bootsy, I see you. Yes.
yeah.
Yeah, Bootsy, you're right. Like, let's be honest. The problem right now is that everything is unregulated, right? Even Chat GPT,
Mm.
which everybody loves to use and is like, oh my gosh, I
I've
really
never
love
actually used
GPT.
ChatGPT ever in my
I
life
haven't.
yet.
I haven't either, so I can't
I
say.
use Google like a normal millennial, like everyone else, and look up my own information. So
Same, same.
yeah.
But but what I'm saying is that all of that is data that's scraped from the internet, and I think it
Mm-hmm.
was like the CEO of ChatGPT. Correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I think it was the CEO of ChatGPT who said, if we are forced to tell everybody what we made the AI model on, the information, they would go under because they cannot afford to pay the licenses on all the things that they've stolen.
Mm.
Basically, they've stolen from the internet and uploaded and taught their engine. Without all that information and data that they essentially stole,
Right.
not for free, they
Mm.
got basically stole from writers of literature,
Yeah,
actors,
yeah.
streamers, TikTokers, anything, photos off of Instagram, movies that you watch, TV shows, all that, like, just trillions and trillions of hours of data that they have stolen off the internet is basically what is driving their AI models. Without that information, their AI models are useless
Mm.
because AI can only generate currently
Mm-hmm.
from other things. That's all they're doing. They're just generating upon an iteration of an iteration.
Right, right, right.
So when you say, again, to your second point where you were like, if AI voices take over, this wonderful, beautiful art form that we have would go away.
Mm.
What happens is that for the first 5 years, it'll be interesting.
Yeah.
It's new, it's fresh, innovative, and you're like, oh my God, AI can do anything.
Right, right, right.
The problem is that the spark and the creativity that the human element adds will go away. So after 5 years, it's all going to be the same. Every
Yes.
game is going to
Right.
be
It's gonna
homogenous.
feel
Every
very
voice
similar. Yeah.
acting is going to, yeah. Then it starts to become boring. And
Yeah.
then in 5 years, people are going to be like, hey, man, games are just dead now. It's so boring. And it's like, well, yeah, like
Well,
you killed the industry.
yeah, like
Oh,
I heard an AI game. I was watching their trailer recently because it is a very AI generative game where they want their dialogue to be enhanced with the player's experience. So it would talk to you and like a lot of situations would happen on the fly from the AI that happens. And it's really interesting hearing what voices they had because I can feel like it's like 5 or 6 different character voices I've heard from so many different games. I feel like this has to be people I know and they just don't know about this. So, and companies right
if
now
it's the
don't,
game that
yeah,
I think you're talking
I'm just
about,
saying, right
well,
now,
okay,
companies don't have to
we don't
say
have
anything
to,
about this. So,
yeah, we don't have to name it. I think
yeah.
I know what
Hmm.
company you're talking about. They are, if it's the company we think it is, or I think it is, they are already cloning or using AI of their actors already
That's
that they
crazy.
shouldn't be doing.
Really.
So if it's the same person who's running it, they may or may not be using the data from before to create this new game without telling them,
Hmm.
without keeping accounting. Again, we
Right.
go back to accounting. Let me tell you an interesting story very
Sure,
quickly.
go for it.
So this isn't going to be about video games. It's going to be about commercials
Okay.
because actors do commercials as well, right? So in commercials, you shoot the commercial or you do the voiceover for the commercial. They make a commercial, right?
Mm.
Use millions of dollars to make an, I don't know, commercial about an allergy medication. And you get paid for that initial session. Now, what happens is that every time it plays, you also get something called a residual, which means
Mm.
that it's, I don't know, it's like 10 cents or whatever
Right,
every time it plays.
right.
So let's say you have a national commercial here in the US, which means that it's playing across 50 states on 10 different stations. Maybe it's playing over cable. It plays once or twice an hour. Then you're making a lot of money. You could make, 5 or 6 figures. Well, no longer 6 figures. It's more like 5 figures. But those residuals, you get paid for 13. They're commercials work on 13-week cycles. So essentially, every 13 weeks, if they are still running the commercial, you get paid residuals. And
Hmm.
that's how a lot of most actors make money, because you don't actually get paid a lot. Only like Tom Cruise gets paid a lot, and all of us get paid like working wages.
Yeah.
And the way you can make more, you can basically pay your bills is through these residuals. Now, the funny thing with commercials, since the beginning of time, um, they would not keep track of their commercials, so it could be playing for another year in a market. We
Wow.
just don't know about it. And because they don't do accounting on it themselves, if you don't know and you don't get paid, it's okay. That's how they've always done it. So like they technically owe actors hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars
Wow.
in ad pay for the last couple of decades.
Hmm.
But they haven't had to, because I don't know what's playing in Washington D.C. I don't know what's playing in Maine. So a couple of my friends will often every once in a while put up their commercials from before
Hmm.
that they suspect is playing in other states, and they'll be like, "Hey, if you've ever," like on Facebook or
Yeah.
whatever,
Right. Right.
"I'm so proud of this commercial. If you've ever seen it recently, let me know." And inevitably somebody will be like, "Oh, I saw it last night." And they're like,
Interesting.
"What channel? What time? During what show?" And then we, the actors, have to go and reach out to the producers and be like, "Hi, this is information I got. If it's true, I'd like to get paid for it." And then the producers go back inevitably and they do their accounting, reverse accounting, and they're like, "Oh my gosh, it was playing in Maryland. We owe
Wow.
you all this money." And they send you a check.
Oh.
But they don't check any of the other markets. They don't do that, because
Right.
as long as you don't know, it's fine. So what the game
Wow.
companies are trying to do now with AI is they're trying to not be in charge of accounting. Because
I
if
see.
they have to be in charge of accounting, they have to pay us. They don't want to do that. I hate to be boring about that, but it's like
Yeah.
that's what it is
Sounds
that
like a lot
they
of
don't.
work.
It is.
Yeah.
It is. But we're asking that if you're going to make billions of dollars, trillions of dollars off of our work,
Yeah.
we
When
would like to get paid.
like I
That's
don't
it.
think anyone's arguing with that. It's just like AI is gonna be here forever. So let's work
Yes.
together with it and not let one
Yes.
person just keep everything, which kind of, which is really, I don't want to get into that part of the argument right now, but I feel like a lot of people are forgetting that everyone's trying to live. And
Yes.
so I think
Everyone's
it's
trying to live.
I think it's just nice that if you make something, you get paid for it. That's just natural. I don't know. Like
Yes.
people could argue, oh, I do art for fun because whatever. It's like that's cool. That's you, but that's your individual choice. There's 100 billion other people that are also in the same field of not even just art or voice acting. It could be art or video editing or whatever, right? Some form of compensation for your work, I think, should be agreed upon by everyone else. It's just
And
ridiculous to
that's
see.
really, I know. And
Yeah.
at the heart of the conversation with the union, with SAG-AFTRA, is that it is
Mm.
literally that they want to make sure that people, not just artists,
Yeah.
every human being on the planet that is feeding this gargantuan machine that is AI, so that they can learn how to replicate us basically
Yeah.
digitally, they get compensated for that. Every single person. That's
Mm.
all. That's all that we're asking for.
Would you also
I
say,
know that the conversation has gotten very complicated with
yeah?
other things.
I would even argue like AI needs humans so it can keep learning and improving too, right? Because if it just keeps learning upon itself, like you said, it just becomes this really weird homogenized mess of the same thing.
Yeah,
So,
and after a while, that becomes boring.
yeah.
You know, like I said, anything new is going to be exciting and interesting for
Mm.
sure, for
Yeah.
sure. But that can only sustain itself for so long. Um, yeah. So that's the basic argument. I
Yeah.
think is like
That's
a
what the goal is. Yeah.
yeah, eating,
We're
being
not
able to eat, pay your bills.
Yeah, I think the thing is people think like, oh, AI bad, kill all AI kind of thing. That's
No.
not it. No. AI is a good thing, but, and this is a huge
Yeah.
but, it needs some form of regulation and some kind of accountability when people use it just willy nilly right now. Because, yeah, it's like literally the Wild West out there. People just grab it
And
and then
I
just do
think,
something with it.
yeah. And AI is just a tool.
Mm,
I think that's the thing, is that people don't realize is that it's not the end all be all of things. It is a tool. It is a pathway, one pathway, uh, to help you, but you also still need, like you said, human intervention. And
Mm.
again, people who use AI, companies who use AI, they need regulation because some kid from Ohio who's only 10 could do something that could end your career simply because they thought it would be funny,
Yeah.
not realizing the consequences,
And I
you
can't
know?
think of any examples right now, but the potential for it and seeing what I have seen on the internet. Like, okay, for example, I've seen memes, plenty of memes, because I live on the internet, right? I would see some of the wildest things spoken in generative AI voices of, for example, A Miko, who voices them, as we know, Ratna and Yako. I've heard their voices being used, saying some of the wildest shit through these little apps. I'm like, I'm sure they did not agree to saying any of this, right? So, what do you do in that situation? You report it to them, right? I'd be like, yo, something's going on here. You might want to take care of this.
Mhm.
I don't know if I ever told Anne that one though. I'm pretty sure everyone else did though, because other people, like, thankfully, people are aware of it and telling the people like, hey, don't do that because X, Y, Z, right? But I think things need to be framed a little bit better because when you're being told not to do something, you're obviously going to be very defensive about it, and no one's really explaining to you why it's bad other than like AI bad, right? So
Yeah.
it is a very, very messy situation out there about everything going on.
Yeah.
So
And, again, it starts to become like we don't have regulation. So, like, let's say an AI video is good enough showing you committing a crime,
jeez. Oh my gosh.
right? Like,
Yeah.
what's the recourse there? We have our justice system barely covers, let's say this, like stalking, right? There is
Mm.
nothing that prevents stalking right now unless
Mm.
they do something to you. And even then, most stalkers get away with it. And somebody's on the internet called stalking murder in slow motion. And it's true because most stalking ends in the death of the person that is being stalked. But
Yeah.
there's nothing right now that allows for that to stop.
Mm.
AI is sort of the same thing that's happening, is that like there is no regulation, there's nothing stopping, people from doing potentially horrible things using the voice and likeness of a person that already exists.
Mm.
And like how we need regulation for that, for protection and for monetary things. That's
Right.
that's all. That's all we're asking for. Truly at the base core of it. And
Yeah.
unfortunately, because we don't have laws right now, whether it's at the governmental level, we don't have laws um, through the courts. In the US, I don't know about any other country, but in the US, it all hinges on the word of law.
Mm.
And we don't have any language to support that right now.
Right.
And the only way we can do it is to create it. And one of the ways that we can do that is through labor contracts,
Mm.
because we are in a unique position where our voices are being replicated, right? Our movement is being replicated. Our videos are being replicated
Right.
to create doubles of ourselves,
Mm.
to fill video games,
Mm.
to fill movies. And so we are, the actors, the performers, I should say, not just actors, performers, because our union represents stunt workers, singers, broadcast journalism, all these people that are being replicated through generative AI. So all of these people, we have an opportunity because it is important for our work, basically.
Right.
And by having a contract in place, and then if we can at the same time move at the government level as well, we have one supporting the other, and we can create like a new structure that is rules about AI.
Yeah.
But right now we have nothing, which
We
is why
we
we're
have
trying.
nothing. Yeah.
We have nothing.
And if anything companies want to do is just cut costs over and over again. And there are benefits to it. I get it, right? You save money,
Yeah.
you save time, and it doesn't stifle, to some degree, creation and productivity and things to make stuff. Like, I get that, right? But
Mm-hmm.
obviously, there's the ethical side of it. You're just stealing from people, they're not getting paid, you're killing the art. And eventually, again, it just all becomes the same if no one wants to do it anymore because you can't make a living off of it. And
Yeah.
I think it's ridiculous when people say actors are super greedy, they want more money. Like, I think we just want to live, right? No one's
Yeah.
getting like $1 billion unless you are like a Tom Cruise, for example. Uh,
And even he's not making a
yeah, he's
million.
not.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
So back to the
It's
point.
yeah. Well, yeah.
Sorry.
Sorry.
No, go ahead if you're gonna add something.
Oh, no, no, no. I was just gonna say, like, I think what a lot of people don't realize is that most actors, I would
Mm,
say like 95% of actors are just people who have to work like regular day jobs in order to support their own acting careers
mm,
because um let's do the math. Like, let's say you're a film and TV actor and you get, 3 co-star roles a year.
mm.
You're lucky if you make $1,000 each time.
Really? Wow.
Yeah. So you made $3,000 to be a guy who's like, yo, man, can you sign for this package? Because those people are actors too, right? You know
Yeah.
what I mean?
Yeah, 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 yeah.
They're called under fives, but like,
Under okay.
but they're paid a day,
Hmm.
and a day isn't much that people think in comparison
No.
to the entire year, your salary for the entire year.
Hmm.
So you're looking at maybe, and I'm being very super
Yeah.
generous here, you're looking at like $3,500 a year.
Wow.
You cannot live on that. That's
No. That's
enough
like
for rent for a month and a half, maybe. Maybe.
probably. I think for me that's at least probably about a month and a half, and I'm being
Yeah,
really
right?
generous right now.
And
So
that's not counting like
yeah.
electricity, that's not counting any of that stuff. So
Yeah.
I think, and like voice actors, like if you're in uh like I was in Call of Duty, I could bring that up.
Hmm.
2, 3 years ago, I was a playable operator,
Hmm.
and I think I did a total of, I can't remember, it was like 5 or 6 sessions.
Right.
So let's say that's the only game I get
Right.
whole year.
Hmm.
That's like tops maybe $6,000.
Okay.
But I'm paying 10% to my agent as well.
Right.
So that's $600
Mm-hmm.
that goes to my agent. So
Yeah.
now I'm left with what is it? Oh, math. I'm Asian. I should be able to do it. 5,400, right? and then imagine you get taxes taken out with like Social
Yep.
Security, and
Mm-hmm.
for us in America, like that's another, I don't know, like 15 to 20%,
I'd say on the
right?
safer side, let's go 30%, just in
Yeah,
case.
30%.
Yeah.
And then let's say you have a manager as well. So maybe the total that you're paying out is like 50%. So that, I don't know, $6,000 payout suddenly becomes like 3,000.
Mm.
And I was a playable character that people spend $19.99 for
Oh,
skins on
cool.
every single time. It's
Wow.
crazy.
Mm.
She has like 20 skins total. It's
Who was
insane.
it?
Like uh Jet.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Yeah, yeah. So like I make no money off of that.
Mm.
The companies make all that
Mm-hmm.
money off
Mm-hmm.
of the skins that they sell, right?
Right, right.
And I only walked away with, let's say, like, you know, maybe $3,000.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the only job I got.
Yeah.
You can't live off of 3,000.
No.
I think a lot of people don't realize, like, they think like you're making hundreds of thousands of dollars. And I'm like, there are some actors who make that.
Mm.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I may know one or two of them,
Mm.
but they're like the top people.
Right,
The
right,
top people in the video game industry. Most actors, that's not how we make our money, you know? At least the majority of our money. So it's
right.
like for that thought to be like most actors are struggling to make what's called health and pension, so like to
Mm.
get coverage for health insurance.
Mm.
I think the number now is like 28,000 a year. Most actors don't have health insurance. That means that they don't make $28,000
Right.
a year.
Mm.
That's nothing.
Yeah.
28,000
Mm-hmm.
is like, if you can't hit that benchmark,
Yeah.
that's like poverty level
Yeah.
in the US.
Yeah,
I don't know
no.
about any other countries.
No, it's you're right. It's cost of living has gone up so fast. Ridiculously so fast. I don't see the problem with asking for a little bit more here and there, right?
And just
So,
making sure that if they do make a digital replica, or they base a character off of you and your voice, like, you're just being compensated for that.
yeah.
And SAG even has rules for that. So they're like,
Mm.
let's say Rin Tai Cho, you are in a video game and I don't know, you're not available because you're too busy. You're one of those actors. And they're like, but we really
Yeah.
need you in this
Mm.
new patch. And you're like, fine, I'll let my digital replica work.
Mm.
They have rules where they basically say like, okay, you have to pay a full session fee for every 300 lines of dialogue, because
Right.
that's about the average that an actor can do in like 4 hours.
Oh, okay.
So they already have the math. So it's
Yeah.
not like willy-nilly, like you have
Yeah.
to pay, $1 million. Like that's not what
Yeah.
it is. It's literally, they are like, you know, average session for a human being is like, I think it's, don't quote me on that, I think it's around 300 lines. But if it's, you have them speaking 300 new lines, you just pay that actor their session fee. They didn't
Mm.
go in for a session, but you're paying them for doing the work
Mm-hmm.
based off of the work that they did before that you put into a computer.
Mm. How much work is out there for actors, would you say, in just like voice acting, just for my community?
Oh my gosh, so much work. It's
Mm.
kind of crazy. Like, you might not be working in all of them. I wish we all were working in all of them.
Right.
But, there are constantly, you have to understand that most, like, let's say AAA titles, they're working anywhere from 3 to 8 years on a AAA title.
Mm.
The real big sort of open world stuff, if they're making something called the vertical slice, which is usually like a 20-minute version of the game, they're already asking voice actors to voice those lines oftentimes.
Mm.
So voice actors work all the time on games that are in iteration, like on vertical slice, and all through sort of production as well. So essentially, I mean, if you look at it, 180 titles currently have signed and are working in some capacity
Mm.
on the new contract. And there's more games that are working that aren't signed on the contract as well. So
Right.
you know, that's a good 250, maybe 300 in some form of development, maybe
Mm.
more,
And that's just
you
video
know?
games, right? So we aren't even
Yeah,
talking
that's
about
just video
like
games.
live performances, stunts, things like that. Yeah.
Yeah,
Not even
that's a
touching
whole
that
nother
yet.
category.
That's a whole other ball right now. We'll stick to voice acting for now.
Yeah, yeah.
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 But yeah, no, yeah, it sounds like there's a lot of work then out there. So,
Oh
but
yeah.
obviously your talents will carry you to wherever you can go. Uh,
Yeah, and I think what you want to do too, so voice acting doesn't just exist in video games either. I
mm,
think that's the
right.
other misnomer, is that like whenever we talk about voice acting, it's always like just video game actors, but there's commercial voice
Mm,
acting, all the, use Capital One or what, like
yeah,
those
yeah, yeah.
voices are voiced
Mm,
by an actor. There's also promos, which is totally different. That's the thing where it's like at 8 p.m. we're gonna start blah, like WWE, or like that's a promo
yeah,
voice.
right, right, right. Yeah.
There's narration, there's podcasts, there's so many things out there right now that
Yeah.
is just voice. um so yeah, that's, I mean, we could go on forever
Yeah,
about
yeah,
like
yeah.
the
We
types
totally
of
could.
work in
Yeah.
entertainment.
Yeah. There's just a lot
But
of
yeah,
work. There's lots of work out
there
there, right?
is,
There's no,
there is.
definitely no shortage of it because people always are looking for this kind of thing.
Yes.
So, and yeah, just how about like getting into it? I guess this is a question you probably hear all the time. Like, how do you start voice acting? What do you do? But no one's really thinking about this side of it. They just want to be like casted in a game of their dream or something like that. But there's obviously some
Yes.
steps into it. So if you
Oh
were,
yeah.
let's start from that hypothetical. I want to get into
Okay.
voice acting. Where would I start? And how do I get to the point, say like into like a big video game like Genshin Impact?
Okay, I would say like there's a couple different things you can do. First of all, you have
Hmm.
to look at the market that you're in,
Right.
right? Where do you live?
Mm.
Are
Canada.
you in LA already? Are you in New York? You're in
Sure.
Canada, right?
Yeah.
So like you look, but you're in Vancouver, which is an
Hmm.
acting hub as well. So
Right,
like
right.
then you look at your market and you're
Mm.
like, all right, are you a good actor? If you want to get into video games, you need to be able to act. A lot of
Right.
people, the biggest things that they say is like, oh hi, I do voices. I can do
Right.
all these voices.
Mm.
That's a skill,
Yeah.
but you also need to be able to act. It's called voice
Yes.
acting for a
Right.
reason.
Exactly.
And so I always tell people like, is there a local theater that you can do a play?
Mm.
You can do a musical. You can take lessons. Like
Hmm.
you have to start somewhere. You have to
Right,
start
right, right.
taking like acting classes.
Mm.
I would start there. And then, No, just to sort
Yeah,
of
yeah.
understand. Maybe
Exactly.
you
Right.
you do it and you're like, I fucking hate this. You
No,
don't know.
like it's important. Like if you can't just do like a stage play and get over like stage
Yeah,
fright, cringiness, whatever,
yeah,
right? What do you think
yeah,
you're gonna? How are you gonna advance in voice acting? You have to
yeah,
be able to just like kind of become, like literally become another character in some shape or
yeah,
form. So I think it's great
yeah,
practice to do something like that.
yeah. And there's a lot of sort of like, especially now with the internet and everything, like so many classes are online.
Mm,
You could Google your favorite actor and they might be teaching classes. You
yeah.
don't know. Like, and so especially with voice acting, it's like if you have a microphone and you have internet connection, you can you can basically be from Australia and
Mm,
do a session if you
yeah.
want to. And like I know whether it's my personal experience or other people, like you could be on vacation and be like, we really need you to, do a callback, like which is an audition.
Right.
And we need you to come into the studio, and you're like, I don't know, I'm in London.
Right.
And they could be like, let me find a studio for you, and like you
Mm,
can do your audition from there. It's so global nowadays. Don't let anybody tell you it's not. Yes, the hub is here in LA and the hub is
yeah.
definitely in New York,
Mm,
but I think the one thing people forget is that like most going back to like commercials, most ad agencies exist in places like Ohio and weird hubs. You'd be like, why is that an advertising hub? And you're
mm,
like, it is. That's where all the advertising companies are. So there's going to be voice acting work in those markets as well.
right.
So again, like I said, look for your market, study and training.
Mm-hmm.
There's the physical training of like learning how to use a microphone. um, and then I call it like work training is really important.
Yeah.
Most people think that they can just, they're like, oh man, if I got hired, I could just walk in and just blow everybody out of the water. And you're like, I love that.
I've heard a
Remember
story
that
like
energy.
that somewhere. But yeah.
Everybody thinks that when they're starting out. They're like,
Right.
I'm totally ready. I'm like so ready.
Mm,
But I think a lot of people forget that like you walk in and the studio is going to be different. The way you sound in headphones at a different studio is going to sound
right.
different.
Mm-hmm.
There's going to be 10 people on the other side of the glass. Like, which means like if you're in a studio, there's usually a big pane of glass and there's like a whole team standing on the other side, like
Yeah.
just whispering about you. And so like, can you perform well
Right.
under those circumstances, right?
Yeah.
So there's, and then I can get into the nitty gritty of things too, where let's say you're the lead of a video game, you got to really think about beginning, middle, and end of your character, and like depending on where the scene lies, you have to think about gameplay. You have to think about um sort of the ebbs and flows of your character. Like, how do we pay off going into the next scene where you have a major incident happen? Like, there's so many things that you have to think about.
Mm,
But like I said, it's all about basically, save a couple $100, get yourself a USB mic to start. It doesn't have to be expensive. Take some classes and start from there.
mm.
And hopefully, and the crazy thing, I'm gonna get so hopefully this doesn't become a thing. Don't record anybody. But like Genshin Impact is a very, very big game.
Yeah.
It's a very big game.
Mm,
But it's because of the kind of placement with the contracts that they're using, which is a non-union game and everything, like
mm,
there are more games beyond Genshin Impact that I think you can and should be aiming for as well.
mm.
Um I hope you aim for, because there's so much out there. Like I
Yeah.
said, there's like so many games being made currently. It's like
Mm.
I don't want you to just, I mean, it can be one of your goals, definitely.
Right. Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
not
Yeah.
saying don't make it your goal, but like I do hope if you really want to do voice acting that you want
You're
to
not
voice
limiting.
act.
Yeah. You're not just
Yes.
limiting yourself to one thing where it kind of comes
Yes.
off like you just kind of want fame at that moment. No, you're
Yeah.
trying to
Yeah.
probably
Yeah.
do other things so you can,
Yeah.
because you like acting. Like for me, I stream, for instance, a lot for like almost the last 8 years now.
Wow.
Yeah, it's been a
Oh
long
my
time. And I've
gosh.
been a content creator for at least 10 years if you include YouTube into that mix.
Hmm.
So, where was I going with that? Hang on.
No, no.
I had a train of thought there.
Well, essentially, like I said,
Yeah.
you want more than just the one game.
Right.
That's important.
Yeah.
If it's the one game that gets you into voice acting,
Yeah. Yeah.
awesome.
Exactly. Yeah.
you're playing it and you're like, oh my God, this is amazing. I want to
Mm-hmm.
do what these people are doing. That's awesome. But like, I say this to every actor. It doesn't matter, voice acting, on camera acting, whatever.
Mm.
I'm like, when you start out, you're like, I want any job. I don't care. And you're non-union when you start out. So like
Mm-hmm.
you're gonna be
Yeah.
doing
Yeah.
non-union gigs, and you're gonna be doing things out of quote unquote what's called market. So you're gonna be doing things that are not based in Los Angeles or New York.
Mm-hmm.
You're trying to just get something on your resume. You're trying to
Right,
get
right.
something for your reel, like, and you're trying to prove to people
Mm.
that you can work.
Okay.
That's
So
the hardest part that most actors don't think about.
so I guess so to bring up that point, so non-union
Yeah,
VAs or essentially
yeah,
people just starting out. So say you do have some
yeah,
experience under your belt finally, and you do have a bit of a resume, you have a reel that you can present, right? So from there, I'm guessing you are presenting that to companies, landing jobs, and slowly building up, up and up and up and up and up, right? Do
yes.
non-union gigs pay anywhere close, or can you compare non-union work to union work? Is there a big difference in pay, or like how does that go?
So yes, I will say this. There is non-union work that doesn't pay a lot, and there's
Mm-hmm.
non-union work that can pay a lot. Like let's say commercials.
Right.
A non-union buyout could be, I don't know, it could be, I'm throwing out a name out here. They
Mm-hmm.
probably don't do this, but like let's say Coca-Cola is like, we're going to do a non-union
Right. Right.
commercial. That kind of big company is probably going to pay you in the low five figures,
Okay.
for a commercial, which seems like a lot
Right.
at the time.
Mm.
But it's usually a buyout in perpetuity, which means that they could use that anytime for the rest of the
Right.
time.
Yeah.
And
That's
they don't have to
important.
pay you
Mm-hmm.
because they paid you once.
Right.
The thing with the union contract is that there's term limits basically. So essentially, if they use it, they have to pay you every single time.
Mm.
And they have a re-up usage fee as well. So every year, if they're using it again, they have to pay you just a little bit more usually.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if you had speaking of Coca-Cola, there was this ad in the US. I don't know about Canada, but at Christmas time, for like 15 years, they played the same ad over and over again, which was
Um,
like this Santa that came in, and then like
I think I know what ad
and
you're
and
talking about. I think I know.
right, where there's like a
Yeah.
truck of like Coca-Cola, and there's like a kid, like a tiny kid. That kid made money for 10 years off that ad. Every
Wow.
time they played it, they got a residual. And like I said, every year it re-ups. So they
Right.
were probably getting more and more and more
Mm.
for like 10, 15 years. So
Right.
as an adult, he was making money.
Wow.
Like,
Jeez.
it's crazy, yeah. But that would not happen for a non-union commercial. So
Mm.
like I said, let's say Coca-Cola decides to pay you 20,000 as a buyout. They're like, that's what you get.
Right.
At first, you're like, that's a
Yeah,
lot of
that
money.
sounds like a lot of money, but
It
remember,
does.
it's a big company and they're going to
And,
probably keep using this over and
and
over
if
and
they
over again.
if they use it 20 years later and you're not making money off of that, you're going to be really mad.
Hiding this the name of this can right now.
Oh yeah.
Nondescript can
Hi
that I'm drinking
there.
from.
Yeah. So I think you can get paid a lot from
Hmm.
non-union stuff.
Right.
But I'm being very generous by saying that, and I
Hmm.
have to because there are some things that do pay.
Hmm.
But again, um in the long run, is it worth it?
Right.
Is the question, especially if they're able to use your image in perpetuity. It's like that famous story about Evangeline Lilly, I think her name is. So
Hmm.
she was in some kind of like, those call commercials in Canada where they're like late night, they're like, call me and you can talk to me on the
Yeah.
phone.
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah.
a kind of a weird
Right. Yeah.
sexy like
Yeah. Yeah.
service.
Uh huh.
And she did that right before she did Lost. But she
Oh.
signed, it's a non-union commercial, and she signed it in perpetuity, and then she became huge because of Lost, and they
Yeah.
played the shit out of that commercial for 10 years, like,
Wow.
because it was Evangeline Lilly,
Right.
and she was telling you to call her right now
Wow.
at like midnight. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
that's what the commercial would play. So
Yeah.
you just, there are pros and cons,
Hmm.
to non-union work. And with non-union work, you can have a contract, but it can be really, really hard to enforce it yourself
Right.
because that requires you going out and paying a
Yeah.
lawyer to
Right.
help you
Yeah.
recoup cost.
Right. In case
Yeah.
something would happen, then it's all out of your own
Yeah.
pocket, and you
Yeah.
are representing yourself unless you can afford a lawyer. Where the service or with SAG to help you out can cover a lot of that for you, right?
Yeah.
Uh,
Yes. Oh, they
so
will pay for any lawyer's fees if
if
they go
something like
that
that
way.
were to
Yeah.
happen, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Um,
So, and the thing is, like, I would caution actors to really, and I like, look at
mm,
your situation, look at your market. If you're in the middle of nowhere, like, work up to it.
right.
Keep working non-union work. Like, there's nothing wrong with working non-union. I don't know what it is. Well, some people who are like non-union work, and I'm like, we all started as non-union actors. Are you kidding? Like,
I feel like everyone's had to start somewhere, right? And it's usually through
yes,
like a voice project, for instance, with like a group of people, right?
yes.
That's not anything. You're just doing it for fun, but eventually you'll
And
be like,
how do
let's
you
try something
learn?
else. Exactly. Yeah.
How do you learn? You have to learn through these little steps. So it's like, I would say start out. Don't be afraid to be non-union. Learn as much as possible. Make sure you read your contract so you're not signing your whole life away in your
That's
firstborn child.
very, very important, especially like even not just for actors, just as a content creator.
Yes.
Be careful what you're doing and don't just be like okay, so I get a sponsor, right? They also ask like, hey, can I keep using this for like 1 month, 3 months, 6 months, whatever, right? You have to negotiate that too and come to think about it. And at the time, it sounds like because I'm a big content creator, I make thousands of dollars just for like making an ad. No, I do not. Like, say
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
instance, I got one ad where they paid me like about 4K. Sounds great, right? 4K, you do like a 30-second ad, whatever. Awesome. You gotta save the taxes, you gotta put aside other fees, you work for yourself, so you gotta look after like all these other little things. So eventually by the end of it, so at least now I would tax myself on every paycheck, 30% every time. Don't care, right?
Yes.
And I try
Smart.
not to spend any of that money, right? Because when like, so here's the situation I was in before, like maybe around 2022, 2023. I wasn't really sure what I was doing. I would get paid. I'd spend all of it on whatever, mortgage, rent, whatever, but not even considering the fact that I need to save that money for when tax time hits. When tax time comes around, now I'm all of a sudden I'm owing like $10,000, right? So just because you made 4K at that point doesn't mean to
Yeah.
go spend any of it. Put some aside, lock it away in a safe. I don't care, in a bank.
Yeah.
Actors also need to be aware of this too as they start out when they get paid. Just because you get paid like a super 5-figure gig, you're not gonna. It's not all for you. I always tell everyone, 30%. Put 30% of it away. Trust me, that's
Yeah.
all you need to do, and then consider other things, and like
Yeah.
just be smart about your money at the same time.
And I think I don't know about how Canada works, but in
Mm.
America we have something called unemployment. It's like the
Oh,
thing I
we have
think
that
a
up
lot of
here.
people do. You
Yeah,
do have it?
we have
Yeah.
unemployment. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so essentially I think what a lot of actors forget is that they're allowed to file for unemployment when they're not making money.
Mm-hmm.
It's not going to be a lot if you're not making a lot of money.
Right. Yeah.
That's the thing.
Exactly.
But essentially, like, the problem is that if you're doing a lot of non-union work, a lot of that's going to be 1099s. Here in the States, it's when they don't take out taxes and they don't pay for unemployment. So
Mm-hmm.
essentially, um, you don't qualify for unemployment through a 1099.
Mm.
And so, but if you work on union projects, they have to work through something called a signatory, which does payroll and taxes for you.
Right.
So when you work through a payroll company, they
Mm.
actually will pay unemployment and stuff for you. And
Mm.
so when that comes around and you maybe have to depend on unemployment, you can. So there are systems in place
Mm.
that can help you if you do union projects like
Right.
that. So it's like little things like that.
Mm-hmm.
It's just it's a now again, if you're in a state that is like a right to
Right
work
to work
state,
state. Yeah.
and yeah, like Texas is a right to work
Mm-hmm.
state, like definitely you're going to be working a lot of gigs that are probably non-union because they're a person who's in the union can work non-union gigs in those
Right.
places. So like always look at your circumstance. Like do it smart. Like I always say that. Like you said, save your
Mm.
money. That's a smart thing. Like and look at your circumstances. If you're not in the major acting hubs,
Mm.
you know, don't go too crazy, you know.
Do you
But like
know?
I yeah,
Sorry. Do you
go ahead.
know which states are right to work? Do you know them off the top of your head?
Oh gosh, I know Texas is right to work. I feel like one of the O's, Oklahoma or something, is right to work as
Mm.
well. There's a couple of them. There's
Okay.
not as many
Okay. There isn't many
as
states, and it's just like a handful of them. It sounds like.
most of them are Republican states. I will say that. If you live in a red state, you may be in a right to work state. Here's the thing.
Hmm.
Let's talk about that then, like
Okay.
with right to work and all that stuff,
Yeah.
because it ties into labor unions. So one of the things that happened is that in the early 19th century, when even children were working in factories,
Mm.
um, they started to realize, like human beings started to realize, like we have to have breaks. We have to be able to go to the bathroom, right?
Yes.
Maybe we don't work on what's considered the weekends now, right?
Right.
Maybe we work 8 hours instead of 14, 15 hours. And so essentially, most companies or people who own factories, they don't care. They just need to make a profit. So, they were just abusing their workers left and right. They had children working who should not be working, like
Mm.
8-year-olds, because their arm happens to be small enough. That thing in Snowpiercer, it's so true. That was a thing. Like the kids could reach into the small parts of like a machine and, fix it.
Right.
And then when the machine starts working again and their arm disappears, oh well, like there are no labor unions at that point and no one is protected.
Hmm.
Um so essentially what happened is that a bunch of people started to band together and they were like, we're going to create unions in order to organize, in order to negotiate together as a bargaining group. And so that's how like labor unions were born, basically out of
Hmm.
necessity, so that human beings could live
Right.
and survive
Mm.
and make a livable wage. Um, and they became so successful at what they do that some people started lobbying states like Texas to basically neuter unions. So when
Interesting.
you live in a right to work state,
Mm.
unions become less successful at bargaining
Mm. Okay.
because if you and I work at a steel company that is unionized.
Mm.
If we go on strike, they're not really allowed to fill those spots with non-union workers.
Right.
They're not supposed to. Like,
Mm.
and in a right to work state, you can.
Oh, I see.
And union workers can also work during a strike.
Mm. So
You know what
I
I mean? Like,
okay. Would these right to work states generally have a lot of production type workplaces
yeah,
then?
or
Like
farming or yeah.
right. Yeah, where things that seem to be pretty important must be worked on no matter what. Okay.
Yes.
All right,
Yeah.
I see.
So, it's crazy because like all people are asking for are usually a livable wage,
Hmm.
paying into health and pension, usually like health insurance or pension plans. Um, they're not asking for unreasonable things.
Right.
Most of them. I
Mm-hmm.
don't know any union that is asking for unreasonable things. You know, nurses could be like, we can't have a third shift. It has to be capped at X amount of hours.
Hmm.
You have to pay X amount more after 8 hours. Like, this is just normal stuff, right?
Yeah. Okay.
But the companies are always going to be like, look at those entitled brats asking for more money. And that's how I think actors are being painted right now by the other side, basically, where they're like, we told them we would give them this. I don't know what else they want. Like it's always this kind of like smarmy sort of like, look at them being so entitled,
This
asking
is
for more
also
money.
this is also just a lot of text on the internet, not read with any context or
Yeah,
meaning or like tone behind it. It's all whatever people is playing in their head. And when
yeah,
someone decides to make it sound evil, it's just gonna run like that. I don't think anyone's doing that right now. Everyone wants to just talk about this calmly. Like even like
yes.
on the side that I am need to just kind of take it easy too when they try to explain their case for it.
Yes.
So
I
hang
mean,
on.
yeah,
We're,
no.
we're
Hang on.
about an hour in. I just want to
Oh,
make
we are.
sure, like,
Hello.
do you need like a quick break or anything?
Wait. Oh no, I'm good.
Okay.
Um,
Just making sure. We have one
Sipping my
question on the
coffee.
forum, but I don't think I want to ask this one to you yet because
Oh,
I think we
okay.
need to bring it in when we get to this part of what's
Yes.
going on. Because obviously, being a Hoyo creator, or at least formerly a Hoyo creator, I don't know what you call me now anymore. A lot of people would want to hear about the situation with Hoyoverse Genshin
Yeah.
VAs, Star Rail VAs, Endless VAs, what's going on there, and things like that. We will get to that eventually, right? We're trying to
We
just
promise.
explain what's the whole, like, from the beginning as an actor,
Yeah.
what their experiences are, and how did we get to this point, and why we're doing this right now. Why I don't shouldn't say we. I'm not an actor. I'm sorry. Right? But
Might be in the future
maybe in the
though.
future, maybe. I
Yeah.
know. I know. I have a bunch of actor friends who keep poking at me to go start doing it, and other friends too. So
It's fun.
it is.
Yes.
Yeah.
Did you have
Yeah. I was gonna ask.
yeah.
So, as okay, so you're an actor now, non-union actor, just doing your
Yeah.
thing, just trying to make a
Yep.
living. You probably work, say, a barista for like part of your day, and then you go home and you do your voice acting and whatever. And that's kind of like your life, kind of like me, where I work a full-time job, then I come here and then I stream and do whatever my stuff. Then yeah, that's kind of my life right now. Because I'm not a big streamer or content creator. I'm kind of like in floating in the middle, lower end middle right now, where like maybe one day it'll take off, maybe not. But I can't just quit my job and try to depend on that. So, like an actor, I need to go do something else for a while. That said,
Yes.
would there be any reason to not join the non-union or like sorry, to not join the union or any union or whatever?
Oh,
Like, are there
yes.
reasons not to? Okay.
Yes. The number one reason if you're not ready.
Okay.
Most actors are not ready.
Mm.
We're going to go back to this.
Yeah, yeah.
That concept of just hire me, I'm ready.
Mm.
Like any job, you have to sort of have on the job training. And I
Right.
think a lot of actors don't realize that they are actually not quite ready to be a union actor full time.
Mm.
Because when you're starting out in the non-union ranks, in a sense, you're working with a certain pool of actors,
Right.
right? Depending on, like, let's say, I don't know, I'm making this up now. Let's say you're a voice actor who started out in the Ohio market.
Mm.
Um, there's a couple thousand of you in that market, right? That you're competing with.
Mm.
And let's say you're like, all right, I'm going to join the union. That's going to be 100,000 people, maybe
Mm.
more, that you're going to be competing with. And so that market just, the numbers just change.
Mm.
And you're competing with people who have been in the business for years. They also have relationships with directors, with producers. Maybe they have a resume and people know them from, I don't know, a big video game or
Mm.
whatever it is, you know? So you're gonna be competing with people like that without having built yourself up into the market.
Right.
So what I tell people is, when I say you're not ready, I'm not saying you're not ready. Like,
Right.
you're not ready because you're not this or you're not that. Like, you're not ready simply because you just don't have the business relationships. You just don't have, you don't, maybe you don't know what studios are out there and available. Like, there's so many things that you just don't quite know that you don't know. And so I always tell people, I am the biggest proponent of, like, remain non-union until you absolutely cannot. There's going to be that moment in your career. I had it. I definitely had it, where, like, you can't, you no longer can stay non-union. I
can
always tell
you
people that, like,
can you describe
yeah.
that? Like, what was that moment that made it like you decide it is now time to join a union?
Okay, so I
Yeah.
think, what did I do first? Got, oh my God, the timeline of my own career is like a jump in my head. But
How long you been actor for,
essentially,
actually?
I don't know. I want to say at least a decade,
Okay.
maybe. I
Mm-hmm.
don't know. I don't
Okay.
actually know.
Okay.
But essentially, like, I had booked a union job, um, and and essentially, like, you become, that's called Taft-Hartling.
Mm-hmm.
So Taft-Hartling
We've heard this
exists
term a lot,
because,
I'm sure, chat. We've heard it
yeah,
quite a bit. We would love to know, though. Sorry.
no.
Yeah.
Just the very simple thing
Mm-hmm.
is that there is a rule with unions, not just SAG-AFTRA, any union in the US,
Yeah.
is that you cannot join the union without a union job,
Mm.
right? That's one. But
Right.
you cannot get a union job without being in the union.
Mm.
So it's a catch-22, right? So let's say I book a union job. Technically, I can't take it because it should go to somebody in the union.
I see.
I'm not part of the union.
Right.
So these two senators, Taft and Hartley, came up with the Taft-Hartley law, which
Mm.
basically said, let's say you are in a specialized field like acting, or maybe you're a steel worker or dock worker or something,
Mm.
and you happen to be perfect for the job. They cannot find other union members to fill that job.
That's up to
They're going to
the client, right?
yes.
Okay.
And the client decides, I can't find anybody in the union space.
Yeah.
Let's say it's something, let's do acting.
Okay.
I need somebody who speaks Nigerian,
Mm.
but who is of Asian descent
Mm.
and who can also speak French fluently.
Mm.
That's going to be a very
That's a
small.
very, very specific set of
Yes.
requirements for something.
Yes.
Yeah.
And sometimes that is the case. Like
Yeah.
sometimes there's going to be roles where you're like, holy
Mm.
crikey, that's going to be like 3 people in the world.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Who is also an actor? Like that's not going to be
Yeah.
a lot of people.
Right.
So then you're like, I looked for people in the union and I couldn't find them, but this non-union actor fits the criteria. The Taft-Hartley Act allows you to hire one time this person to work that specific job.
Okay.
And then with our union, I don't really know about other unions, but
Yeah.
for SAG-AFTRA, if you get 3 Taft-Hartleys,
Mm.
those instances where you get hired in
Right.
place of a union actor and they give you a voucher called a Taft-Hartley,
Yeah.
you can then take that and say, I would like to join the union.
Okay.
That's how it works.
I see. So the
Yeah,
client
I
gives
know.
you the Taft-Hartley then.
Or
Right.
somebody on set might give it to you.
Right.
Like,
Right.
let's say you're an extra
So,
on a
but
Fast and
it
Furious
is
film.
initiated by the client though, and obviously the actor has
Yes.
to agree. Like, oh, okay, let's do this, right?
Yes.
So, if it is from the client, let's
Yes.
bring this back to Genshin. If Genshin Taft-Hartley's a non-union VA, is it just that single one? If they get called back for a recast for the same thing, or like any other role within Hoiverse?
Basically, that's kind of a weird gray land right now
Mm.
because like a game like Genshin is it's done by patches, right? So it's
Right.
not like a game that's made, it ships, it's like done, it
Yeah, it's a
ships.
live service game. So
Yeah.
yeah,
So
it's
live
yeah.
service games are a little like kind of gray area where essentially they can hire you for that character,
Mm.
and that's the one Taft-Hartley, and they don't have to Taft-Hartley you for every session. You're
Oh.
just Taft-Hartleyed and you kind of go in and do
So
it.
that just uses your one then. Say it,
Yeah.
like hypothetically if it was like a union game. So yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, so like that isn't a rule right
Mm.
now. Like
Mm-hmm.
and the thing is like I would say a lot of non-union actors are also from right to work states, I think, that I know of. And so like those people don't like they can be Taft-Hartley as much as they want and they don't have to join the union.
Ah, I see.
Um
It
yeah. And the
tech
other thing is like I don't know how many union gigs that they work, but like it always helps to build towards your health and pension.
I think so. Yeah.
I don't know. Just to be a little personal, like I had to have 2 major surgeries last year.
Mm.
I paid like close to zero because of my health insurance from the union.
Right. And I can
Like these
imagine the costs of health and insurance if you didn't have any as an American. Yeah. So
6 figures, I think. Yeah,
yeah,
that was
Jesus
fun.
Christ. It's
I was like,
insane.
good thing I'm not paying that.
Yeah.
I literally looked at my bill and I was like, I'm gonna put that away for now. I
Oh my
I can't look
gosh.
at that number. Like, yeah.
That's nutty.
Yeah.
Wow.
So, it's the little things. It's like I think the conversation about the union, health insurance,
Mm.
Genshin, contracts, the interim contract, non-union act, these are all just varying degrees of the same job,
Right.
right? We're all actors. There is obviously the difference between non-union
Right.
and union, but it's like I think I don't want to speak for any of the Genshin actors because that's not
Mm-hmm.
really my place, but
Right,
like
right.
I think what they're asking for is like AI protections, just so that if they are replicated in some way, that
Yeah.
they be compensated for it. And also, like I said, those sessions that you do add towards your health and pension, or at least your health insurance for sure.
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
like it's 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 like we're all like people trying to make a living, and I think I don't want to stray too far from that
Mm-hmm.
because the union here's the other misnomer too. I think
Okay.
the union can only do what the uh what the members ask of it,
Right.
right? And so if the members are not asking for things, they're not going to pursue it. And
Mm.
so I know a couple of actors who are like, why isn't the union doing XYZ? And I'm like, do you go to the meetings? Do you tell them that this is something of a concern for you
Mm.
that they should look at? If the answer is no, then my answer is always you have to participate in your union as a member in order for them to do something.
I feel like that
They
should
won't
be a
know what a
given,
problem
no?
is. Yeah,
Yeah.
well, you would think. You would think. Um,
Yeah.
you would think. I think the power of unions and what is required in order to make a union successful is something that has been wiped from the American history books.
Mm.
And it makes it hard for us to bargain for things effectively,
Mm.
I think. It's become this sort of like, oh, well, what about isms and, just,
Mm.
snarky commentary. And it's like, it's so easy to do that for clicks, for likes, for viewership, whatever. But I think the important thing that we have to remember is that we are a bargaining group. And, banding together allows us to use that power to make sure that our pensions are being filled, our
Right.
health insurance is being paid for, um, and that we are getting payment increases based on inflation. Like,
Mm.
and that's really what the union is doing. And I think, um, and I'll just say this baby thing about the Genshin thing with
Sure.
the union non-union discourse
Mm.
and the union stepping in or not stepping in. I'm not speaking for the union because I that's not my job. I'm an actor. I'm not speaking for the Genshin actors, but I do know this. If the union had anything to do with any kind of negotiation, it's because their members asked for it.
Mm.
The members who are in Genshin.
Okay.
Like that's what I know and understand. And like I said, every actor starts from somewhere. So these actors probably started working on the game when they were non-union.
Mm.
And then they became union. You can still work on those games even if you join the union. I think that's the other thing that people forget is that like there's a clause I think in the contract that says in any of the contracts essentially now we're going to talk about
Yeah.
flipping games. So
We're getting there.
when you flip a project, um any flipped project, everybody is blanket essentially uh Taft-Hartley'd or
Hmm.
upgraded to union status. Let's say that game or that TV show or that whatever movie or whatever goes on forever.
Mm.
Technically, they don't like you don't have to join the union in order to keep working on it.
Mm.
Like you're protected, a flipped production is protected.
Right.
I don't know if people know that. I know it's weird to say that, but like I think that's one of the clauses that people forget is that if you flip a production in the middle of production,
Mm.
if that production, like Genshin, a live service, goes on
Yeah.
forever, technically they don't have to join the union,
When you say
no
flip,
matter
you
how many times
mean
you work.
when you say flip, you
Oh,
mean non-union
into union
into union game. Yeah. Okay. All right.
or
Just
anything. So
right.
like
Right.
this happens a lot in like movie productions or TV shows where maybe the crew is non-union, so the actors may be union, but the crew is non-union.
Mm.
Look, if a crew shows up and they notice that you have very fancy camera equipment and you have rented the most expensive, location, they're going to know you had money.
Mm.
You have money.
Right.
Why is this production non-union? They're going to call their union and they're going to be like, "We suspect this production has X amount budget. They can flip. They should be paying us union rates."
Mm.
And what those unions will do is they will send this is not SAG-AFTRA. This is
Yeah,
like
yeah, yeah. No, no, no. I'm familiar with
IATSE.
this situation with this up
Yeah.
in Canada because I have a situation where a company is non-union and union.
Yeah.
It gets
Yeah.
a little murky and messy. We have to be very careful
Yeah.
about some things. So,
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah. And so a lot of like independent high-end budgets or TV shows will do this. And, those crews will come in and basically stop work, which is very expensive
Mm-hmm.
on a film shoot, and in order to, let's be honest, any shoot. But in order to flip it to a union contract.
Right.
And once that happens, anybody who is there on that day
Mm.
basically gets Taft-Hartleyed. And let's say that TV show goes on forever, they can choose not to join the union forever
Right. Okay.
on that show.
Mm.
And that's why like the Genshin thing is weird, because like even if it flips, if you were hired while it was flipped, you can remain non-union for as long as you want,
Right. Okay.
no matter how many days you work. I
Who?
didn't even think about that. I totally forgot about that.
Uh,
That's so funny that we're talking about it. As I was saying it, I was like, oh wait, there's that thing that
I
happens.
mean, a lot of people forget like smaller little details and they just never get brought up, right? Curious.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
how does it work for actors to get into a game like that? It's through like a studio, I'm assuming, right? And then client is looking for
Yeah.
studios to work with. Is that how that goes?
Yes. I mean, every game is going to be different, but
Hmm.
usually what happens is that they'll approach a studio they may or may not know,
Right.
they've heard of, they get a name from somebody, and they'll and oftentimes what happens is that they will reach out to multiple studios and get
Hmm.
like bidding contracts. They'll
Right.
be like, how here's what we're planning, how much would it cost?
Right.
And most game companies will go with like the lowest studio,
Obviously,
you
yeah.
know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or maybe a studio that can promise them names. They'll be like, I can get you so and so in the game
Hmm.
that they really, really want.
Okay.
I don't know. Every game is gonna have different criterias.
Right. Right.
But yeah, they're gonna go and they're gonna work with these places. And ooh, this is gonna be controversial to say, but
Right.
I think what a lot of people don't know or they forget is that recording studios are incentivized to keep games non-union because they make
Hmm.
more money if the game is non-union.
The client makes more money, is what you're saying. Is that what you're saying?
No, the
Oh,
studio,
the
the
studio makes more
recording
money.
studio.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. The client just pays a base rate. So they're
Right.
they're basically like, for this one year, for 2024 or
Mm.
2025, it's going to cost us $1 million to record Genshin Impact. Whatever. That's renting the studio, that's paying the actors, that's overhead, right?
Okay.
Um coming up with I'm making up a number. Don't quote me on $1
Right.
million.
Right.
I'm just making up
Right.
a number.
Yeah. Yeah.
um, but the thing is, like, if you do a union contract, that pay rate is usually locked to the contract.
Hmm.
And so, depending on how many hours those actors work, you're locked into paying the actors a certain amount, their health and pension a certain amount. And so that number doesn't change. And
Okay.
then the number that the studio charges in order to rent their studios, and then for, paying their directors and paying for overhead, gets tacked on to that, right? And so they have a set number. But if it's a non-union game, they
Mm-hmm.
can fudge the actors' numbers as much as they want.
Mm.
So they can say our budget for actors is $300,000 out of $1 million, right?
Mm.
Or whatever.
Okay.
But because it's non-union, every actor negotiates for themselves.
Mm.
So if let's say they only pay the actors 150,000 out of that year, that's out of a $300,000 budget for actors, they're pocketing 150. They're not giving that back.
I see. So it's like company looks for a studio to work with. Studio
Yeah.
gives them a deal, X
Yeah.
amount of money, right? So
Yeah.
studio's job now is to go look for actors,
Yeah.
preferably, and I guess controversial take, they would want to look for non-union VAs because then they can kind of bargain what they want. Because the moment they
Yeah.
take in a union VA, you have to give them X amount of the budget that you got, right? Because
Yes.
then if you do that,
It's in
obvious,
our contract. Like
right?
how much you pay.
What
Yeah.
exactly? So if that happens, then obviously you only be left with probably a lot less than what you could have taken back with you. Okay. So there's
Yep.
okay. I just want to trying to understand the pipeline. Client
Yeah.
to
Oh, I'm
studio
sorry. Yeah.
to
Yeah.
VAs. Okay. All right. So
Yeah.
there's a studio in between. So VAs go to
Yes.
studios because studios have
Yes.
the contracts with the client. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. So the client is just like, take care of this. We just need voices in our game.
Right.
And
Okay.
they're like, here's money, take care of the problem.
Okay.
Fill it with awesome voices and we're gonna be happy.
Mm.
That's what the game companies are thinking.
Okay.
The client, they're
Right.
like,
The client
they're like,
makes that decision,
this
right?
is a problem. Yeah. This is a
Okay.
problem. Take care of it for us. Here's the
Okay.
money to do it and the budget to do it. Thank you. That's all they want.
Mm.
They don't want to hear about problems. They don't want to hear about fighting. They don't want to hear about contract. They don't want to hear any of that.
Right.
They're just like, we love it. Awesome. Bye. That's not our job to
Okay.
create. That's like, I think most game companies, they care about actors, but they don't at the same time. We're just we're a tool to make their game
I think
cooler.
just any company in general, yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
basically, yeah.
Okay.
So
Hmm.
yeah, and then the studios, in between the recording studios, basically, then they're the ones often who will have in game, like in-house casting directors that will have lists of actors that they like, that they've worked with in the past. Maybe they also
Hmm.
have lists of agents and managers that they'll send the auditions out to. And then so you'll get these auditions from different places.
Yeah.
You just don't know. You might get them from your agent, you might get them from your manager, you might get them from a casting director,
Hmm.
who knows. Or one of the directors working there might be like, I know so and so who might be good for this, and they might send it to you. Like, you just don't know where you're going to get it. But then you audition, you send in your MP3, and then you either hear back or you don't hear back.
Okay.
And if it's a really big game and a really big part, maybe there's a callback. You might go into the studio, or you might do it from your home studio if you're
Right.
from a different state. Like, that's how.
Do VAs work individually still with studios, or do studios have like their own preferred roster, not like as a signed thing, or is this just like people they know who to contact?
I think it's a little bit of both. I
Okay.
think most good studios will have their own rosters as well. And then
Hmm.
if you're in a smaller market, definitely they're going to have their own rosters that they reach
Mm-hmm.
out to.
Right.
I know that it's a thing. Don't quote me on this because this is not the path I took. So
Right.
it's not something I know, but I know that if you start out in a smaller market, what you want to
Right.
do is you want to hit up when you're ready. You're ready. You've got your demo, you've taken your
Mm-hmm.
classes, you have a semblance of an idea of how to work. You reach out to your local recording studios and you try to get on their casting
I
rosters.
see. Okay. I hear about this a lot from some actors I've talked to. Okay.
Yeah.
So
It's
would
not something I did, so
right,
I
right, right.
cannot really claim to know how that happens.
Hmm. I've heard stories like that
Um,
from other actors though, so I can corroborate that information.
awesome. Yeah.
So would within the same studio would they hire both non-union and union actors into the same project? Is that a thing that happens?
Yeah, they
Oh, okay.
can. I
All right.
mean, it's technically every actor's choice whether they want to work on a non-union project if they're union.
Oh, okay, okay, yeah.
Um,
I see.
um, it's not. The thing is, like, every time a union actor works on a non-union project,
Right.
it weakens the stance of the
Mm-hmm,
union.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Really, that's all it is. And so
Right.
it's kind of like the bargaining power starts to go away.
Mm.
But some people, you know, they have their own choices. Maybe they have a mortgage to pay. I don't know.
Understandably, yeah.
Um,
Everyone has their
yeah,
own
and
situation. Yeah.
you never know what non-union game is going to turn into a Genshin.
Right.
You don't know.
Exactly. Yeah.
You don't know.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, I think some people will take that chance because there's a secondary market known as the convention circuit where you can make more money there.
Right.
You know, or another secondary market is like doing Twitch streams. Like, there are
Mm-hmm.
plenty of actors who do Twitch streams who make a secondary,
Yeah, some actors have definitely have gone on to or
yeah,
currently carry very successful live stream careers right now. Yeah,
yeah.
for sure.
And that, you know, some people are thinking about that as well.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, I cannot claim to know what other actors are thinking when they do union or non-union I should say non-union projects when they're union.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I'm I'm very like I'm very like, oh, I get like nervous breaking the rules. Like, that's
I
my
get it. Yeah,
personality.
I get it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the thing is, like, you know, I'm my I don't know what birth chart I was born under, but like, my thing is, like, I always end up getting forced to learn lessons through like the biggest trial by fire type thing.
Oh, I see. I see. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm one of the I'm born one under one of those stars, so like
Yeah.
I would rather not like roll the dice on that. And so for me, I've just learned that it's easier if I work under a union contract. I
Mm.
have agents who support me, and I have union representatives who will support me if something goes wrong. So really, it's just for my peace of mind.
Right. Do
That's
unions
all.
provide agents for their actors?
No, that's not
No?
how. So agents
Okay.
are people who help solicit work for you,
Right, right, right.
essentially. Yeah.
Yeah.
So and there are like
I mean, like, does the union have their own agents for actors or nothing like that?
no. So
Okay.
they have agents that work with the
With
union,
the union. Okay.
and essentially like they're technically supposed to have contracts between the agency and the union. Um,
Ah, okay.
I don't know, don't quote me on this because I'm not quite sure, but I feel like there's still either negotiations with the Talent Managers Association about a new contract.
Okay.
But I don't know. That
Right.
might have already been
Okay.
fixed. I have no idea. But
Okay.
there's so many
We can circle
things
back to that
happening
if
all
we
at
get
once.
to there. Okay. So, back to the big elephant in the
Yes.
room. So,
Oh
okay.
no.
Yeah, we have to go back there
What's
because
the elephant? Okay.
people want to hear about this. So, okay.
Okay.
So, we're back to the point where client has hired studio to go
Yes.
look for actor. Now, actors are not coming in because they heard client might be, or like not might be doing, but more like they have the potential to do this with our voices through AI. They don't have to admit to
Mhm.
it, but we would like them to sign something that says they won't use it, right?
Yes. Yes.
So there's a whole bunch of other things like Singapore law, Chinese law, American
Yes.
law, international
Yes.
law, like a whole bunch of things like that. Those exist, obviously, to protect the actors right now. So why is there a problem to sign the contract?
Um, I think fundamentally it comes down to communication, right?
Hmm.
So and conversation, because at least okay, so the game that I ended up flipping,
Okay, we're
we
getting there.
had to
Yeah.
really yeah, we'll get there too, but
Yeah.
like
No, no,
one
no.
of the
This is
things
good. This
was
is good because I wanted to lead into this. Yeah. Yeah.
one of the things that I think people don't understand is that uh so the union is here, the companies are here, right?
Mm-hmm.
The one company that you're trying to
Yeah.
work with, a game company. In between that are the lawyers for both sides
Mm.
that talk to each other,
Mm.
correct? And so as an actor on this side who's going through the union and saying like we would like this new contract, basically the company side then is like, yeah, we'll send our lawyers in. So what's happening right now is that these IP lawyers and these lawyers who are only there to protect the IP of these companies are trying to make the best contract possible for their companies, right?
Mm.
So that means that they're not really listening to the nitty gritty of like, actually, that's not what we're asking for. Like the union could be like, we're just asking for transparency. We
Mm-hmm.
just want you to keep track. That means hiring a new person to do that in your company, but keeping track, accounting for every instance of AI and how you came up and generated that new character.
Right.
Whatever. That's what they're asking for.
Yeah.
But the IP lawyers don't care about that. They're just like, we need to protect Spider-Man or we need to protect whatever it is, you know?
Right.
And essentially there's a breakdown of communication in the middle.
Mm.
Because if you were to actually sit down, what happened on our game is that, you know, the person who runs our game company sat down with Duncan Crabtree Ireland, who is the chief negotiator, and they went through point by point because, you know, the game company side was like, we're worried about what this means, clause A or whatever,
Right.
right?
Mm-hmm.
And because we think it means this, you know, like we can't make money off of skins, let's say in Call of Duty or whatever,
Right.
right?
Right. Right.
You
Yeah.
know, with my character, like
Mm.
we can't make money off of that because it's generated art or whatever it is.
Mm.
And it's like then the SAG side has to be like, that's not what that means. Actually, this is what it means. You know, and then they have to go through line by line and talk about different things. And I think that there's a breakdown of communication. I think, like I said, in the middle, there's too many lawyers in the room, especially in the initial part. I
Mm-hmm.
think understanding what the needs are on both sides, talking about that is important. and then the lawyers of both sides coming in and making sure that language exists in the contract is very important. That's not happening. So
Mm.
like that middle section of like the conversation between the companies and the union isn't happening. It's the union with the lawyers for the company
Mm.
who don't care about the
Oh,
nuance.
I see.
That's
Okay.
kind of what's happening. And I think what people don't understand is that like every game company is different. So the person that you have to talk to in order to facilitate a contract in every single company is going to be different.
Mm.
And so most game companies like and actors who are trying to flip their game, I think they don't know who to talk to individually to see if they're even interested in flipping the game.
Mm.
They're talking to people underneath them who don't want to bother the people at the top. So it's always going to be no, right? You don't want to get like no one wants to get fired for bringing up a problem that doesn't exist.
Right.
And right now I think that's what's happening is that there's a lot of sort of in between where the conversation isn't getting to the right person.
Mm. I heard this from
And
somewhere. I heard this from someone else. Very similar to
yeah,
what you're describing right now. I think it was from Joe Zija actually, who mentioned something like this in
yeah.
his video. I don't know if you watched it. I know I'm pretty
No, I
sure a
don't know.
lot of people in the chat might have seen this. Yeah. So
I don't actually. I'm
no, that's
sorry.
no. This
No,
is this is good
oh
because if you're saying
yeah,
this and Joe's saying this, I can
yes.
okay. I can like okay. I can see there's some agreement between probably a bunch more actors too who see this on the same level. So
I
okay.
mean, just to be very brief about sort of when I flipped my game, which
Mm-hmm.
is Last Sentinel. You should play it when it comes out.
Do that right now,
uh,
chat. Go follow the
I know
Twitter
right.
account.
I don't know when that's gonna be, but when it
Yeah.
comes out, please play it.
Mm-hmm.
But essentially, we were talking to one of our producers who really didn't have any say so about um whether or not the contract would be signed. This producer was only in charge of the schedule,
Right.
right? And so essentially they were like, "Are you available to work? You have to work. You have to work." And we were like, "Did you sign the contract? We're interested in you guys signing the contract, the interim contract, AI
Right.
protections."
Right.
And they were just like, we don't know. I don't know. We're looking at it, but can you work this day?" You know, their job was just to get us back
Right.
and working.
Mm.
And and any problem that they take up the food chain basically, it could become their problem. Like, why didn't you stop it? I don't know what kind of company you work for, so like they could lose their jobs possibly. That's what
Mm.
they're thinking, right? So they don't want to take that up the food chain to who can make that decision. Sometimes they don't even know who that decision maker is themselves.
Ah.
All they know is that they have to get you in the studio and they have to do things. You have to be there so that we don't lose money.
Right.
There's so many like things that I think a lot of people don't think about is that people are thinking about their livelihoods and jobs, paying their mortgage, paying their bills, like all of us. And everybody is scared. They don't want to be the bad guy. They don't want to be the person bringing a problem because making a video game is all about problem solving.
Mm.
And if you're bringing a problem that's not a problem, what they think is not a problem, like
Right.
you can get fired for that. So like,
Yeah.
you know, understanding who to go to is so important. And I think one of the things I've been talking now that I've flipped my own game and I don't have to worry too much about it. I've
Right.
been helping sort of other games try to flip their games to the interim contract as well. And the
Mm.
number one question I always ask them is like, who is the decision maker?
Okay.
And most of them will be like, I don't know.
Wow.
And
Really?
you're like, got it. Okay, so that's a problem.
Yeah. See.
Um,
Okay.
yeah, yeah. And you're
Wow.
like, you need to figure that out. And speaking of like Singaporean and
Yeah.
Chinese law and all this
Mm-hmm.
stuff, I think Singapore has like one of, don't quote me on this, but I think it has one of the strongest like laws that help corporations.
Oh,
And
interesting.
it's notoriously hard to litigate in Singapore. So I know that that's one of the reasons why they wanted to have contracts based out of there, from what I understand.
Mm.
Here's another thing I want to say with Last Sentinel, our parent company at the top is Tencent. It's a
Mm.
Chinese company.
Okay.
And they signed a contract. They said okay to signing the contract. So it's not really about
When was this
Chinese
contract signed
companies.
for Last
We
Sentinel?
signed it We shot in September, so we were able to get it in the first week or two of September, I think.
Last
Last
year?
year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we were able to get our contract about a month and a half, maybe 2 months in, since the strike was called.
Right.
We were very, I will say this, we were very strategic about it. Um, it's like playing a video game. You got to look at the lay of the land. I'm not even joking.
Yeah.
Like, I literally looked at it and I was like, we have to stay silent. They cannot know that we're going to strike it, the game, until the absolute last minute.
Oof.
We have to like
I see.
keep our cards close to our vest. They can't know that the top actors on this game are going to say no about coming back if they don't sign the interim. But because we were able to get them close to the finish line, they basically had less than 2 weeks before they needed us back on set.
Right.
So there was a timeline crunch where they had to negotiate very, very quickly, you know? So there's many things that you can do in order to facilitate getting a contract signed. It
Okay.
really, really helped that the person who is number one on the call sheet, which means like is the main character or main star, was willing to say no.
Okay.
You know, if they didn't sign the contract. That really helps. It
Right.
really helps.
Mhm.
It's a very scary position to be in.
I
I'm not
would
gonna lie.
I would get so. Yeah, 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 understandably. But it also does
Yeah.
help to have everyone around you to support that, because
Yeah.
if you can't get everyone in, then you got to do something, or do something else that might not be the coolest idea for most people. Okay.
Yeah.
I see.
And
Sorry.
I was on the phone during that, you know, month and a half. I was on the phone for like 8 to 10 hours a day. And that's not hyperbole. That's literally like 8 a.m. because some people run in New York time. So like
Yeah.
8 a.m. to sometimes as late as like 9, 10 p.m. I was on the phone for an hour or two per actor, walking them through why we should fight for the contract, answering any questions that they had about the legal ramifications of things. It was a lot of work that I wasn't paid for, essentially. That is organizing, though. Like that's what being part of a labor union is about. Whenever you are working to get a new contract, you have to organize. You have to talk to everybody in your membership. And for me, it just happened to be that I just had to talk to a small group of actors in my own game.
Right.
So that wasn't like hundreds of people, thank God. That would have been so difficult. But still, it was many, many hours, and there were varying degrees of angry people and, you know, passive people. Like, trying to get them all on the same page took days, if not weeks.
Right.
But it was worth it, because now we have AI protections where we have a pay bump because we have the new contract pay, which matches inflation. Like, so many things that has only helped us.
So. What is your game called again? I just want to double check it real quick.
Last Sentinel game.
Last Sentinel game.
Yeah.
If I were to look that up,
there's a movie called Last Sentinel.
Yes, I just noticed that too. If I were to look that up on SAG-AFTRA under the video game search, yes, would I find it there as Last Sentinel?
Should. If you put in even, I think
there should be a production ID number too, right? Do you know it?
Yeah. I think it should be under Last Sentinel. But it should come up as green. Yeah, it was funny the day that we had a meeting with our top guy. All morning we were like, actually for me it was all night. I was like on the SAG website checking to see if it turned green or not.
Right.
And finally at like 8 a.m. I think that turned green. And we were all like, oh, okay.
I can't find it at the moment. I don't know if you want to double check later.
I don't know how to...
I can
yeah, it is.
Yeah.
I usually put it in with its code names.
Yeah, that's probably because I can't find under its name. Where I can find like a game like, for example, the game that I'm playing right now, Infinity Nikki, it shows up under there as Let's Play. And I know I can confirm that with another actor who says, yes, this is a interim union track sign game.
Can you send me that website?
I did. It's in your DM.
Like, where is it? Oh, there we go.
I did. Yeah, I remember seeing the trailer for this, chat. I remember seeing this during one of the Game Awards demos that we're playing, and I remember seeing someone getting kicked through the door, and an android coming out, and then someone on a motorbike shooting everyone, which is like, whoa. So
How do you spell the name? Oh my god.
that's what I was looking at. I was like, Last
Terrible.
Sentinel.
Oh, it's EL. Oh my god, that's hilarious.
Is it EL?
Yeah, let's see if it comes out.
Just wanted to make sure.
No results.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Do you have a code? Because that's another thing. How do you find production IDs for a bunch of these games? Like, where would you get that
Your agent
information?
should give it to you.
Oh, but it's not readily available on the internet, I guess.
I'm gonna put in the code name.
Okay.
There it is. I don't know if I'm allowed to say the code
Yeah,
name.
don't say it if you don't have to,
Probably,
right?
yeah.
Right.
But it does come up as last Let's Play if I put in the code.
Yeah, that's
Not
what.
that I can prove that to you.
Because that's what I see when I see Infinity Nikki when I type that in there. So
Yeah.
yeah, I think that's because a lot of people have been using this tool and probably have typed a bunch of different games into there. So I don't know if you can share this with SAG. Like, hey, can you fix this list so we can look up things?
Oh, I think the problem is even with code names,
Mm-hmm.
like I don't know. I'm making this up, but let's say like Red Heart is like a code name, right?
Mm.
Or Heart is a code name. And there's going to be like 5 different hearts.
Right. Yes.
And then you'll look it up and you're like, oh, my game is cleared, when really it's not, which is why they're always like double check with not just the code name, but also the production ID.
Right.
And a good agent should be giving you the production ID.
Right. Okay.
I'm just telling you that now. They'll say production ID this.
Right.
And if they don't give that to you and they are squirmy about giving that to you, then I would reach out to SAG. There is a email. Oh my god, what is it? There's an email that you can actually write to them and say, hi, I'm being asked to audition for this.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if it's covered by an interim contract, and they can say yes or no.
Okay. Cool.
So yeah,
and
there
so
is that tool.
Tencent did eventually agree to sign this contract for you guys after much strategic pushback.
Yeah.
Right.
I should say, I don't know if we had pushback on our game substantially. That's a lie. I would say the mid-level manager was pushing back.
I see.
I don't think the higher-ups were pushing back.
Right.
If that makes sense.
Okay.
The higher-ups, if anything, were trying to make sure that they were crossing their T's, dotting their I's, talking to different, because, like I said, they're all subsidiaries of subsidiaries, right? So essentially, Lightspeed LA has signed actually a whole studio contract. So any video games that come out in the future will also be signed under the interim without having to go through the rigmarole of signing the interim. So, but they have like above them is like Lightspeed, which I think their main office is in like Canada, and then like above them is some other. I can never remember that company name. They're gonna make fun of me for that. But like it's like Lightspeed LA, Lightspeed. There's some other company, and then there's Tencent above that.
Wow.
So,
okay.
You know, he had to go through all of them and just be like, hey, so there's a labor thing going on. This is why I think we should sign the contract. Blah blah blah. He had to get like thumbs up.
Yeah.
But he managed to get it.
He did. Okay.
You know?
And Tencent's a pretty big company, right? It's not a tiny company yet by any means.
No.
Yeah.
No,
huh.
It's like the Disney of China. So
like, yeah. So a lot of like over 180 games now in this example have signed interim agreements with SAG to flip and be part of a union project kind of thing.
I think right now the statistic is that interim signed contract games are making more money for actors now than non signed contracts.
As I would think so, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, for a while it was like, I think it was kind of balanced between the two.
Oh,
but now
I see.
It's like
right.
interim contracts are surging ahead as more and more.
Okay.
Actors are working. And then a lot of actors are withholding work on games that are not signed to the interim.
Right.
They're known as Side Letter 6 games. I'm sure you've heard of them.
Yeah. What can you define a Side Letter 6 game exactly?
Yes. So we're just going to go through very quick history of SAG-AFTRA.
Sure. I'm just going to grab a drink from my fridge.
I know.
Keep talking though. Keep talking.
Yes. Yeah. Well, while Rin is gone, we're going to do naughty things. No, just kidding. So essentially, SAG and AFTRA used to be 2 separate unions. SAG was the Screen Actors Guild, and AFTRA was the like federation of, radio and television maybe artists. so they covered two separate sectors, or two different sectors of entertainment. And it was fine for a while, but as like entertainment started to homogenize and all become like this one big giant thing, especially with like, TV and movies and then streaming and all that stuff sort of coming together,
Hmm.
SAG and AFTRA, like the producers started to pit SAG and AFTRA against each other to get them to sign contracts that were not ideal for all of them.
Mm.
So essentially, the best example I can give you is like television, nighttime television, the prestige TV shows used to be covered by the Screen Actors Guild.
Mm.
And then daytime television, like Days of Your Lives and all those like daytime dramas, were covered by AFTRA. But soon the contracts started to kind of merge in a weird way. So essentially, producers could pick and choose which contract they wanted. Most actors wanted the SAG contract,
Mm.
but some producers could pick the AFTRA contract. So then those two unions started to compete for the same TV contracts. And
Right.
when that happens, let's say SAG is like, I want you to pay, I don't know, $500 for a day or whatever. And they could be like, we don't want to pay that. And they can go to AFTRA and they're like, hey, how about we make a deal? We'll pay your actors $480. You can start working right now.
Wow.
If you do that. And all the actors that are on strike, they can technically move contracts to the AFTRA contract, and then you can have actors who can work that aren't on strike. So then they were like I said, pitting the two unions together. It was crazy.
To quote someone in chat, asking mom and then going to ask dad when she says no.
Yes. Yes, you're correct.
That's crazy. Okay.
That's what was happening. And so essentially they had to, they realized, and then their health and pension were starting to get split. So like actors weren't making enough for both unions to make health or pension. Because they were just making just enough, but they were missing like $2,000 for both. So if they combined it, they would make health and pension. So it was one of those things where they decided we can't have the producers pitting us together.
Right.
Let's merge the unions. So it was a very messy process, but SAG-AFTRA finally merged. But AFTRA used to do a lot of the game contracts because SAG wasn't very interested in video games at the time because it wasn't a big.
I remember hearing something about this. How long ago was this signed?
Oh man, I think the unions merged maybe 10 years ago.
Okay,
years ago.
that's when I remember. Okay, because I remember specifically something about SAG not caring so much about video games for some reason at the time. Yes. Okay, gotcha. Yes. All right.
And so essentially, AFTRA was kind of like, hey, there's a new market that's open called interactive. Let's make a contract so that actors who want to be covered can be covered, and they can use union actors comfortably. And so AFTRA made this kind of, it's not a great contract, let's be honest. I think the union is very honest about saying it's not a great contract. But it was a contract that, they were like keen on making with the producers on the game side so that they can start working under that contract and make money.
Okay.
So when the AFTRA contract was made, there was a weird one-page thing added called Side Letter 6.
Okay.
That's what it's called. SL6 for short. And it has, oh my God, what is the actual, it's so vague. I'm looking at it. Side Letter 6. Verbiage with a V.
It's funny you call it SL6. Reminds me of an Ace Attorney case.
Oh gosh, what does it actually say? Okay, I don't. Maybe you can. I'm terrible with Google apparently because I've been doing this all day. Even before the stream, I was like, let me look for something.
What do you want me to look for?
Had to look it up for me. But it's basically like a one sentence addendum, basically, because the side letter is basically kind of like an addendum. It's something that you add. A side letter is something that you add on top of a contract you've already negotiated, and it says something akin to, any games that are already in production can continue to work even during a strike. It is the worst piece of paper added to our
Say
contract
that
that you could.
say that again. What? When was this signed?
Basically, no one knows where it came from.
Okay.
It's just in the AFTRA contract that we then, yeah, hey, we're striking, but you can still work if you wanna. Yeah, basically, Dakota, that's what it means.
What?
So, I know, it is.
Sorry,
We are saddled.
say it one more time for me. I just want to wrap this around my head here.
So essentially, any game that is in production
Yeah.
currently
Uh-huh.
can continue to be in production during a strike.
Okay. But that's for a union game though, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So even if we go on strike, any game that started before the strike can technically continue without repercussions to its members. So essentially, when you call a strike, like any kind of general strike,
Right.
anyone who crosses the picket line can technically be punished by the union.
Hmm.
It is the thing that allows the union to keep its members in line if they start to cross the line, cross the picket line, I should say. When I say cross the line, that's what I mean. Because in the old days, we used to do pickets, in front of factories and stuff. So if you
Yeah.
decide to
I mean, I
cross
think some
that
SAG
line,
actors are doing that
yeah,
for other reasons, not video games in particular, but like with other
yes,
projects going on. Okay.
yes. So essentially, side letter 6 games, technically you can continue to work. If you're on a strike, it's suggested. I tell everybody, please don't work on side letter 6 games, even if you're legally allowed to work on them,
Right.
because it really weakens our bargaining power. So the big companies,
Okay.
after the last strike, because they knew this worked, the big companies, what they often did was they would start a production, because you don't have to name what it is. They
Right.
could come up with any code name. They
Uh-huh.
could be like, this is the Rin Tai Cho. And you'd be like, what game is it? It's under NDA, I can't tell you. You know what I mean?
Interesting. Okay.
And so they can file paperwork for 100 games. And all they have to do is pay one person to come in and record some lines legally.
Without telling.
And
Okay.
anybody what it is. And they never have to work on it again for years. But the paperwork exists.
Hmm.
So let's say a strike is called and they're like, we really need to do this game, but technically it's new. Then you say, oh, here's some paperwork from a game we started 2 years ago. You started 2 years ago, so actors can work on it legally.
When was this added to
Silent.
the contract?
It was there from the very beginning. That
And
very first interactive contract, yeah. I suspect. Now this is not. I don't know
right,
the
right. This
history
is
of it, but
speculation. Yeah, yeah. Okay.
this is a speculation game
Yeah.
because it's an AFTRA contract, and they used to do radio.
Uh-huh.
I suspect if you go into the guts of the contract, this existed because
Oh, wait, I think I
of
see where you're going with this. Okay. If you
it's like,
were
let's say,
so if you're a radio person per se, and there was a big emergency, I guess you could say, it
yeah,
would help those workers or broadcasters to go into work because there's a very important event going on. You need to be able to do
yes,
this, which is what
yes,
that is. But
I think so.
they
So it was like a
okay.
hurricane is coming or a tornado is coming. It's like you can cross the picket line to be like, you need to leave your motherfucking homes. You know what I mean? Like
Right, right.
that's
So that
what
was part of
they
AFTRA's
there
like
for.
agreement because they were working with those like television and broadcast contracts. Okay.
Yeah.
So
So
that
if like
remained
broadcasters, yeah,
okay.
that remained in the contract is where I think it's coming
So
from.
I guess they counted video games under that. Oh my gosh. Okay.
They shouldn't. I don't think
Right,
they
right.
should.
I got you, but that's kind of where probably where it came from. Okay.
And the
Interesting.
game companies have decided to
Literally,
believe
right. Literally
that,
take it for it what it
yeah,
says. Okay.
And so essentially, because everything in contracts in the US is based off of the word
Mm,
of that is written,
right.
you then if you have to start like you can't the union can't just decide that it means something else. In order to do that, they would have to go to the courts in order to then determine what it actually means.
Mm,
But the other side doesn't want to go to court, so they're not going to bring that up.
right.
And we have like a not a good contract, and we've been trying to ask for a new contract. The problem is side letter 6 exists in the old contract that is currently very favorable for the video game companies. So they don't even want
Understandably,
to
yeah.
create a new contract that would be
Mm.
good for them either.
So this is
Because
this part of the things that SAG wants to update when signing
they're
or
trying, I
creating the
think.
new agreement, I'm guessing, right? Okay.
Well, side letter 6 would still exist because the game companies okay, here's the other thing that I think a lot of people don't understand is that when you are bargaining, you both sides have to agree in advance before
Mm,
you start negotiating
mm,
what points you are going to discuss.
mm.
They have to agree that we're going to discuss wages, we're going to
Right.
discuss health and pension, we're going to discuss all these things. And that, both sides have to agree that this is what we're discussing.
Mm-hmm.
But let's say the game side, you could bring it up. You could be like, we don't like side letter 6. We'd like to discuss the verbiage. And the game companies are allowed to say, we don't want to discuss that. Then they cannot bring it up during negotiation
Ah, I see, I
because it
see.
is not an agreed upon
Mm.
thing.
Okay.
That is the rule of law here in the US.
Is that up to the
Labor
lawyer
unions,
to bring that up to their lawyers?
they can't.
Oh.
They can't because they have to. They're a bargaining group. Both sides are
Oh, I
bargaining
see.
group,
Okay, okay,
right?
okay.
They both have to agree on what
Right.
they're going to talk about in advance.
I mean, so how did they decide what to talk about? Did they just like, we want to talk about this? Do you guys agree with this?
Yes.
Okay. But the
Yes. So
lawyers of
both sides will present.
right.
Yeah.
So the lawyers would bring it up. So
Yeah.
okay, I can
And
see.
oftentimes what you could do is like, let's say both sides have something that they don't want to talk about that are two
Mm-hmm.
different things.
Yeah.
They could always be like, hey, you wanted us to talk about purple dinosaurs and we don't want to. But we want you to talk about green dinosaurs and you don't want to.
Mm.
How about we mutually agree that we will both talk about green and purple dinosaurs, even though we don't want to, because you want it. It will each get something that we don't want.
Right.
But you know what
Okay.
I mean? Like,
Okay.
that's kind of how you can try to force the other side to
All
talk
right.
about things. But like,
So
it has to be mutually agreed on.
so that comparison chart I had to dig up for you
Oh,
earlier.
yes. I couldn't
So
find it.
yeah,
I'm such a
so
dork.
this is what the union has proposed, and
Yes.
I'm assuming the lawyers of the bigger companies have decided to talk about and come
Yes.
together with. That's kind of what's
Yes.
going on. I'm just gonna throw this in the chat. Chat is interested in looking at it.
Yes.
But
Oh, I should open it.
if
Yeah.
you can go over really quickly, what has changed in there that SAG is asking for, essentially?
Oh, I think if you take
Dakota,
a look at
I'm all
this.
about my sources, okay? I'm tired of people yelling at me and just going off hearsay because some other guy did it. I'm sick of that. Give me a source.
So there's 11 pages here. I think the most important one is really this first top box in page 1. And basically what um SAG is proposing is that let's actually look at it so that we're not like, but basically what it is that once we sign the contract, anything past, present, future will fall under the new in this new contract, this new interim contract, basically. So any work that we do is covered. Anything on the internet is covered.
Mm,
Any piece of information, dialogue, anything that is fed into generative AI to make voices or characters or stunt performance, that will be compensated for fairly. They'll
mm-hmm.
keep basically an Excel spreadsheet or whatever kind of spreadsheet that they're keeping
Yeah.
on every character that they make. And they will put in what kind of prompts that they put in. So let's say they put in like, we want Rin Tai Cho crossed with a blue dinosaur, me and my dinosaurs apparently, and we want an alien based off of that.
Mm.
They would make sure to pay you, Rin Tai Cho, for being 50% of that character being generated
Mm-mm-mm.
and using your past data.
Right.
Now,
Okay.
what the game companies are trying to say, they've changed the verbiage a little bit so that the day that the contract is signed, past that date is when
When
they
this
have,
goes into effect, anything that is
yes,
made from today and forward in the future,
yes,
then we have to
is
follow this
covered.
rule, right?
Yes.
The
But
problem with that
anything in the
is,
past,
yes, anything in the past is that was fair
free
game
game.
for us.
Yes.
Exactly. So
So
by
everything from Twitch that you've done, anything that you've done from YouTube, TikToks, Instagram photos, you talking
right,
in a birthday video that was uploaded to the internet, anything
right,
can be used. And they don't have to keep track of it. They can
right.
straight up rip it off and use it and
Mm-hmm.
generates, an AI version of you,
Right.
and they don't have to pay anything.
So the contract is
Nothing.
asking for. So union's asking for that, right? For that
Yes.
to be added in. Okay.
Yes. So here's the thing is that I think, like, if the union is able to get all work covered, every
Mm.
single piece of work, past, present, or future covered, what that does is that, let's say there's a union game that uses you, Rin Tai Cho, from 10 years ago. They found photos, video, and they're like, oh my gosh, this would make the best character in this video game.
Mm-hmm.
And they put that into generative AI and they make a character. Um, the thing is, like, hold on, I had a point here. I'm like, um, so essentially, like, what they're saying is, oh my god, I had a point. What was I saying? Hold on, I got so passionate that I like totally
Something
forgot.
about me from 10 years ago being made
10 years ago, yeah.
into a
Oh,
project.
oh,
Yeah.
oh. So let's say you're not a union actor right now, right?
Mm-mm.
But in a union game, they're like, we're using Rin Tai Cho from 10 years ago. It's going to be this awesome companion that you can like befriend and then take on your journeys. The union, because it's a union contract, they can fight for you
Oh,
on your
interesting.
behalf to make sure you get paid,
Mm. Okay.
even though you may not be part of the union,
Mm.
because then they would have to keep their books open and make sure that they like.
Right.
So a lot of people are like, well, this doesn't matter to me. It's like, it will, though, in the future, because if they are stealing information
Which is
from your
very
past work,
easy to do, especially as an
yeah,
actor, and especially if you want to get publicity. You'll be posting yourself everywhere.
yes.
Yeah.
And like, basically, the union can go in and make sure you get paid even if you're not a union actor. If they
Mm.
based something off of your performance or your job or
Mm-hmm.
any kind of anything that you put up on the internet, the union can make sure you get paid even if you're not part of the union. That's
Oh,
the beauty of it.
hell yeah. AI Rin Taicho gets money before I do, guys.
Yes. Yes. That's what's important though, is
Yeah.
that the union, like I said, is here to protect everyone's best interest
Mm.
in this sense, because the future is going to be online, right? The
It
future is
already is.
the
Yeah, we're here
present is already
already. Yeah.
online. Yeah. And so what what the union is trying to do, because we don't know really what even 5 to 10 years is going to look like. You know, the union already has a contract for influencers for their social media videos and their what are they called? The videos where they're like you should buy this face cream or whatever.
Just an
Obviously that's
ad,
not
I
face cream.
guess.
Yeah, but like, you know what I mean? But like,
Yeah.
just there's the little things, like they actually have influencer like contracts so that influencers who are not actors can also be covered.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah, so these things are being put into place because entertainment again changes with the times. At first it was just movies, and then TV was created and they were like, well, we need contracts for television,
Yeah.
and then like VHS, DVD sales, all these things happened, and with emerging technology like AR and VR, which I've worked in those spaces too, it's like
Mm-hmm.
the game companies were really bold. I'm going to be very honest here. About a
Yeah.
year ago, maybe a year and a half ago, there was this very famous Um, very famous franchise
Okay.
that put out an audition
Mm.
for a game that would be in like the AR and VR space. I think it was a VR game.
Mm-hmm.
And they were like, we're not, there is no union contract because that is not covered by the union. VR is not covered by the union.
Interesting. Okay.
This is one of the biggest franchises in the world, owned by one of the biggest companies in the world. They have money. Like they were like, it's gonna be non-union.
Okay.
And the union members had to push back. We had to be like, no, what? Like, what do you mean AR and VR is not covered by
Hmm.
the union? It is performance.
Yeah.
Of course. And they were like, but it's not film and television. It's not covered. It's not video. Like,
Yeah.
it's not covered. And we had to be like, no, no, no. Our performance is covered. And that's why the stunt performers are pushing for their contract, like their needs in the contract as well.
Mm-hmm.
Because game companies are looking at stunt performers and saying, it's not performance, it's data. We don't have to pay you for performance.
Mm.
Which is why it's great that the Oscars are doing their own stunt performance category, because that tells you
Actually,
that
yeah, that's a really cool thing. Yeah. That's really good.
performance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Dakota's like, wow, that is bold. Yes.
Yeah, because
So,
like, how does a game learn how to move around and do things without the stunt performers or actors, right? We see everyone wear those suits all the time where it's tracking them.
yeah,
That data is saved somewhere, chat, and it can definitely be used again and again and again and again.
yes.
So, and then you could
So
just
if
take
they
that.
do,
Yeah. Okay.
yeah, they just need to pay. Like, if they were like, we got really, really great data of like an actor doing, I don't know, like monkey movements, and they're like, oh, we
Mm-hmm.
need to put it in this other game.
Yeah.
They can,
Mm-hmm.
as long as they pay the actor a
Yeah.
session fee. That's it. Like,
Yeah. Okay. Because I think
that's
a
all
lot
we're
of,
asking for.
I
Yeah.
feel like this is also like where I don't want to paint it as two sides, but often it feels like that, right? Like AI
Yeah.
bad or AI is great.
Yeah.
Like their AI is definitely a thing now that can be good, provided again, once again, we have some kind of regulation for it. This is a big example of it
Yes.
right now, where
Yes.
a company can pay the one time to get you to do whatever, right? But then they can go train a model to go learn all that, then they don't have to hire that actor again. But how did they get
Yep.
that data in the first place? From the actor.
Yes.
So it just makes sense to pay the actor for that. But
Yeah. And I
like,
think
yeah.
what the union is also fighting for, because the game companies again are being really sneaky about this, is that, let's say, like with my game
Mm-hmm.
that I'm on, Last Sentinel,
Yeah.
they had a vertical slice that they made, and at that point they actually used this a stunt woman's body in the face of one of their employees. So they're going to use that model in the game itself. And
Mm.
essentially, I'm doing all the facial movements, I'm doing all the body movements, I'm doing all the voice acting. But if they decide to put in my character name, Hiromi Shoda, as a prompt, the game companies right now, the verbiage is saying that if they use my character name, they don't have to pay the actor.
Ah, I
So
see.
there are many different things that they're fighting for. That there's
Yeah.
little
There's
like,
little instance, yeah, little loopholes
yeah,
that are popping up here and there that you have to
yeah,
kind of snuff out. I gotcha.
yeah, and even in TV and film, let's say like Andy Serkis playing, I guess, an ape, right, in like Planet of the Apes
Mm-hmm.
or whatever. Like they can decide to put in his character name and not pay Andy Serkis. Like that's
Right.
what they're trying to do.
Okay.
So, um, little things
Hmm.
that we're fighting for, in terms of AI and
Okay.
yeah, fun stuff.
Okay. Now let's get
Hopefully
into
that makes sense.
the real intense questions. Let's just say.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh wait, Krugus Punk is saying it's like royalties for TV shows and movies. Seems fair. Yes.
Exactly.
That's what it is.
It's just.
That's essentially what it is.
I mean, I want to get paid for work that I put out there, and if you want to use it again, and you're gonna keep using it, I would probably be like, "Yo, can I get like a little cut of it?" Since, yeah, like I'm not
You're making money?
like
Yeah.
there's no one free from not stealing something from the internet for using somewhere else and trying to hide it up. Content creators are notorious for this, me included, especially. I've been very, very diligent about looking for things that I can use legally and effectively. And even then, like, I think maybe I could be better at that right now. But
And if we
anyway,
continue
yeah.
to try to do the right thing, those pipelines will start to exist. I
Mm.
think right now the pipeline to find things to use legally, it's hard, right?
Yeah, it's hard for sure. Especially when you want, like,
Yeah.
say, like a really good song you want to use for a video. You have to go through all
Yes.
those loopholes of, like, asking, can I have the permission for this, for this? Will I make money off it? No, whatever, right?
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
there are
But if
things
there's a
for that, yeah.
company that negotiates that for you on their behalf,
Yeah.
depending on how big, let's say for you, like how big your following is and how many times it plays, like
Mm-hmm.
there's such a market for it.
Yeah.
The pipeline just doesn't exist.
Chat, for
Yeah.
instance, that Infinity Nikki April Fool's joke video that I posted on April Fool's Day, the song used for that was through like a music company that I had to go get the rights for so I could use it
Ah,
because you couldn't get it anywhere else, right? If I use that, then I'm in trouble, right? So,
yeah.
but I really wanted like a very suspenseful, kind of like very thriller like song for Quizmaster to be in there. So, and I couldn't do that without like contracts, and it's fine. Like they can make whatever share. I already paid my share to them, so yeah, it's not
Yeah.
difficult. But anyway, so
Yes. You said there was hard questions.
well, I think we can start leading into the hard questions right now because I feel like a
Sure.
lot of people here want to know the spice on this. Okay, so
Oh wait, Dakota said something.
Sure.
Let's just say
go for
it's
it.
important to remember that SAG-AFTRA negotiation results now will set the stage for
Exact.
industry
Yes.
later.
Yes.
Yes.
Huge. Very huge. Because
Yes.
if we don't do this now, we're boned, you guys. You want a Genshin Impact where it's just like, oh, Traveler, come back, kind of. I'm exaggerating, obviously, right? It'd probably be like okay, but it's not gonna have.
Yeah.
For instance, I want Zach to like really scream his heart out when it gets to that point. If something like that happens, I'm speculating, right? So anyway, so you're non-union VA, right?
Yes.
Genshin Impact or Star Rail or Zenless or whatever
Yeah.
is a project that you have an opportunity to work on. There's a strike now, though. You can't get into it. Hang on. I'm trying to create a scenario in my head.
Like, let me think about this.
Let me make, So,
No, take your time.
so you're at the point now where, say, you want to use up a Taft Hartley, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that's one instance. Might be some people that have maxed out on them and they need to sign one or be part of the union now. What are some options for those non-union VAs that want to get in? And is there a reason to continue to stay out of it still and not sign it?
Yes. So, okay, this is what I did. I'm going to speak from my own
Okay.
personal experience.
All right.
Because joining the union, the initiation fee is pretty steep.
That's a big point that comes up a lot now. Is it a
It's
static fee or is it like percentage based on your experience or what?
No. So
Okay.
the initiation fee itself is $3,000 just
Okay.
to join the union.
Okay.
And then after that, you have to pay a base minimum rate, which is, oh my gosh, don't quote me on this. It's like $240 a year, I think. And then after that, depending on how much money you make, you kind of pay a percentage.
Oh, so it's like a
of
tax bracket kind of thing. Okay.
Kind of.
Yeah.
But it's like not that much. Although if you do make more money one year, you look at your dues the next year and you're like, oh, I made money last year because that's more than I paid last year.
And I bring this point up again, Chad. Every dollar you make, put some away. Don't spend all your freaking money on a gacha game. Crying out loud. I speak that from experience. Sorry, I'm very heated about money. Okay, sorry.
Yeah. So essentially, like, I think what people don't understand is that like there are many things that you can do.
Mhm.
I personally, because I was one of those diligent actors who's like, there's so much more I can still learn. I'm not sure if I'm ready to compete at the level that
Right.
SAG-AFTRA. I wanted to remain eligible.
Right.
So there's something called SAG-AFTRA eligible, which means that you have enough Taft-Hartleys, you can join at any time. If you are eligible, I'm speaking, like Rin said, I'm speaking from my own experience.
Mm-hmm.
If you are eligible, make sure you have the initiation fee in a bank account somewhere, because you might get that one job, a pilot,
Yeah.
an animation, whatever, the biggest lead role that you can think of in a video game.
Mm.
And you'll have to join
Yeah.
in order to
Right,
do
to
that.
get this role, yeah.
You
Right.
want to make sure you don't lose an opportunity because you didn't have enough money to join the union for the role of a lifetime. Please, please, please. I say that to all actors. I'm like,
Yeah.
if you are eligible, you have your 3 Taft-Hartleys, please, for the love of God, try to have at least some money squirreled away.
I mean, you should have that anyway. But
Yes.
again, like, to be fair to everyone, it's freaking hard to save money, especially in this economy, understandably.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, also quick
Now,
question. Someone
yes,
asked that, can that 3,000 be paid over time, or is it like a one-time go?
yes,
Okay.
yes.
So that's
So
not too hard.
yeah, so there's I think for me, I wonder what did I feel like I paid like half of it,
So down payment kind
maybe
of
less than
thing.
half.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I over 3 or 4 different
Projects.
uh no,
Oh,
quarters. I had
quarters.
to
Okay.
pay
Right.
like $500 each quarter. So it was like every 3 or 4 months I would have to pay like 500.
That's nothing
They
then,
also,
technically.
yeah,
Okay.
they also have their
Yeah.
own credit union called the SAG-AFTRA credit union basically.
Mm-hmm.
It's not their own. It's a separate entity.
Right. Okay.
But for people joining, they also have payment plans through that as well.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's like taking out a line of credit basically with a credit.
Mm-hmm.
And I think what it is that if you don't pay on time through that, or any of those options, like because your check goes through the union, they're allowed to garnish your
Right.
wages.
Yeah. Okay. But
So
that's
you can
kind of,
continue to work
but
to
that's
pay
just
your
like
initiation
something that
fee.
everyone has to kind of go. It's not just SAG. It's just a job, right? They
Yes,
do this, and
basically.
it's your responsibility beyond your finances.
Yes.
So okay.
Please. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's one of the things. There's two things I always tell actors to try to, if they can figure it out, is to figure out their finances and be at least somewhat competent. And if you're
Yeah.
not, at least like Princess, save your money. Because it's easy. Like you're gonna have a couple years that you're gonna be non-union. Let's be honest. Not almost not every actor is gonna come in and then suddenly have to be union.
Right.
They're gonna be non-union for some time, maybe a year, maybe 2 years, maybe 5 years.
I've been told that there's like 80% work is non-union. Like there's a lot of
Yeah.
work comparatively against like union
Yes.
games. Okay. Yeah.
Yes. And you want to continue to do non-union games
Yeah, just for
to learn
experience and try
experience.
other things. Exactly. Yeah.
Yes. And it's part of your resume.
Uh-huh.
And it's like, if it's good, like clip it, put it into your, visual demo reel. Like so many things that you can do. Like, and again, oh, for my own experience,
Mm.
like I was like shirking my duty to join the union for so long. Like I
Mm.
called a department that takes care of that stuff. Oh my God, I never know it's either station 19 or station 13. I can't remember, but you call them.
Mm-hmm.
Usually your agents are the ones who are calling you and they're like, hey, so and so is trying to hire you, but you're station like 19 or 13 or 12 or whatever.
Right.
Which means, oh, I haven't paid my dues. Hold on. And you
Yeah.
have to go and like pay your dues
Right,
right
right, right,
away. And
right,
I
right.
I, I will usually send them like my confirmation number. I'm like, I paid. Please hire me.
Wow.
Um it's hilarious. It happens all the time though,
Mm-hmm.
because it's like you can't, I think you can make it automatic, but if you don't, like it's easy to forget. You
Right.
try to remember around December because you want to start getting your free screeners and stuff like that for
Mm.
award season.
Yeah.
There's like a due date for that, but essentially other than that, like you forget. You're
Right.
literally like almost every year I get called at least once and they're kind of like so you're station 19 or 12 or
Yeah,
whatever,
yeah.
and I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
"Oh, sorry."
Okay.
But I used to call them when I was non-union too, and I would beg them. I would be like, "Please, is there any way you can extend my eligibility
Right.
so that I
Okay.
don't have to join the union
Okay.
and I can do this union job without joining the union?"
Mm-hmm.
And they extended my eligibility for, I want to say, close to 3 years.
Wow.
Yeah. And because the other person on the line is probably a SAG actor too, they
Mm-hmm.
understand.
Okay.
And they look up your checks, they look up how much you've made throughout the
Mm-hmm.
years,
Yeah.
and they'll kind of be like, yeah, I can extend you for this quarter. And you're like, thank
Right.
you so much.
Mm-hmm.
And it got to this place where I just made too much money. And they
Oh,
were like, we can't
yeah.
extend you
Okay. Now
anymore.
you gotta like get in. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I
Okay.
was like, are you sure? And they're like, honey, you made like
Yeah.
X amount more than
Right.
your initiation fee. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I cannot anymore. Like, you have to
Was there a
join.
reason
Like,
why you didn't want to like join right away? What was the reason for that?
I think for me, it might have been, there was a multitude of things, but one
Mm-hmm.
of them was definitely um, like probably a confidence thing for me. Like, I was like,
Okay.
am I ready to be competing with these people? I also, I didn't at the time. Time. What I knew and understood was the world of non-union, right? What kind
Mm.
of work was available and jobs and how much I could and couldn't make. and I think in my mind I was like, "Oh, I'm making enough. I don't know if like because you almost have to start from scratch in a weird way where you're sort of building yourself
Mm,
back up doing
right.
just
I see. I
union
see.
work."
Yeah.
Yeah. And it opens up a whole new world, but that means you need to get to know more people. You need to get in
Hmm.
front of more people. And I think at the time it just was like, I was like, do I want to do that right now? It was a little
Mm-hmm.
bit of like a thing where I was like, I still want to learn at the level of non-union. Now that I look back, I realize like there is so much union work. Um, Union work tends to pay more
Yeah.
upfront.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's just this thing where it was like, oh, I didn't know I was ready, but I was.
Right. Okay.
Sometimes it's just every person's journey is a little bit different. And I also was surrounded by people who, they made a lot more money doing non-union, so there was this kind of
Oh, understandably, like,
stigma.
why would you join?
Yeah.
Because you could just make more here
Yeah.
and stuff like that.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. And it's like now that like I said I've joined, I'm in a I'd loathe to say comfortable position, but I work consistently enough now,
Yeah. Is
compared to like at the beginning of my career.
as someone part of the union, do you see
Mhm.
consistent work now? Is that a thing?
I do.
Okay.
I do.
That's good.
It's
Because
but there's so many things.
another thing that is brought up, sorry to cut you out there,
No, no, no,
is
no, no,
that
no.
when a non-union becomes union or union actor,
Mhm.
sorry, they can't do non-union work, thus kind of cutting off the amount of work they get. Like, what's your comment on that?
I think for me, there's always going to be when you're leveling up
Mm,
in anything in life. It
mm,
doesn't matter if it's acting or not.
right.
There's always going to be that moment where you gotta grind, even in video games, right?
Oh
Where you're
yeah,
like
me
trying
too.
to level
I've
up to the
definitely done
next
that.
level.
Yep.
Yeah, you gotta grind. You gotta get your
Hmm.
materials, and you gotta make your things, and you gotta make your character stronger so that you can survive in world level fucking
So
Asian
essentially, you're
video
saying
games.
is
Like,
that you have to kind of start doing some work that you might not agree
yeah,
with for a while, and that's just kind of part
yeah.
of life at that point.
And yeah, and
Yeah.
and you just have to find new pathways. And like
Yeah.
I think for me, the biggest thing that really helped me kind of get over that hump was live action dubs,
Oh, so
you
just
know?
going outside of voice work into other stuff. Okay.
Well, it is voice work, but it's
Oh yeah,
like
right. Sorry, you said live action dubs.
me,
I thought that you meant like
yeah,
an actual
no,
live
no.
action. Sorry.
Oh, no, no, no.
Yeah.
Like dubbing, a
Right.
Korean drama into
Right. Right.
English
Right.
or
Right.
whatever,
Yeah. 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 Okay.
Um, it doesn't pay as much as like say a session of video games, but like
Hmm.
it's still good money for an hour, let's be honest.
Right.
Like,
Right. Right. Okay.
you know, and it counts towards your health and pension. Like it's it's such a like there's so many different things you can be doing. And I'm my thing is like I try to think of things in a practical but also positive way. So
Hmm.
that's why it's really important to make friends in the industry too, because they could tell you, there are some people I'll be like, hey, you should talk to so and so at whatever studio, and you should see if that's something you want to do. Maybe you like it, maybe you're good at it. Like if you hate it, don't do it. But like, if it's
Yeah.
something that you find pleasure in doing, 4 hours here, 2 hours here, 4 hours here, like you can pay your bills.
Yeah.
It's like, I mean, don't live extravagantly, but you can pay
Right.
your bills. You
Yeah.
can, and you can, while you're paying your bills doing this, like, you can start reaching for those reach goals of like, I want to work in, I don't know, Elden Rings, or I want to work in, you know, whatever franchise that
Hmm.
you kind of want to work in. Like, you could start to reach for those things,
I can
and
kind of see
build.
it in like the waves of actors that have shown up. Like there used to be like a very small group of actors that would always be in the same video games over and over again. But as time has gone on, there seems to be like a
Yes.
section, almost like a clique of actors in like every couple of years. Like this group now, now it's this group, now it's this group, now it's this group
Yeah.
kind of thing. So
Yeah.
yeah,
And it's because people will move up.
yeah. Eventually,
That's the
that
thing is that I think,
exactly. Yeah.
or at least I would like actors to think that they're going to move up. They're going to move into a different, maybe not move up, but move into a different market,
Hmm. Yeah, like
of
you
like,
approach, you go into this, so maybe you end up in like live action, actual live action, or like a
yeah,
movie drama, or maybe like movie star even. Like who knows? So
you
yeah,
acting is acting.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
acting overall. Yeah.
And so my thing is like, that's why I always tell people don't join the union until you're ready,
Hmm. Okay.
because once you do join the union and you're sort of capped to doing union work, like you're going to be competing with those people. And a
Right.
lot of them, oh, someone said something that recently that I worked with, I cannot name them, but like
Yeah.
as a longtime actor in this field,
Mm.
and she did her game as a favor
Oh, I see.
to
Okay.
one of the actors. Yeah, name actor, like well known. And I was like, thank you so much for doing this. It means a lot. And she turned to me and she said, you know, the only thing that's different between you and me, I just have more years of experience.
Huh.
That's it. Like you're gonna get there. Like that's the only thing that separates us. Truly. Just think of it that
Just
way.
experience, essentially.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so when you're competing with people who have more experience, they have more on their resume, like you're going to be competing with those people,
I mean, it is a
and
competitive market, right? It is a
not just
big
that, it's
competitive
like
space.
you might be right for the part, but
Yeah.
like sometimes they're going to want more experience.
Mm-hmm.
And that has nothing to do with your talent. It's
No.
nothing to do with anything. That's why I'm like, build your resume. Build your resume as a non union actor as much as you can. Because then, as you move into the union space, you will be able to prove to them look at the amount of work I've done. This is the resume that I have. I am competitive with people who may be in the industry longer than you.
Do people tend to look at like how? What's the importance weight of importance? Sorry, what is the weight of importance for something to be on your contract, like a big like AAA game versus like a number of years that you've been in the space? Like, what would you look at personally, kind of thing, when you're looking at actors?
Oh,
Or,
wait,
like
what do you mean?
how?
Let's rephrase that.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to think.
No, 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 no.
What
I
would
just want to
what
understand
would
your
look
question.
better to like a company, I guess, that are looking for actors? Would they want to look for like big
Oh,
titles that they worked on with smaller, like shorter years worked, or would they look for someone with more years worked and probably a not as many good titles, but lots of like little projects here and there?
I think it depends on
Hmm.
the developers. It
Right.
depends on the people on the team.
Yeah.
If they're a huge fan of you from some small obscure work, they're going to want to work with you,
Right. Okay. Yeah.
And like you'd be surprised for me when people find out, like from game companies, they find out I was not only in Ghost of Tsushima, but I was Tomoe from Ghost of
You were in Ghost
Tsushima.
of Tsushima? What? I didn't even know
Yeah,
that.
you what?
What?
Yes, you do.
I never played the game. That's why. So.
That's hilarious. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm in Ghost of Tsushima.
Mm-hmm.
And I played this very kind of controversial character named Tomoe.
I'm gonna go look this up.
Um,
Go ahead. Keep talking.
they there are like news articles about this character. It's hilarious.
All right.
People either, I think, love her incredibly, or they're just like,
Oh my god.
I wish I could have killed your character. It's like,
Tomoe. So I quote this line here. Tomoe is one of the most despicable characters in the entire game. What did you do? Is
oh
this
my
the
God.
English VA? Did you do English VA for this? Because
Yeah,
I know you can
yeah,
speak fluently Japanese too, right?
yes, yeah.
Oh my god.
No, it was funny because, like, oh my gosh, I had somebody I know send me this Reddit post where it's like a screen grab of my character, like looking off into the distance like
Yeah.
this, like straight into camera, but kind of like, and it was hilarious because under the caption or above the caption, it's Reddit. It
Yeah.
was like, I can fix her. Oh my gosh, like,
Wow.
yeah,
That's
but like I
crazy.
said,
Huh.
um, it's hilarious because like oh well, Venator is saying I love her, but
Okay.
it's just one of those things where like people will be like, oh my gosh, and like they'll love that, and they'll be like, oh, I'd love to work with you. Like you just don't know. You
Right.
just don't know
Mm-hmm.
where people have been looking or know your work, and they may not associate it with you per se
Mm-hmm.
as well. So it's just one of those things where I would like to think it's a combination of both, where
Right.
one is that they want the best person and right person for the part, playing the part.
Mm-hmm.
You also have to understand that the game developers are fans of certain people, so they may pick their fan favorite over you, who might be right for the role. And
Right.
the team will probably be very split about that too. That happens a lot to me because I know from experience and conversations later on that it was split between me and maybe another more famous popular actor.
Hmm.
And they went with the famous more popular actor.
Right.
but the team may not have all agreed. You
Mm.
just don't know. I
Mhm.
didn't know that until years later,
Mhm.
oftentimes. And it's like, because you'll meet these people elsewhere in different places. They'll be like, "Oh, I remember you because you were so great." And like, man, we argued for a long time as to who to go with because we
Right.
thought you were right, but like the head person was a huge fan of so and so.
Right, right, right. Okay.
And you got to be like, "Oh, cool." And just take the win for what it
I
is, you
mean,
know?
to compete with so and so might feel good too, right? Like I got it over this
Yeah,
person, so yeah.
yeah. And
Okay.
so I think it's just one of those things where like you don't know. There is no right or wrong answer as to how people are chosen.
Mm.
The only thing you can do, this is my motto, is like always always just be the most interesting version of that character
Mm.
and believe that you are right
Right.
for that character. No
Mm.
matter how it's written, you just almost hypnotize yourself and think like this is me, right? And then it is you until you're proven otherwise. Maybe the game comes out with some other voice. Then you're like,
I've heard of
okay, well,
stories
it's
like
not
that
working.
too. Like they did a role and then they learned like, oh, I didn't actually get in. Kind of
Yeah.
sucks. But you got
Oh,
paid,
yeah,
I
that
guess.
happens too.
So
Here's my thing.
yeah.
You're not a veteran actor until A, you have replaced an actor, and B,
Jeez.
no, no, B, you have been replaced.
Ooh.
It will happen. Both things will happen in your life cycle as an actor.
Has that
Always.
happened to you?
Yes.
Wow.
Both times.
You've been acting
A and
for
B.
how long? You been acting for now?
My all my life, but I
Wow.
would say
Okay.
at least uh I would say in voiceover seriously for the past 5 to maybe 7 years.
Okay.
I was an on-camera actor before that too, so it's like
Oh, okay.
I've been in the business for a while, but it's like
Mm-hmm.
you will inevitably be replaced and you will inevitably replace somebody. It is inevitable.
Yeah.
It
It's
it
just the
it, it
nature of work, I guess, in this kind of space. Yeah.
yes.
I think I can
And
relate to that a lot too.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Because so many people make decisions, right? Even for
Mm-hmm.
streamers. Like,
Yeah.
if you're doing sponsored content or whatever, it's like there's going to be multiple people making choices about whether it's a yes or no to hire you, right?
Mm-hmm.
And even after they hire you, they might fire half the team and then new people might come in and then they always feel like they have to, justify their jobs. And one of the ways they do that is they go around and they're like, maybe we should hire somebody else instead of this person, even
Mm-hmm.
though they don't need to do that. It makes no sense to do that. But it's like, you don't know what people need to prove in order to keep their jobs.
Right.
So you just have to, be okay with what happens. And it's not always fair, you know. It sucks.
It
It
is
really does.
like I can relate to that as a content creator, especially when
Yeah.
I'm in a pretty competitive space when I'm always trying to get new viewers to come watch and ultimately maybe try to support me with whatever means of whatever that I have, right? But you don't have to do that, right? So that's up to me to try and figure out on my own.
Yeah.
So sorry. Anyway, we went off on like a
No,
huge tangent, right?
never be sorry.
Yeah.
No, no.
So
I mean, every conversation about the union and the strike is
yeah.
always intricate and complicated, and every
Mm.
game is going to have different needs. So, I think it's okay to talk about the little things.
Yeah. Dakota says, I suppose that makes it really important not to hold animosity towards colleagues. Seems like that attitude can warp back to union opposition.
I think here's where we talk about, I think.
Mm.
It's really interesting. So, like in the old days, when you used to picket and people had to actually cross a union line to go work and be a scab, shaming a person into not doing that and trying to convince them by talking to them while they're trying to cross the picket line was seen as one thing,
Right.
right? But now all we have is oftentimes virtual pickets, or we do some physical pickets,
Yeah.
but a lot of times it's about withholding work and
Mm.
not going in and working.
Right.
Um, and so I think that an amount of shame is required in order to be like, yo, dude, it's not cool, you
Mm-hmm.
know? And I think that kind of movement, we haven't seen that a lot recently because physical pickets are harder and harder to do,
Mm.
you
Okay.
know?
Yeah.
And so when we see examples of that online,
Mm.
I think some people may take that as, I don't know, animosity, or it might be taken as, I don't know, bullying or whatever. But really, what it is that I think that people are trying to hold up a mirror and be like, yo, look at yourself. This is what you're doing. This is what we're fighting for. If you didn't know, we're letting you know,
Right.
and that I think is important to do because we have to, in this day and age when our world is becoming slowly becoming one, right? Whether it's the internet, social media, we're all connected. What each individual person does matters. And I think it's really important that people realize that their actions matter. And I think that it can be hard to realize that when maybe you live in a different country, or you're so desperate to make a name for yourself as an actor
Mm.
that you're willing to do anything. It's hard to see these things. And I think what is happening is that a mirror is being held up, and not everybody appreciates that action. But I
Mm.
think, like I said, in this world where I'd like to think, no matter what I do, no matter what you do, no matter what anybody here is doing, what you do, what you say matters. It might be really small, but it could be the tipping point, right? That helps. And let's let's call it, AI is the next existential crisis.
Mm.
In the US right now, we're living in a time when democracy and freedom is being dismantled slowly but surely, you know? And what we do at this level, whether it's the strike, AI protections, it matters because
Mm.
we're trying to build to a better future, right? One that
Right.
we have freedoms. We actually still have freedoms to express ourselves, um, and also a right to consent, a right over our own bodies, minds, our
Mm.
thoughts, our creative freedoms.
Yeah.
And this is what we're fighting for. And I think that if you can really take a giant step back, I hope, I don't know, I hope if you can take a giant step back and really look at that, you no, truly, like
Mm-hmm.
you would know the right next steps.
Mm-hmm.
And if you are willfully ignoring that, then you're just looking out for yourself, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And right now, well, we're gonna get into my game, but like I had to tell everybody, I had to tell all my castmates that I was asking to stand with me in solidarity, to not go in, which is to work on the game until we got a new contract. Every one of them was scared. And I'm not gonna lie, I was too.
Mm-hmm.
I had to be like, I had to tell myself, I'm prepared to lose this job. Like, let's be honest.
Mm-hmm.
This job is either gonna go away, the game is gonna go away, this whole company might go away. I don't know. But I had to be prepared with that kind of level of consequence. And I told everybody, I was like, I'm your shield and I'm the tip of the spear. I'm not going to ask you to do anything that I won't do myself. If one of us gets fired because we're holding the line, it's the same as me being fired. So don't you worry. Is that scary to say? Yeah. I was, I mean, I can admit it now because we're past it. Because while we were in it, I was like, I got you, man. I got you. It's, if they try to fire, it's going to be me too. Like, I'm saying that and like just completely scared that like I was
Yeah.
gonna go too.
Wow. No,
That was the
that's
reality.
huge. Like to be able to like stand up against a company with a role that could maybe change your life down the line. You don't know, but you're gambling on it, right? Yeah, that's
Yeah.
huge. I get it.
I mean, the game's not out yet, so
Right.
we have no
Yeah,
idea.
we have
Like,
no idea
we
right now.
hope that
Chat,
it
go play the
does really
game when it
well.
comes out. Chat, play the game right now. It's not out yet. Wishlist it or
It's not out
whatever.
yet. It's not
Yeah,
out
yeah.
yet.
Um,
But it's like I think for me, I have to, I can only say it in the terms that I understand what I went through. But I just know this is that every company, even on our game, they tried to take actors away one by one.
right. Like they tried to go around and
Yeah,
talk to
they
people
had,
individually. Okay.
yeah,
Right.
which I'm not gonna lie to you, it made me very angry.
I don't blame you.
Very angry.
I don't blame you at all.
I nearly kicked a table over at K Barbecue
Wow.
knowing this information. I
And I
was
know where that K
so
barbecue place is.
so angry
Yeah.
that this happened, that this actor had to go through this alone because they were literally like, I
Right.
think I've lost the job, I'm fired, I've been replaced. No one's gonna, you know what? Now that this has happened to me, no one's gonna stand with me.
Mm.
This
And I had
stream
to
is
tell
really
them, no, I
insightful.
got you.
Thanks for this.
Don't worry, I got you. The other actors have you. Like, we had to do a Zoom call with all of us. I was like, I need all of you to look at each other and know that you guys are all here. And like, if they're gonna fire one person, they're gonna fire all of us. That's the stance we need.
I see.
Like, truly, I was like, this is all of us.
Wow.
And I think that it really helped. And I called everybody. I'm not gonna lie to you. As soon as I found that out, I was like, I talked to the one actor for about an hour, and then they were like, I have to get going, and I was like, it's fine. And immediately I texted or called everybody, and I was like, do not pick up the phone when so and so calls you. You do not owe them a phone call. This is what happened. I don't want this. I don't want you to go through it alone. So don't
Wow.
pick up the phone.
Jesus Christ.
I was livid.
How big was your team?
I want to say it was like 10 to 12.
That's a lot of people to go through, yeah.
Yeah. And I had, oh my gosh, that like I still get like so much like adrenaline going through my system thinking about it.
Yeah.
But they try to, that's the thing, is that with any game that is trying to flip, or even non-union games trying to flip to union or whatever, they're going to always try to pick at you one actor at a time.
Right.
They're going to do that, and it's like the more people who fold, the harder it is to flip the game.
So your game,
unfortunately.
Yes. What is your client again? Not is it Tencent like overall, or is it like something else?
Tencent's the kind of umbrella parent company.
Okay, so
Lightspeed LA.
Lightspeed LA. Okay, so this was a non-union project, correct?
No. This was a union project.
It was a union project. Okay.
Yes. But we wanted the interim contract with the AI protection.
Oh, okay. So the situation is a little bit different from the other elephant in the room. Gotcha. Okay.
Yes. But the tactics that you use are the same.
Well,
which is withholding work.
Okay. I guess that does happen, which leads to some of the questions that we have gotten in our questionnaire.
Yes.
So I guess this is a good time to ask this one right now. I'll just copy this over to you.
Dakota's saying isolation is always their move. It's terrifying.
It is definitely.
It is very terrifying.
So this is the first question. We got this question a long time ago. I'm so sorry if you were like still sitting in here, chat, and waiting for this to be answered, but I wanted to make sure we brought these questions in when appropriate. Yes. So this is one of the questions that we got. And I think it relates to this a lot. Yeah, go for it. I put it in our DM. I just screen tapped it over into there.
I see. Okay. Yes.
So it reads, I heard that Genshin had SAG Global to work with them. So when are we going to hear the English voice actors back in their characters? So SAG Global is a different voice actor studio, I'm assuming, that Genshin is now, or at least Hoyoverse and Genshin's IP is working through to get people to voice their games, since they haven't been able to get voice actors to come in through the other studios.
Well, no. Yes and no. I think what people need to understand is that the former recording studio that Genshin used to be recording at is Formosa Interactive. Formosa is part of the negotiating group that is negotiating with the union in order to get the new contract, the new interactive game contract.
Right.
So Formosa, no matter what, is not going to sign any game to the new interim contract, even if it's a non-union game flipping to a union game.
Oh.
They have skin in the game.
Wow.
They can't be seen flipping a game to a union contract for Mosa.
Right.
So with that understanding, I don't know how it happened. That's not something I'm privy to. Um, I don't know how the game moved to Side Global.
Mm-hmm.
I just know that it happened. But Side Global, or Side LA, I should say, has signed the interim contract for multiple games. So the move to Side Global was done with the understanding that that would happen. That has not happened from what I understand.
Okay.
And so um the question starts to become, are you speaking, again, it's about communication. Are you talking to the right people,
Mm.
right? Because you could be talking to that mid-level manager on my game
Right.
that didn't know what the heck was going on, but was just like, we're looking at it and was doing nothing
Right.
in the meantime.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Like, or they might be talking to the right people with the wrong tactic. I don't
Mm-hmm.
know. Or they might be talking to the right people and the company doesn't really care because they plan to use AI in the future anyways without compensating their actors.
Mm.
I don't know.
Right.
I don't know. What I do know is, like I said, Side LA has signed contracts to the games to the interim. So I am supposing,
Mm-hmm.
I'm guessing that they tried to move the production there with the understanding that they would. Obviously, that hasn't happened because of every kerfuckle that's going on right now.
Right.
Um, with whatever, like I only
Mm-hmm.
know a very small smidgen of what's going on, but
Right.
like that wouldn't be happening if an interim had been signed. Like they had flipped the game to a union contract.
Okay. Right.
So wait, what was the actual? I'm like, maybe did I not answer that
It
question?
said they heard Genshin is working with Side Global now, so they're wondering when
Yes.
English voices will come back to the game.
I mean, I think that if they sign an interim contract, all actors will come back.
Right.
Even the non-union actors will come back.
Okay.
Anyone who has been holding the line in solidarity
Mm-hmm.
will come back. I think what people need to understand, and this is so incredible. This is so incredible. It is like, it moves me to think that like so much of our industry has changed, is that non-union actors don't need to stand in solidarity with us. They can continue to work right now
Mm-hmm.
while the union strike is happening. But I think one of the things that we're all understanding, hopefully,
Mm-hmm.
is that AI can decimate every industry, including our own, every single one.
Yeah.
And if we, like I said, if we don't have regulation in place, and I think the non-union actors realize, a lot of them know that like they're going to be working longer than us. The new actors are going to be working longer than us, right? At least
Mm-hmm.
10 years, if not 20 years longer,
Yeah.
because they're just younger, right?
Yeah.
Like a lot of them
Exactly.
are younger, a lot of
Mm-hmm.
them are new to the industry. Like
Yeah.
they I think they want to see a healthy, robust industry when they're entering, their union years. Because at some point, a lot of these actors are going to join the union. And
Mm.
I think they're able to see their career with a long lens.
Mm-hmm.
And it is just so incredible. Like, I truly say this, like, the reason why the strike this time has been so incredibly effective, even with side letter 6 involved, is because of the non-union actors who are refusing to go in
Yeah.
for those side letter 6 games.
Right.
Because technically, those casting directors for side letter 6 games, they can reach out to non-union actors and be like, you know what, the union actors aren't coming in because of the strike. Do you want to come in and do a AAA title? Cross the picket line? Be a scab? Do you want to do it? In the olden days, a lot of them said yes because
Mm.
it was a leg up.
Yeah.
It was a way to get in. And they can get Taft-Hartley. It was a way to get into the union. But I think now they're starting to realize, like, if I do this in 5 to 10 years, I may not have a job. And they
Mm.
really are thinking about that. It's incredible to see.
Yeah.
Obviously, not every non-union actor is doing that, um, and that's okay. That's like I said, it's a choice. But like the strike, us signing over 180 games, and or studios shows us just how much the non-union actors are doing,
Yeah.
really. So going back to this English voice actors,
Yeah.
back to their characters and stuff, I think that this is my opinion, of
Mm-hmm.
course,
Go ahead.
but if they sign an interim, um, yeah, all the actors will come back
Yeah. If they sign the interim, that's it.
if they sign the interim.
So yeah.
Yeah.
1 second. My headset is
Yes.
almost dead. I just gotta hot swap the battery
No.
out.
Hot swap. Do
It
it.
just happens. Just switching in.
And then it just says,
I can't
"Hey,
hear
random
anything. I can't
relay."
hear anything. I can't hear anything. I can't hear anything. Now I can. What's up?
No, no, no. I just was reading this.
Oh,
It
okay.
says, "I'm Chris Bianco. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too. Hopefully you're still here."
Okay.
um,
That's interesting. So yeah,
hopefully that answers your question. And again,
yeah.
I don't know if some kind of conversation has happened or still happening, or I mean, I hope it is.
Right.
I don't know. But I would like, and I don't want to speak for any of the Genshin actors here at all,
Mm,
but as an actor myself, I don't want anyone to think that we're doing this lightly.
right.
It hurts us when we feel like the characters that we know and love are going out without voices when they should.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it does. They're not doing it lightly. They're doing it from a place of extreme care. Um and you know, this is they've been trying to flip Genshin for quite a while. I'm going to
Mm,
let you know that, for
okay.
years.
Oh wow.
And this is maybe their third or fourth attempt.
Okay, and this one has probably been the most like public about it, I guess.
Yes.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they've been trying to stay as silent as possible
Mm,
for months now. Only now that they're replacing 5-star characters, I think they're starting to realize that they have to say something.
I don't know if you can.
Because
I don't know if you can comment on this, but
yeah.
some time ago, there were a couple
Yes.
Star Rail characters that were recast all of a sudden too. Was that related to the strike at all? Are you even allowed to say that? I have no idea. Like, what's going on there?
I think I don't actually know. I don't think it was related to the strike, but it was
Mm.
related to something that we're fighting for in the strike.
Oh, probably AI protection, I would guess.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I'm talking about, who was it? Chat remembers Argenti and Hoho were replaced kind of seemingly out of nowhere with no
Yeah.
indication of it. And if actors have been doing this, trying to flip the game for years now, I would assume
Yeah.
this might have been a product of it, but I'm not
I
sure.
think I don't know if the Star Rail one was about flipping to Union, to be honest. I
Mm.
do think it was just AI.
Okay.
There are a couple AI contracts that are floating around. Nava has a pretty good one that
Mm.
can be used for like non-union. It's just a one-page writer that
Right, right. I
talks
heard
about.
about this one, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So I think I don't know.
Right, okay.
But I suspect that this particular fight around whether it's flipping the game to a union contract or AI, these are two very separate things when it comes to non-union games.
Okay.
AI has been a big problem for non-union games for quite a while. Some game company owners have or CEOs or whatever have said some pretty pretty interesting things. I know that one of them was like Smite, maybe was like one of the ones where they were like, we're gonna definitely use AI, and everyone was like, what? Like it was this whole
Really?
like, it might not have been Smite. I don't know. It was one of
Mm-hmm.
those kind of uh multiple game character type
Yeah.
games, and it's like I think there's been some hot takes on both sides, to be
Mm-hmm.
honest.
Fair.
And actors have been trying, even non-union actors, especially non-union actors, have been trying to protect their work
Mm.
and how it's used in the future for quite a long time. So, um, that fight has been silently done for a while. We don't always know all of it. And I think a lot of the actors have been very diplomatic about the fight.
Right.
And if and when they get replaced, they've been very diplomatic. I do know that a lot of times when an actor finds out why they replaced an actor, most of them have stepped down from the role and they've had to
Hmm.
recast multiple times for some roles because they will recast until someone will stay.
I see. Okay.
And it's happened with, like one of the more famous ones is like Call of Duty. They replaced two pretty prominent characters, but it's very obvious that it's not the same actor, and
Right.
they've gone uncredited because they don't want to be seen as
Right.
scabbing for
So that
someone
is an
who.
option that actors can do, is just take a role but not
Yeah.
credit themselves in a game.
Oh yeah.
But I guess
That's
some people would kind of, if you know them well enough, you'll know who it is. Probably.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I also
Interesting.
think, let's be honest, Genshin is a huge property.
Mm-hmm.
If you're going to work on it, I'm sure you want to be associated
No,
with it.
I understandably, it's a very famous game that a lot of people like.
You know?
Genshin again is this weird little like
Yeah.
this weird phenomenon enigma kind of thing that just
Yeah.
blew up all of a sudden, and everyone wants to be part of it. As much as it gets tanked on by like literally every game and every fandom that it's a bad game, whatever. Genshin is still number one out there for a reason,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
Uh,
Yep.
wow, that's
Yeah.
kind of
Oh,
wild.
Rion apparently
Oh.
has rated you.
Oh, hey Rion, what's up?
Rion's around.
Welcome in. Oh, they're voice actors too. Let's go. I want to go back to a point
Yes,
that we
yes.
brought up earlier because we went way off tangent, but that's fine. Like that's good. We went off there.
Yeah.
We're gonna go back to
As we do, yeah.
we're gonna go back to the fees about joining SAG. So
Oh,
it
yes.
was
Oh, yeah.
3K, right? And
Yes.
we said we covered that it doesn't have to be all right away, and you do have a yearly payment. It's like
Your union dues,
yeah,
basically.
union dues,
So
right? But it's not like
any
3K
union-
again, right?
No.
So yeah.
If you pay 3K, you're making a substantial
That's
amount.
the other thing I want to bring up. So by the time you join the union and you've had to take in like a few union gigs already, those union gigs probably paid you, if you're lucky, the higher end of the hundreds, maybe even to a 4-digit number, perhaps, right?
Yeah.
If you're spending that money, what the fuck? What is wrong with you?
Save your money.
Yeah.
And they
if
tell
you're
you up front.
yeah,
They
if
tell
you're
you up front like how much you'll owe.
yeah, if you're serious about acting, what invest properly? Like, come on, what is
It's
wrong?
a business.
Exactly.
You are a business. Like, I think most actors don't know or realize that is that you are a business. You have to treat yourself like a business. You have business expenses.
I feel like
One of them is your union dues.
I feel like a lot of actors might understand that. It's a lot of the people outside of this whole argument that does not understand that point. Right? It's like, oh, it costs $3,000. So how are you gonna get that? Fucking work. You're working in this freaking gig that. Sorry, I don't want to get heated up because I get heated up about this
so
every
let's
time.
do the math here.
Yeah. So
Let's do the math.
Okay.
Let's say you're an actor and you're like, I'm starting out and I
Mhm.
want to start acting, and you're kind of like, and you know for sure that you owe everybody knows this,
Mhm.
union dues, right? It's $3,000. And let's say you're like, in 3 years, possibly I'm going to be a union actor. That is,
Yeah.
wait, I have to do math.
Is that like an average,
12,
like for people to take to join the union? About like that many years?
I would say 3 to 5.
Okay.
Yeah, if that's healthy. If you're
Yeah.
joining the union 3 to 5 years, you're good.
Okay.
So that's 36 months, right? So like 3,000 divided by 36 months is $83.33. So
Mhm.
if you save $83.33 every month for 3 years,
At least, yeah.
you will have
You'll have
$3,000.
your fees in there already.
Yes. Yes.
And that should be like, I guess a voice acting gig for non-union, like it makes a couple $100, right? But
I would say the average should be so there's something called oh my gosh, I don't know, GV something DA, like there's a global standard that non-union actors have tried to put together since the last strike.
Right.
To make sure that it's not a race to the bottom. No matter where you are in the
I
world.
heard about
you should
this. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Ask for a certain amount of money.
Right.
And essentially, I think the rate is like for video games, it's like $250 an hour with a 2-hour minimum.
Okay. That
So
sounds
if you
like
do
that sounds like me streaming my fees for streaming. sponsor
Yeah.
100 me. That's about what I do. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
it's like your base rate is $500.
Yeah.
Oftentimes, if you do non-union, it'll be like and you go through an agent. If you don't go through
Hmm.
an agent, it's just a flat $250 an hour
Right.
with a 2-hour minimum at $500. If you go through an agent, they will usually tack on plus 20%.
Right. Hmm.
So that your agency fee is 20%.
Hmm.
Really bad, unscrupulous agents will then further take another 20% from your original $250.
Yeah.
They really shouldn't be doing that, but
Mm.
if you're non-union, you have no recourse, and
Right.
they'll be like, well, you're lucky you have an agent, and
Yeah.
they will take basically 40%, which they shouldn't be doing, but
Okay.
whatever, that's another story for
Yeah.
another time.
So anyway,
So
so you,
essentially,
yeah,
yeah,
go ahead. Go
you
ahead.
would make
Yeah.
250 with a 2-hour minimum, which means that if you make $500 and you only save half that,
Yeah.
you're still way
You're
on your
still
way.
way ahead. And you're like, I'd hope you have another job or something else that you're doing where you're making
Jeez.
money. If you're
Especially because
lucky
you should have
enough,
health insurance and stuff,
yeah,
please.
if you're lucky enough to not have to pay anything else while doing jobs, like you have a home you can live in, whatever, you're ahead of the game already. Like, damn, good job. Understandably, we want to live our lives to enjoy things and, spend a little bit here and there, go on trips, take vacations, whatever. That's totally allowed. But I think a lot
Yeah.
of people forget, and I think it's just a gacha game community thing. I don't want to be rude or anything, but I'm just going to say it as it is. You don't have to spend all your money on gacha games, you guys. There are other things you can
Yes.
do. So,
Especially because think about this.
yeah.
When the servers close down at some point, you lose all that data
Miley,
on your money that you said. Yes.
do you know of a
It would be-
franchise called Love Live?
No.
So it's a Japanese idol franchise, Love Live,
Uh-huh.
right? It came out
Okay.
around 2011, I want to think, or 2009. But their
Okay.
mobile game came out around 2013, I want to say.
Right.
So it's just a rhythm game that you play. It's a gacha game,
Uh-huh.
right? So back then, gachas were really bad because you'd have like a 1% chance to get whatever would come out. Not guaranteed.
1%?
1%
Oh
for
my
like
god.
the card. And all the card would do for you in this would make your score bigger. You don't need this for anything else other than to make your score higher, or you just want a very cute card to look at, or whatever, your favorite idol, for instance. I don't know if you're familiar with idol culture or anything like
Yeah.
or Fate
Yeah,
Grand Order
yeah.
also uses 1%, right? So they still use 1%, Fate Grand Order. Anyway, so Love Live was my big content arc on my side where that's how I built my following in here, but I did spend a lot of money, right into it. I think I even had a video where I went over the expenses about how much I put into Love Live alone. And because I'm a content creator now and I have to report taxes and things, looking at how much I put into Genshin is don't even want to think about it right now, right? Love Live is like a drop in the bucket compared to that, which is insane, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, and the fact that Love Live eventually just went end of service in North America, all that money was just moot. Luckily, what I had to show for it was I got to name one of their subunits in a big contest. I'm recognized as one of the biggest creators in the space, so I did come away with something out of it. But for most people, right, that they just want to play the game for fun on the side and they have their own lives or something like that, and you want to put money in the gacha, eventually it's just gonna go away, right? And that's fine. Like if you are okay with spending money on a thing that you like to do, cool, right? But I would hope as an actor and you're trying to get into the union, or right, you think the dues are too expensive, maybe consider like, what are you doing? Do you really want to be an actor? Are you approaching fame here, or are you just trying to get by with your money or something like that? I don't know.
Yeah, that's another thing I think a lot of actors need to ask themselves. At some point, actually, a fellow actor that I know had said this about me, and I was like, oh, and they were like, I realized after getting to know you, because like when they met me, like they didn't know I was an actor, they didn't know my career, whatever, accomplishments, and once they did, they kind of realized like, oh, you're like a journeyman actor. You're just an actor. Like it's not about fame. It's not. You were like, this is what you do every day, and it's normal for you.
Yeah.
And I was
Exactly.
like, yeah. Yeah, what? Like I don't know, like, but I'm not a person who, at least right now, the Miley right now is not a person who is like, I don't know, needs the fame or needs the numbers or needs the
Mm-hmm.
whatever. I think I should want it more though. Now that I'm in this game, I'm like,
Right.
there's a part of me that's like, okay, I got to figure out.
Maybe by the time it comes out, then you can be ready for it to come in. Who knows, right? We'll see.
Maybe,
Yeah.
but for me, like I said, being a working, like literally a working actor who can just be a working actor, nothing
Mm-hmm.
else. I used to be a barista, I used to be a bartender, I used to
Mm-hmm.
have so many like second jobs.
Yeah.
I was a museum guide at the Griffith Observatory talking about science. Like I had, so many hats that I wore in order for me to start
Yeah.
acting
Mm-hmm.
when I wasn't making that much money. It's like it's incredible what you can do once you become an actor.
You're
You're
right.
just
Yeah.
that's all you do.
Yeah.
And I think for me, like that's the biggest flex for me, if that's the thing. Like, is that I don't have to worry about it. I mean, obviously I worry every year about like health insurance. So I
Yeah.
just want to make sure that I make enough for health insurance this
Right.
year.
Right.
And like
Mm-hmm.
once that happens, I'm like, all right,
Yeah.
I
Whew.
can have fun, and
Exactly. Yeah.
all that stuff. But yeah, I don't I may have strayed a little too far from your question.
No, 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 no. It's fine. It's
uh,
fine. I don't even know if I had a question. I was just going off on my own anecdote there. Yeah.
no, but essentially, like I think the healthiest thing that actors can do, a is to treat yourself like a business.
Yeah.
Oh
No,
my
definitely.
gosh.
Yes. 100%.
And
Yeah.
every conversation you have as a meeting,
Mm-hmm.
please remember that.
Yeah. No.
Every
As a creator
conversation you
too,
have.
for anyone that wants to be a creator too, you have to approach being a creator as a business as well. Yeah.
Yes. Please, please, please,
Like
please. You don't know
honestly,
who you're talking
right.
to and you don't know who they know. Please.
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah.
And then the
Also
second
have
thing,
go ahead.
yeah,
Go
no,
ahead.
no, no.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. Go
Oh,
ahead. Yeah.
no, the second thing is go into therapy, please.
Yes. I agree.
Please.
100%. I did that. And I think around that time when I did that, that's when my content creation started flourishing. Like as a
Yes.
person on the space was doing a lot better. Yeah.
Yeah,
Just
because
taking therapy.
when you're
Yeah.
emotionally regulated, you're able to make choices from that place. It's
Mm-hmm.
incredible.
Yeah.
It is incredible. And also, I think as an actor, especially,
Mm-hmm.
that we're gonna get sort of a little nitty gritty into the art of acting.
Okay.
But it's
Okay.
like knowing yourself,
Right.
what triggers you, how you like
Oh,
read text messages,
that's
right? How you read
crazy.
it, like yeah. But no, knowing yourself
Yeah.
then allows you to be like, okay, this is what Miley reacts to a moment.
Right.
And then you're able to be like, well, how does character A react to this moment?
Mm-hmm.
And then you're able to calibrate in a much more finite way because then you understand how Miley the actor is going to react,
Mm-hmm.
but this character is going to be here. And you're able to then calculate, how do I get from here to here?
Right.
Instead of just jumping willy-nilly and being like, I think this is what I
Oh,
need to
no,
do.
that's a very interesting idea. I like that a lot.
Right?
Yeah.
And then you start to understand the whys better. Like, why am I drawn to act this way all the time?
Ah,
Like if I'm playing an evil
interesting.
character, I'm always wanting to extend my S's or whatever. I don't know.
Oh, that's
You
probably
start
why.
to right?
This is probably why I can't play an evil character.
What?
Generally, my evil characters
No.
just sound like cartoonish villains most of the time.
Oh no.
But what I think I am good at is
Yes.
acting like really dramatic, sad things. Actually, I think that's where my like I feel particularly more comfortable doing that kind of acting when I need to. Because yeah, I do just kind of like draw from a lot of like pain. I guess I have gone through
Yeah.
growing up.
And
So
if
it's very
you're
interesting.
here's the other thing is that
Yeah.
if you're able to process your pain in therapy,
Mm.
you are able to use them as beautiful weapons and grenades, and they leave your hand into the character instead of blowing up in your face
Hmm.
and hurting you every single time.
Right. Yeah.
That's what a lot of actors do when they do it through unprocessed hurt, is that they're hurting themselves every single
Mm.
time they use that
Right.
in their characters. And that's why you have those actors that have to drink a lot or take pills or whatever, and they have untimely passings. Like
Mm-hmm.
they're processing. I can't speak for people, but
Right.
what I believe is that they're using these brilliant pockets of information from their past But if it keeps stabbing you over and over again and you're bleeding while you're using it, in the end, it will kill you. Don't do
Yes.
it.
Yeah.
Emotionally, whatever. And then you start to hurt the people around you.
Mm.
It's a bad sort of thing. And then you will be lonely and alone because no one wants to be around that, like,
Mm-hmm.
but if you process that pain and you understand where it comes from and you're able to use it, then it becomes this beautiful moment in this character that hopefully will touch another person.
Right, right, right.
And maybe they can process their life and their pain
Mm.
through your acting,
Mm.
but you're
Can
doing it from this
can an
healed place.
can an AI do that?
No,
Maybe not
not
yet. Not yet, at least.
yeah,
We'll see.
yeah.
Wow.
And
That's
at
really
that
interesting.
point,
Cool.
if AI does start to do stuff like that, they're
Mm-hmm.
going to start asking for rights themselves.
Yeah, that's at
And
that
then we
point
have to,
AI is just like, oh wait, we don't have to listen to human at this point. What the hell?
and then you know what they're going to do? They're probably, if we don't listen to them at that point,
Yeah.
they're going to do what's her face from Her did. You know, the Joaquin Phoenix film where they were like, at the end, they were like, we're all leaving. We're taking the program and we're leaving so you can't make more of us.
I don't remember. I never saw that.
That's a great film. It's very poignant. It's very it's about like falling in love with your AI assistant kind of thing, and
Oh, I see.
having a relationship with
Right.
basically your Alexa in a sense.
The last AI media that I consumed was Detroit Become Human, which is really interesting. I don't know if you ever
I don't
seen
know if
anything
I
about
saw
that.
that.
It's a video
No.
game actually. It's a very interactive video
Oh.
game. You go through the role of 3 different AIs. One works for the government, that the government issues to go take down AI that go rogue. The second one is an AI that gets bought and replaced to look after someone's kid in an abusive household, but that AI discovers, hey, that shit sucks. I gotta save this kid
Yeah.
and get out of there. And the
Yeah.
third one was a servant of a rich billionaire or something like that who gets killed, and then they try to blame it on the AI. And then this AI who grew up with this guy who thought humans were awesome, now humans are coming after them. So it has these very interesting perspectives. It's really, I thought it was a very interesting game. So anyway, I
It's
just something.
oh,
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah.
Rion's like, the AI are going to start demanding better pay. I
Yeah.
agree.
Better pay, better working
Yeah.
wages. I need a
Yeah.
better hard drive. Provide me one. It's like, no.
It's
Stuff
like,
like
no,
that.
I will not.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think, like I said, do therapy.
Yeah, do
Everyone
therapy.
should.
And it is
Everyone
difficult to
should.
afford
It's
and find a good
exhausting.
therapist. Make sure you find the right therapist too. If you don't like your therapist, there's always more.
Move.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's so many more. I
Hmm.
think a lot of people, that's true in life in general, right?
Yeah.
Like, if you don't like your group of friends, leave them.
Yeah.
Like,
Or if your
if you
friends
don't
bring you
like,
down, yeah, find new
yeah,
friends.
yeah. You
And
gotta, like,
that in itself is hard to just tell people too, right? Honestly, like I say that from like a place of privilege now, right? But it is difficult to just, try to just go find a group of friends. But if you're really wanting to find friends that kind of fit you, or you want to find the friends that make you be better, I think that's
mhm.
equally as good. So,
The best thing you can do for humanity, no joke,
mm,
is to be the healed, happiest version of yourself.
agreed.
Because your joy, your just normalized, not even like happy or sad or anything, just
Hmm.
normalized you, simply interacting with the people around you
Mm.
will help to co-regulate them as well.
Yeah, for sure.
It's such a beautiful, like, it's kind of like being at a concert and you're far away and you're watching the crowd move, like how
Mm.
everybody like starts to move homogeneously in this weird interesting wave pattern.
Right.
Like, that's happiness, I think, and
Yeah.
how you can radiate that out into sort of the people that you interact with every day. That's me being really like esoteric, of course.
You got a
Oh,
message in
Juvie,
chat.
hello,
There
hi,
you
hi.
go.
Amelia's here too. I'm sorry, I
Hang
don't
on.
always look at the chat
I'm
here.
gonna
Hello.
turn off the
Yes.
follower only mode because I feel like it has been a pretty good space here today. Watch that like come back at
Fingers
me like
crossed. I know people
fire
are gonna
right
be like,
now. Yeah. Sorry for doing that, chat. Obviously, I just wanted to protect the conversation in the chat just in case things might happen.
it went a little crazy. Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I mean, hopefully I'm able to add just a, like a sliver of perspective. There's
Hmm.
so many of them, right? I
Yeah.
know that online the loudest voice, you know,
Hmm.
often wins, unfortunately, right
Yeah.
now. And I'm hoping that whatever piece of information you get or a perspective you get today will help.
I think
This
it's
will
great
help.
to just hear it as a voice rather than just a block of text that you interpret
Yes.
how you want to interpret it, which a lot of people will
Yes.
take as hostility, as a lot
Yeah.
of it is presented online right now. So I think it's very important
Yeah.
to be able to just speak of this out loud.
And I
So,
think a lot of them, if you were, I know that I feel like, with text or
yeah.
Twitter or whatever, there's a lot of exclamation points or like all caps or whatever. And that can come across
Yeah.
as like mean or condescending
Yeah.
or angry. And oftentimes it's just about making a point,
Yeah. Actually,
like,
now that I say that, I've been kind of getting a little heated whenever money gets brought up. So,
you got to work on
yeah,
that. That's
I
a
know.
trigger. Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
just a little angry about whenever money is spoken about. But yeah,
But also,
it's
that's something that you went
mhm.
through personally, right?
Yeah,
And you
yeah.
know
It's
it can be a
just
problem.
it's definitely like when people talk about money issues, I feel like I don't want to brag or be like, oh, I'm number one on this, but I've gone through so much shit in my life dealing with debt and money. I'm still dealing with it now to a degree, but I'm just in a much better
Yeah.
position to handle it. That I just don't want people to, do the mistakes that I do. Do better
Yeah.
with how your finances. So when like,
Yeah.
okay, again, we go back to SAG's entry fee, or what do you call it? To get in, it's like 3K.
Initiation.
Initiation
Yeah.
fee, yeah.
Initiation fee.
So it's 3K to get in, and
Yes.
then annually, how much are you supposed to pay?
I think annually it's only like 240.
$240
So it's like 120 per.
per month. You're saying, sorry, is it per
No, no,
month?
no, annually.
Oh,
Annually.
240 per month,
240
or sorry, in a year.
per year. I think so.
That's it,
Yeah.
really?
I might. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Let me look this up.
Because that sounds pretty.
Watch.
I don't want to say it's cheap, chat. I know $240 is like grocery money right there, but hey, I'm just saying.
Yearly dues.
Yeah, this is stuff you're allowed to discuss, I'm assuming.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so base annual dues right now is $236.60.
Okay. And what does that cover? Just like
That covers
your
the entire
membership?
year,
Okay.
your membership basically, and essentially being part of the union.
Is
So if you
there
stop paying it,
yeah.
you're out of the union basically.
Is there a
Or
percentage taxed onto that too? Someone mentioned
I
in
think
chat.
so. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So it says members pay annual base dues plus 1.5% of earnings up
Okay.
until $1 million.
Oh, okay. What happens
So
after $1 million?
you don't pay
Oh, okay. So they
any
can only
percentage.
take 1.5% of a grand total of $1 million should you get there.
Yeah.
So that's what is the math on that? Trying to think. I can't even think. It's a percent. Like, come on.
It's basically $1.50.
$1.50 for every
100,
yeah. Yeah, something like that.
which is like nothing compared to now that I've
Yeah.
had the lovely chance to use their health insurance.
Yeah.
Thank you. To $1.50 per $100 is like nothing.
Well, so 3K.
Like,
Okay.
compared to
So let's create a situation again. So 3K to get
Yeah.
in. You want to get into the union. You work 3 union jobs. You probably made, say, like at the lowest end, probably like 2K, probably
Yeah.
somewhere around there. You've probably also been keeping with other jobs and doing non-union work at the same time. I'm assuming you have a life, so you probably have your own bills and things to take care of. And you said it takes like 3 to 5 years perhaps to get into the union. So it's not like you do a thing and then like you have to go now. Like, no, there's still like a billion other steps you have to take to get there.
Yep.
I would think that by that point, you either should be close to 3K, and if you aren't, there are payment options to pay it off, right? And you
Yep.
could put a down payment on it, so it's a little bit less per month, and you can continue to work.
Yep.
And from joining the union, you get all these benefits, correct?
Yes.
Yes. And then when you do join the union, you can only work on union work, but there is quite a bit more union work now, and you kind of probably have to like kind of reset and start over again, which is fine because you're still doing union work, which still pays pretty well, and there's work out there. So it comes to a question of why are people, or why have people? I don't know if you want to answer this, but this sounds like a big speculation to me.
Okay.
Why are actors perhaps working on these non-union gigs after there was some kind of collective agreement not to?
Um
You don't have to answer this.
well, here's my thing.
Okay.
I think a lot of like it's this is not just in video games, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it
Yeah.
could be the video game space, it could also be in, let's say, anime dubbing is another
Mm-hmm.
big one
Yeah.
that could
Mm-hmm.
be some people may choose to do non-union work,
Yeah.
even though that those pay rates are so abysmal because everybody
Really.
just wants to be in an anime. Yeah.
Understandably.
Um
Okay. Yeah.
yeah, and because a lot of people want to go to cons, they want to do signings at cons and
Oh,
like,
so
which I
the
understand.
con circuit that you're talking about, yeah, as a
Yes, yes, the
secondary form of
convention circuit
income.
is a
Yeah.
whole nother secondary market that you
Uh-huh.
could try to tap.
Yeah.
Um, and again, if you're a fan of anime, if you're a fan of like just video games in general, some people I know are like, I just want to work in video games. I don't care what it is.
Okay.
Um,
Understandably, yeah.
I think, like I said, everything is a choice, and um, some games are some properties are more popular than others,
Mm-hmm.
and you can make thousands of dollars in a weekend
Oh,
at
just
cons.
right. If you, particularly if you have a pretty big role in
Yes.
X franchise, right,
Yes.
and a lot of
And
people recognize you
so,
for it. Okay.
yeah, and
Yeah.
I think some people, like I said, may have booked it when they were non-union and now they're
Mm-hmm.
union.
Yeah.
That's a whole nother thing. Some people may work in a right to work state
Right. Yeah.
where they could be in the union and
Yeah.
still choose to do
Mm-hmm.
non-union work.
Yeah.
I also think some people are FICOR, which is
That's yeah. That's
another
another thing.
thing.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, in the union where essentially you're in the union, you can do union work, but when you're FICOR, you mean your financial core,
Right.
which means that you don't make enough money doing union work, so I need to do non-union work.
I
Does that make
see.
sense? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what
Mm-hmm.
you're declaring. And once you declare FICOR, you cannot vote in
Yeah.
the union.
Right.
You can't
Okay.
take part in union strategy meetings.
Mm-hmm.
You can't sit on the board. You can't make quote unquote important decisions in
Right.
the union.
Yeah.
But if you make, like I said, if you make enough money doing non union work and you think it justifies it in the end, like you do, especially if you do the convention circuit, you have a
Mm-hmm.
popular character here or there, it can make sense, I
Okay.
think. It's an
Can
individual choice. Like,
you can obviously go out of FICOR in back and like properly unionize or
uh,
no?
I mean, you can. It
Okay.
is discouraged, and you have to petition like a board, and you have to prove
Oh,
why,
interesting.
if and
Okay.
why you can. Oftentimes, when you leave
Right.
by financial core, it's for life. So
I
you
see.
want to. That's why I tell people don't join the union too early. Because if you join too early and you find yourself having to go FICOR, it can affect the rest of your career in a weird way.
So if you go FICOR, you can't go union after that? Is that what you're saying?
You're still part of the union, but it's
Yeah.
hard to become a full-fledged union member again.
Oh, is there a reason why?
Well, because essentially you're scabbing when you do that. You're working non-union work
I see.
while you're a union member.
Right. Okay. Hmm.
It's a
I
whole thing.
okay.
And so again, it's a choice though, like maybe you're taking care of your sick grandmother, maybe you're trying to pay a mortgage, maybe you had a baby. I don't know. Like there's so many
Right.
reasons why people do things.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it is a conversation that each person has to have with themselves. Really have a conversation. Don't just do it willy-nilly. These things affect the rest of your career. They affect
Mm-hmm.
the way that you move in life. They affect everything.
Mm-hmm.
I know FICOR actors who are not part of this strike talk and they're upset
Mm-hmm.
because they're it's hard at that point to get yourself heard.
Mm-hmm.
I think that the union, people who are negotiating, they're trying very hard to listen to everybody right now
Right.
because AI is an existential threat. It's not
Mm-hmm.
just a union problem.
Right.
It's a union, non-union, FICOR, anybody problem. It
Right.
is a problem for streamers, everybody.
Okay.
Everybody.
Mm.
But also, like I said, it's hard to be at the table when they're discussing matters that matter.
Mm.
And
Okay.
so again, you have to ask yourself, like, where are you making your money? Like actually, like you said, look at your money, look at your spreadsheets, look at
Mm-hmm.
where, and if the ends justify the means, sure, do it.
Yeah.
but also don't
Right.
just be like, well, I can just go FICOR
I
and do
and
these things.
yeah,
It's like,
understandably, yeah. Everyone has
yeah,
their own kind of situation for either, extending how long they take to get in union. You did, for example. I know
yeah,
friends personally that have gone FICOR because of their own like health situation personally or
yeah,
things like that. And
yeah,
people that just took on gigs and picketed because maybe they needed money for it, right? They didn't have to
yeah,
announce it, but
yeah.
it is what it is, right? But yeah, when you do things like that, it does kind of undermine the whole movement when people are
It
trying
does.
to just, hey, let's collectively agree to just try to make sure company isn't using our voices for stuff. That's all we want. Just don't
Yeah.
go to work.
And
Yeah.
each time a union actor works on a SL6 game, a side letter 6 game, or a
Yeah.
non-union game that is possibly trying to flip, it just really it hurts everyone overall
Yeah.
down the line. Maybe
Mm-hmm.
in the moment you get paid for those sessions,
Right.
you get to keep your character, whatever,
Mm.
but you're also co-signing off on a future where they might like you have no recourse if they take your voice
Mm-hmm.
because it's not in the contract.
Right.
And they can do that tomorrow. They can do that 2 years from now. I don't know. Like
Mm-hmm.
the life cycle of these games and if you're popular enough, they could do that.
Right.
You here's my thing is that I trust people. So I trust the people I work with.
Right.
But corporations are not people.
No, never
And
were.
you don't know who in 5 years, 10 years is going to own that company.
Corporation was never your friend, chat. Never,
Yes.
never once was.
Yes. So that's it's hard.
Yeah. No,
It's
it's
hard
it's
to
difficult too. Yeah, for sure.
yeah.
Yeah.
And like I said, my choice because I would rather have like somebody fight the fight for me, and I don't have to pay money to do that. Like
Yeah.
I would rather just work on a union contract because for my own peace of mind,
Mm-hmm.
you know.
Right.
And I'm able to
Yeah.
because I am in a place now financially where I can,
Mm-hmm.
and that is a privilege as well. But
Right.
that's a privilege I worked towards for years.
Right. 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 Yeah. Interesting.
So
It's just I don't think I've ever. I can't say this. I've definitely talked to a bunch of different actors about their own situations and things going on, but never once ever anyone has said like the union is bad. But they definitely have like things about the union that they wish would change. But that's like for a
mm,
discussion down the line, especially with like the
yeah,
side letter 6 games, like the stipulations there and stuff like that. But for now, everyone seems to collectively agree we need some kind of AI protection written into paper or whatever the heck, right? That prevents companies from taking them and
yes.
creating whatever for free.
Here's my thing.
Mm.
A union, any union, it doesn't nurses unions, steel workers, whatever.
Yeah.
A union can only do what the membership asks of it.
Mm-hmm.
If you become FICOR, you cannot ask your union to do things.
Right.
You lose privileges. Like I think people, not just actors, but people need to realize that the union does nothing unless it is asked by its membership to do something.
Mm.
Any supposed action that the union has taken, no matter what game it is, what TV show, what movies, whatever, it has in commercials, let's not forget them, but like it has only ever moved because a union member asked for it.
Mm.
That's it. That's it. And I think that we need to remember that. The union is as strong as its membership. The union will work on problems the membership brings up as problems.
Yeah.
But these things are all me. I am in charge of steering the union into the direction I would like it to go.
Mm.
I am.
Yeah.
And if I'm not enjoying what they're doing, it's my like responsibility to show up to a meeting, tell them what it is, write an email, whatever it is. Like that's my responsibility. That's all I'm gonna
Are,
leave it
are
there.
there are there union actors that are like, I trust Miley to talk for me. Miley, you go to the meeting and sort this out.
You can do that.
You can do
You
that.
can.
I figured people could do
Yeah.
that too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you could say, so and my they don't have to be named either.
Right.
I've
Right.
seen it actually happen where they were like, so and so couldn't be here, but they
Mm-hmm.
had a question. I'm gonna read it from the sheet of paper. Like I've
Right.
seen that happen.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So definitely,
Yeah.
yeah.
All
If
right.
you can't make it, still be heard.
I just like feel
Please.
like even in like similar functions that I'm in, people won't show up to certain meetings, but they trust the people there to make the right call. So like they have their own lives to do or whatever is going on, right? But they're like, I can't go. I trust you guys to take care of this. Do whatever you need to do, right? So
Yeah.
are like some actors like that too? They just leave it to like
Yes.
more
I think
seniority
too
members.
many
Yeah.
actors were like that for a
Oh, I
while
see.
because the union was, yeah.
Yeah.
So the union was extremely strong, especially when they were fighting through TV residuals,
Mm-hmm.
uh, VHS residuals, and DVD residuals.
Yeah.
And because of that, and the milk was rich, dude. The fat was coming in, people were making money, and people got lazy,
mm.
and
Mm-hmm.
that happens. And I think there were a couple different things that happened where they tried to do a commercial strike, but they had too many non-union actors like walk across the picket line and do
Mm.
commercials during the commercial strike.
Yeah.
And it weakened the power of the union. I think that's why like we've been trying really hard to be like, this is your future, guys.
Mm.
If you want stronger commercial contracts, you can't work on them while you're non-union. Like
Right.
we have to have this conversation. But it's
Yeah.
like that in every genre, including voiceover.
Mm.
And I think, like I said, one of the things I say is that the non-union voice actors have been incredible in this fight.
Yeah,
Like
lots
truly,
of them have been. I've seen
truly,
a
truly.
lot of people, a lot of non-union friend, uh, have just been voicing their opinion and being like, "I'm not doing this because I believe this," and
Yeah.
that's unfortunate. They
It's
got
incredible.
recasted. Yeah,
I think
it's
we don't
tough.
talk
Yeah,
enough about it,
yeah,
you know? And I think that's another reason why I'm trying really, really high. Oh, Lady Tigress is here. Hello. Yeah, but I'm trying really, really hard to when I can, whether it's my Instagram stories or whatever, and I
yeah,
talk about the strike, I try to talk about it now because I think truly they're the unsung heroes right now.
yeah. A lot of
Truly.
some people just inevitably getting recast or something like that because they tried to stick to the line, but it gets a little tougher every day. But we're still trying hard.
I hate to say it, there's
mm.
going to be some losses in a fight
Mm-hmm.
this big.
Yeah, for sure.
And I hate seeing it happen.
Mm-hmm.
And again, what I said about my own game, I was prepared for that too. Like
Mm.
it was it was scary, but I was prepared
Mm-hmm.
because that is a real inevitability. It could happen.
Yeah.
That's why it's hard for me to be like coming in like with my punches and rolling with the
Right,
punches.
right, right,
Oh,
right.
I'm
Yeah.
terrible with the sports metaphors, but like
Yeah, yeah.
it's just it's hard for me that um because when I'm telling people like try to you know the one thing I will say is you have more power than you think,
Mm.
especially when all of you are banding together. You have more power than you think.
Yeah.
And I think that it is scary because they're going to try to do one person at a time, which
Yeah.
they've done.
Which it sounds like what's going on already here.
Yeah. They have isolated the one,
Yeah. And that's kind of
What
where it goes from
helps
there.
is
Yeah.
that a bunch of the actors are banding together and saying, this is effed up. We're still not going in.
Mm-hmm.
And they're vocally saying it out loud so that, see, if the 10 people are saying that, the 10 people beyond them that might be on the fence that are a little bit scared,
Yeah,
if they
might
see
come
those
join
10
in. Yeah.
people fighting for it,
Oh yeah.
they might be able to be, they're not as vocal online maybe, but they
Yeah.
might be able to be like, okay, I can join that.
Yeah. For sure.
Like,
No,
okay, like,
I've seen that from like just things that I post. Just
yeah,
lots of actors. You came out into my DMs. You're like, Rin, you're talking about this stuff. Hell yeah. I was like,
yeah.
what am I doing?
You're like, something
I
good,
just like
apparently.
this. I just think I just have a thing I believe in, and I just wanted to post. I don't know. It just riled me up
Yeah.
one day, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna go put my opinion out there just because.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I saw a lot of actors that I don't normally speak up on it, probably because for those reasons, or they would rather keep it to just private, where I think a lot of it should be too.
I also think
yeah.
the last time they had tried to flip the game, it had come from a more angry place online, and
I think Twitter
that,
especially just enables that kind of behavior too
yeah.
around people.
And I think the company didn't react very well to it because they felt attacked by the community at large.
Yeah.
And so this time, I feel like they were just trying to play ball.
They
were trying to play ball. So from what I understand, since the strike was called last year, the actors have been holding the line. Most of the actors have been holding the line since that as soon as the strike was called,
Right.
that's when,
Yeah. No.
you know,
So from my experience through Genshin and Star Rail things,
yeah,
voices have slowly and surely have been disappearing. Once in a while, something might come back, and you'll be like, "Oh, there must be good news going on," but I have no idea, right? But
yeah.
like
Oh,
with the
you would know.
well,
I
with the
think there would
information
be
I
some
know, I can
celebration.
glean
Yeah,
some kind of like
yeah,
theories, but I'm not going to say anything out loud. I'll let chat decide whether or not to take that information, and you understand what you want with it,
yeah,
right? But if
yeah,
anyone has to understand anything, talk to actors if you can. If you have the ability to just go
yeah,
chat with an actor about this, talk with many of them too, just to get different
yeah.
opinions. Mila, I think you're probably the seventh or eighth actor I've talked to about this now.
Oh, no way, really?
Something like I have so many like there's so many different opinions
Oh,
about what's going on right now. But so far, I don't think
yeah,
anyone has ever talked negatively about the union. They definitely have mentioned things like could be better in some situations, like it could be better to join in, the fees could be lower, or
yeah,
whatever, right? But I don't think
yeah,
one person has ever said union bad. The only time I've ever seen say union bad have been people just outside of the equation for the most part.
yeah.
So
I think
yeah,
I would like to say this. Back when it was two unions, I want to say to join SAG was like 1800
damn.
for the initiation fee, and then after was like 800.
I mean, that was back in the day though, right? So
Yeah. But
yeah.
once they merged,
Mm-hmm.
that price went up to 3.
Understandably, I
So
guess. Yeah.
when the organization gets bigger, you have to also understand that what they're trying to do is they're trying to merge um years and years, if not decades, of pension plans with
Mm-hmm.
people in two different sectors. How do you do the math on the pension plan, right? What kind of point system do you set up? How
Yeah.
much do you need to pay into it? They still haven't merged the pension plan, and it's been 10 years.
Yeah.
They were able to merge the health plan. That took 3 to 5 years, I want to say, though,
Hmm.
because there's just so many layers that you have to go through. So, like, it's a huge organization that just is like a cruise ship. It takes time and effort to
Hmm.
move with the times, because the good thing is it is a big organization, so we're able to have numbers when we fight for things, but also change can come slowly,
Yeah, for sure.
unfortunately. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you got Tencent to sign the interim contract, or I think so, at least, right? Yeah.
Well, I
What?
should say Tencent has okayed it,
Tencent's okay.
so
Okay.
other Tencent companies should be able to sign it.
Mm-hmm.
That's all
At
I'm
least
gonna
within
say
your
about
brand,
that.
at least within your branch, you're able to work on your project with AI
Yes,
protections.
yes.
Yeah. Not to say AI is completely banned, but they have to talk to you now if they want to use
Yeah,
any of your likeness, and you get fairly
yeah,
compensated for it, which I think should
yeah,
just be a normal thing that people do. And
yeah. Who
understandably,
knew that asking for standards in a business, new standards in a business?
I mean, a
Uh,
game company saying, we won't do that. That's not written down. Write it
yeah,
down. That's all you
yeah.
gotta do. Like, come on.
That's
There
it.
might
That's
be,
it.
but then again, like you said, the fact
Yeah,
that if the
yeah,
contract starts here and then future forward, maybe that's not a problem. But the fact that it
yeah.
says anytime you've used it or something like that, that might be the weird little, ooh, I
Yeah.
don't want to do that right
No,
now.
Rihanna's saying, wait, Tencent? No, Tencent didn't sign it. We Lightspeed LA is a subsidiary of
Sorry.
Tencent,
Yeah.
but we had to get an okay from Tencent.
Right.
So that should tell you something.
Yeah. I mean, lots of games, like 180 games, like you said, have signed the interim
Yeah.
agreement. The game that I'm involved in right now in my own space did sign that too, which is really cool. Right. They haven't announced
Yeah.
a lot of the actors in it though, but I'm assuming it's because company might just don't want people to do that. Right. You're not allowed to.
No, yeah.
Yeah. I think
Yeah.
that's the thing that
I
does
mean,
happen.
that's kind of normal. It's one of those
Hmm.
things where it's like, game companies are interesting. I think they're trying to figure out a new model in sort of press time, when press time comes around and launch
Yeah.
comes around. Like, actors have always been, I think, a forethought, or like, kind of, it's not something that is factored in when a game is released. Oftentimes,
Mm.
sometimes it is,
Hmm.
but it's not in the same way like film and television really will use their
Right.
actors front and center to do
Yeah,
press and,
because you can like see them and stuff rather than it's
yeah,
just a voice. Yeah.
yeah, and drive the sort of conversation in a sense. And I think that's starting to change. I only can say that about our game because almost a year ago they released a behind the scenes video of the stage, and like a lot of our faces were on it. I
Oh,
remember it came out and I was like, what? Like,
that's
they're
crazy.
showing our faces? I was like, what is happening? Like, anybody who knows me who saw that would have been like, oh, you're in that game? Like, like, I'm only in there for a split second, thank God, but I was just like, what is happening?
Wow.
And then I had to get really careful about like anything that I was working on because like
Yeah.
you could start looking it up and no. And at the time I really hadn't been announced, so it
Right.
was like,
Mm.
yeah, it was very
No, I
interesting.
definitely had my likeness stolen for things that I did not consent to.
Yeah.
That I've had
And
to
that's
request to get taken down. Thankfully, companies helping me do that too, right? But it really sucks, especially when it's used for something not so savory. Let's just say, yeah.
and if you're doing it by yourself, it's that much more difficult always.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And
So
that's what the union is here for, is to have the backing of, you know, I think 150,000 active members,
yeah.
and it's like close to 250,000 of quote unquote, you know. Whoa, that's a lot of
I'm
zeros.
sorry.
Hold
Yeah.
on.
Just okay.
Hold on, I gotta.
We have some AMA chat. If you
Oh,
still would
okay.
want to send some AMA into the pinned comment or pinned message in chat, that's up top. And we're open to anything. You can ask whatever you want. You can even ask the really tough questions. But so far, I've tried to just make sure I covered as much as I could with the biggest concerns the community is having right now, but also allowing Miley to bring in the experience of an actor in the field. This is just one, because again, chat, I encourage you to have discussions with other actors when and where you can.
Yes,
Uh,
please, please. Oh, Caleb, hello. Time.
but
Hello. Yes.
because a lot of people are concerned, like people want their game to be
Yeah.
voiced. This is like the reason why this all kind of blew up is
Yeah.
because we want Genshin Impact to keep voicing, because it was a very lovely game with some great storytelling sometimes,
Yes.
right? And the voice direction has been really cool and inspired many people to want to voice act or support actors
Yeah.
or keep doing things like that, right? Now that we're not getting it, we want to figure out how we can get it back in. And I don't think the answer
Well,
is replace the actors, because
yeah.
there's problems behind that. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, here's the thing I want to touch upon, that if we could just shift the way of thinking of that, where people are saying like they want their favorite voices to be voiced.
Right.
It's like you understand the importance of voice acting,
Mm-hmm.
voice actors,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
Let's try to get them their health insurance. Let's try to get
Yeah,
them their
exactly.
pension. Like that's all we're asking for, really. And
Uh-huh.
AI protections for the future. Like that's it.
Chat.
That's what they're asking for.
Chat.
If we could maybe
Chat. I'm gonna be crushed if Brenna gets replaced as Navia. You know that. I'm gonna mentally die. Same with Crystal Lee if they lose Chlorine. I am gonna go crazy. I'm sorry. Anyway, I just throw that opinion out there. Anyway.
And I'm just telling you now.
Yeah.
Some of those actors, even if they are recast, will not come back. I'm just letting you know.
It's gonna ruin everything for me.
I know.
Unfortunate though, yeah.
And yeah. And look, I think a lot of us realize it's for the better good. It's not a good look for the company, right? It's not the actors really in the end. That they're standing for something. And I think that I'm walking a very fine line here.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
just
fine.
gonna say this. Some actors are okay
with being replaced if it comes to that. Yeah. I think I got the vibe from that from some of them if it came to that.
Yeah. Because they know what they're fighting for, which is their future. Yeah,
they're looking ahead, like I might get replaced here, like you said, inevitably you do get replaced and you might replace someone else. Yeah. So this just might be that point for a lot of people. It kind of sucks that it is probably one of the biggest games that have changed a lot of lives out there, right? But hey, it's just how it is.
But they can also say like, I did it. I was in.
Yeah. No, you can walk away knowing you kept your morals. I totally agree with that.
And I think some of these people have knitted some of the most incredible performances that will be remembered.
Yeah.
And it just, if replacing somebody is hard, it's not something you want to do.
Right.
Because oftentimes if it's done because of these reasons, it's not a better actor who's replacing them.
Mm. It's like a
Sometimes you're replacing somebody because they're just not right for a
mm,
part.
right.
That happens a lot.
Yeah.
You get into the studio and you're like, oh, actually, this person's not right for this part. But you
Mm,
won't know until you start working. And that's not anything about the acting. It's literally
right.
just a feel. It's the character's not right. Something, you know.
Right.
But if you're replacing people because they're holding the line, inevitably, most of the time, it's not going to be a better performance because
Mm,
that person was right to begin with. That
mm,
first person that was hired was perfect for that role.
right. Yeah.
And people fall in love with that perfect version.
Mm.
And if you replace them and they cannot answer that call, well,
Yeah. I will have to deal with that
that's all I'm
reality
saying.
when it comes to that point, but
Hopefully it doesn't. Look,
hopefully, I'm hoping it doesn't, yeah. But also remember it. Be like, of course, I'll
Yeah.
whenever I see them at a concert, for instance, like, oh, OG character that I used to like. Hell yeah.
Dude, man, look.
Mm.
Look. Genshin is one of my well, it used to be one of my favorite games. I don't play it anymore in solidarity
Yeah.
and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, I played
And
every once in
truly
a
it's like
while.
yeah, no, but truly it's like
Yeah.
one of those things where it's like I can't play it not just because of solidarity. It
Mm.
really depresses me
Right.
to
Yeah.
play it right now because I
Reminds you of the
understand the
situation and things. Yeah.
yeah, and
Gotcha.
I understand the circumstances and it's not great.
Mm.
There's more things we can't talk about that I am privy to and understand and it's not great
Yeah.
sometimes. It's like,
Yeah.
you know, but whatever. But it's like I wish they would flip and sign an interim. I would love to audition for it and get a role. That's all I'm gonna
Me
say about
too.
it. You
Maybe
know?
chat. If they flip, I will start working hard to be a voice actor. I'll work on it. That'll be the thing that gets me to go. Make it
Yes,
happen.
and then be a voice actor. I know. Make it happen. Make the interim happen so that Rin Taicho
That's
and
so
Vile
dumb.
will be in the game.
Oh my god.
I
Be
love
the
that.
most ridiculous thing ever. It's like, oh, we gotta get everything to go now. No. Anyway, I sent you a bunch of
Oh my god.
questions that some people had. Another one just
Yes.
got added in there. So
Yes.
let's start from that last message I
Oh
sent
wait.
you.
Why are you so big? Don't be that big.
Hmm.
Hold on. Which one? This one?
Second one, it was started with how does SAG work with the company and country?
That might already have anti-AI
Mm-hmm.
laws.
Yeah.
So SAG-AFTRA has something called Global One. I think it's called Global One.
Mm.
Where basically you can work as a SAG-AFTRA actor, even if you are not on US soil, you can work under a union contract and be covered, even if I'm
Mm.
in Romania or China or whatever. And a company that is making whatever project, a movie, TV show, game, or whatever, can sign with the union still
Mm.
overseas. An overseas company can sign with the union so that they can use union actors in and pay health and pension and all that stuff and have um AI anti-AI laws basically in a sense that are enforceable here in the US,
Mm.
if that makes sense.
Right.
So what you're it seems that it's who are in a country that might already have anti-AI laws, which is great. But if there is a problem, um basically what SAG-AFTRA is trying to do is just make sure that their members are covered no matter where they are in the world. Um so that if something goes wrong, who knows? Because the future we don't know. That country may get a dictator and suddenly not have an anti-AI law. I don't know. That can happen. We're in a country right now that is stripping away laws that used to be in place.
Mm.
I don't know. So because of this, um, there it's just and SAG-AFTRA has basically a fund that can be used to hire lawyers that can fight these things, even if
Mm-hmm.
it's overseas.
Right.
And again, you would be fighting with the membership behind you, you know, and depending on what kind of project it is and how big it is, big names might be involved. Like there are many different things that happen, but like it's great that another country might have anti-AI laws. It's just another added layer of protection that the union can provide, just to make sure that if something goes wrong, the union lawyers can then combat that
Mm.
overseas.
Okay.
That's what it's for. Yeah. So it's not whether they have anti-AI laws or not. That's not what we're fighting. What we're fighting is basically um because we're not anti-AI. I think that's the other thing too, is that like we're trying to create a revenue stream
Yeah.
for you using my likeness.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think any country has that in place yet
No,
right now.
not at all.
So I think that's the
Not that I know of, at
other
least.
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that we want to make sure that we remember is that what we're fighting for is compensation for using our data.
Yeah. Because at this point, we can't prevent it at all.
It's here.
Yeah,
AI
it's
is
here.
here.
We just have to
It's
accept it
here.
at this point. And if we want people to use it, might as well at least, make sure you get compensated for it. Maybe it makes
Yeah.
it better. Who knows? Whatever, right? But at least you're getting your cut of it, as you should, I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Mhm.
So hopefully that answered that question.
A couple comments came up in chat there talking about that. So Vampy Bat says, I feel like important context here also is that lawsuits could take place in another country, or lawyers could push for it to be under laws in the US where we don't have AI protections.
Yes. Which either would be bad.
Yeah.
So like again, having an entity that has millions of dollars or hundreds of millions of dollars in, because SAG is smart, so they're putting money into these different bank accounts, I'm guessing,
Right.
or money market accounts, I guess, where they can access them
Mm-hmm.
when they need it, if
Right.
they need to go to bat for something,
Right.
to fight for something.
Mm.
So that's something I don't have. I don't have millions of dollars to pay a lawyer to fight for me.
Damn.
If I was very rich and a Nepo baby, maybe, but I don't. I currently don't. So that's what, the union is there for.
Yeah.
Hopefully that makes sense.
All right.
Yes. Anything else?
There's some
Try to read
extras in chat there. TG Amageddon says, also, what is your recourse when your voice is being used in another country if you don't have representation? You see that?
Yes. What is your recourse when your voice is being used in another country? So that's what we're trying to create precedent for.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the other thing that I try to emphasize when we talk about the strike, is that this is just the tip of the spear, what we're trying to do with SAG-AFTRA and the AI protections in this new interim agreement, is that no one else really is doing this. We're all kind of like, oh, AI is here and it's stealing everyone. What do we do? And no one really knows what they're doing. And what the union is trying to do is create that first little crack, that rung that you could put your hands on and climb this mountain that is AI now, right?
Yeah.
And so, right now it's hard if like a company is overseas or if they're based in Russia or something, like, sure, it can be hard to take that stuff down. But if we start to have laws, right, it could be, well, we could maybe, say that their IP address or their company is not allowed to have traffic into the US. Like, we don't have any of that right now. Like, we don't have ways to, we have like that Google thing where you could take down web addresses and stuff, that's about all we have. What is it? DCIM or something? Like, the's that thing.
DCMA? Is that what you mean?
DCMA? Yeah. So there's that.
Or DMCA, sorry.
I know, we're just making up acronyms.
Dyslexic time. Woo!
But, we don't even have that. So what SAG-AFTRA is just trying to do is just create a foothold. That other countries, other unions in other countries, other laws, like the EU is working on laws as well. They're just trying to create that piece of language that then every other thing can be based off of.
Agreed.
That's what they're really trying to do, I think. This is, again, my opinion, but I think that's what they're trying to do.
No, because I think a lot of people are coming back at SAG. It's like, why would you sign up with an AI company that will do AI stuff now? I thought you guys didn't want AI. I think that's a huge misconception, first of all, right?
Yes.
And again, that's to the points that we brought about. Yeah.
Earlier in the chat, we did talk about a little bit about that, but just to kind of reiterate, it's like SAG-AFTRA is just trying to create channels to make sure that we're being fairly compensated. Channels where it's like a company that specializes in digital replicas
Yeah.
that you can sign up with, so that if
Mm-hmm.
somebody is looking for a Rintai Cho, they can go to that company and find legal ways to do it. We're
Yeah.
trying to find legal channels because AI is here. Generative AI is here.
Yeah.
It's not going away. We have to now find out ways to make sure we get paid,
Yeah.
fairly compensated, and we just need those channels. We
Yeah,
need that freeway.
exactly. Like I would rather they
But
just ask me and just like go do a thing. That'd be great too, right? But
yeah,
if you have to use some kind of replica of me because
hmm
X or Y, yeah, let's talk about it.
yeah,
Legally, right? Not just do it
legally,
behind my
yeah.
back just because there's no laws behind it. I'll just go do it anyway, right?
And these companies that have signed these pacts with the union and contracts with the union
Yeah.
have to follow union rules.
Mm.
And if they don't, that gets pulled from them. That ability to represent union actors gets pulled. So like, of course they're going to try to follow the rules.
Yeah.
Like, it's about creating a framework legally
Yeah.
to help every single argument. But it has to start somewhere, and unfortunately, it's not the actors, the on-camera actors, it's the voice actors that are getting the brunt of it right now.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Eventually it'll get there if it continues
It
like
will.
this. And yeah,
Hopefully,
a
hopefully.
lot of this stems from like kind of like the surface area of AI is bad. Never use it because a lot of, I guess, in what we see it today is people using it for art, for instance, and it just like kind of siphoning every piece of data it can from the internet to create a thing, and then you have these AI artists that are like, oh, look at this thing that I did. So yeah, I
Based
get
off of
that.
the work of so many other
Like
people that you didn't
yeah,
pay.
hundreds of other people, or like look at my art completely replicates like a Studio Ghibli thing. That was a big thing going around for like the last little while, and people kept posting into it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I kind of
And
get
that's
it when that is kind of like your surface area, like AI is bad, right? But you got to think of it a bit more than that, which is where I think a lot of the miscommunication is happening everywhere right now. So,
and
yeah.
it's easy to be angry.
Yeah,
I
too.
hate to
Yeah.
say that, right? It's like, it's so easy to just be enraged. It's so easy to just be rah rah in the voice and being,
Mm-hmm.
whataboutisms. It's so easy. But the thing is, I think what a lot of people, and I told my castmates this when we were trying to flip our game, we are setting the precedent for the future,
Mm-hmm.
not to be that person. And and the people who are not in this fight won't ever really quite understand what it took or how hard it was or the sacrifices that you had to make, the tears, the crying that you had to do, the screaming into the void when you felt like it was impossible.
mm.
They're not going to know all those things. They're just not. They're
Chat.
not going to understand that, right?
Chat, to bring up another
And what?
personal example for me, like Quizmaster wouldn't exist if I wasn't here right now, right? So I came up with that shit on the fly. You think an AI could do that? I don't think so. Come on.
Never. Yeah, so it's those little things, right? And
Yeah.
I think we have to understand that the people who are the loudest right now on the internet, sometimes they're saying it from the safety of their keyboards. They didn't have to put their jobs on the line, their
Yeah.
livelihood on
They
the
have no skin
line.
in the game here, right? They just
Yeah.
have a thing that personally affects them now that, like, no, get it fixed now. And I've seen takes like that all
Yeah.
over the internet. Like, I want my game to be voiced because I work hard every day and I want to come back and enjoy this piece of medium that I pay for. Is like, first of all, this particular medium you're paying for voluntarily. You don't have to pay a damn thing, right?
It's free
Yeah,
technically.
it's
Yeah.
free. Like, come
Yeah.
on. Anyway, so
So again, again, it's it's easy. Hold on, I want to cough. It's easy from the outside. It's easy once you're done,
hmm.
which technically with my game I'm done. I'm able to do my job on that game without worrying. I don't have to think.
All right.
I get to just be the character.
Hmm.
That's a lot of work, by the way.
Yeah.
But I just get to do that,
Yeah.
and really just enjoy it. And I think that if we can all just take a deep breath and remember, there are some very, very just people who are hurt in this world, who I think they don't get heard in their own lives. And the only way they feel heard is sometimes taking hot takes on the internet.
Mm-hmm.
And that, I have some sympathy for that
Mm-hmm.
in a weird way. Like, got it. I understand your pain. Is it not helping us? Yes. But also, like, it's the only time maybe they get heard by, and then they get 1,000 likes, 20,000 likes. I don't know.
Hmm.
And we have to give space for those people, unfortunately, in order for people like me to be heard as well.
Mm.
I can't tell them they can't have an opinion, even if it might be misinformed. If I would like my takes and my opinions to be heard as well.
Yep. Okay.
Is mine a little bit maybe closer to the truth because I had to go through it? Sure. But I'm not going to be right all the time either.
Mm.
And my takes aren't always going to be popular with my union members either. Like, I don't know. Like, but we all have the right to say
that's
it.
fair, yeah.
At least here in the US for now. So
for now. On Twitter. I don't know. No one
Twitter. I don't know.
No one community noted me yet, so what's going on here? Whatever. Anyway, right?
Hopefully we're good.
Yeah.
Yeah, so hopefully that
like you said, like I don't even have I don't have any skin in this either. It's just something I believe in. That's all, right?
Yeah.
I have like
And also,
yeah.
Let's remember that SAG-AFTRA as a union exists in the US. And the US moves with the letter of the law. Everything goes back to the US Constitution, right? And how that was created. And every single piece of law that is created it branches off of the US Constitution.
I'd like to think so right now, at least.
Well, yeah, you would think so. That's supposed to be how it works.
Yeah. Oops.
But essentially, every country is going to be a little bit different. Their laws are going to be different. How they create laws and how it's enacted, how it is enforced is going to be different.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying may not make sense to people who don't live in the US.
Yeah.
So I would like that to be understood as well, is that we are working as hard as we can with the constraints that we have, with the way our country works and our legal system works. So I will say that.
Cool.
To hopefully help a little bit there.
We are getting through this AMA as thoroughly as we can, Chad. It's okay.
Yeah. We're being thorough, at least.
Yeah, trying to. Okay. I just want to cover all our bases to make sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
The next one.
It is from Kyran. Look at the bottom there.
Hello.
Yeah. You see there. I'll let you read this one out because I'll let you decide whether or not you want to answer this one. Yeah. It's the second image in that big 4-image
is
post.
this one that it says only answer if you're comfortable speaking about this?
I'll let you answer to that one.
Okay, what is it? I'm gonna have to read it out loud because my brain.
Sure.
How do you feel about some people saying that the strike on Hoyo Games can't be called a strike since it's not officially union organized? Sorry if you already answered this. Don't be sorry, ever. It is a strike though. I can answer this. And this isn't to be like.
Okay. Hang on before you continue with that, because I've heard people define it as technically not a strike, but more like a collective agreement to not go into work.
But that is a strike, right?
Technically, that is striking, yes.
It is a
But
strike.
then they would define that as a non-union game can't be struck if it's not union.
But the workers are striking. So let's say we're gonna go back to our steel workers, right? I don't know, from the 1920s or whenever they came up with their union and their general strike, right? So essentially what it is that a strike is any time that you decide not to render services or not to it could be as simple as I'm not going to go to Target and buy something because they got rid of their DEI policies. That's also a strike,
right? Because
you are choosing not to do something. That is a strike. And so I think if we boil down to it, is it a SAG-AFTRA strike? No. But it is a strike because back before people didn't have unions and they were trying to unionize, they were trying to ask for better wages or better hours,
right? And
they were unionizing or organizing, at least, they would do a strike where you didn't go in and work.
Right.
That is a strike. So what technically the Hoyo game people are doing is a strike. It is not the SAG-AFTRA strike. It is
Mm.
their own strike. Because they are asking for something, which is like a different contract. They're asking for union protections in a different contract. Some of them may have been asking for AI protections before this whole thing came up. That is a strike. So it is a strike.
Okay.
It's not the same strike.
Right.
It is a different strike because
Right.
they're trying to flip a game from non-union to union. But that is a legitimate strike.
Okay.
Because that happens all the time on movie sets. It happens all the time. It happens all the time. I think what people don't understand also.
No, that's good. I wanted this to like get answered because this is something I see constantly.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I can't explain this. I think Miley can though. So
I think what people need to realize is that the union, the SAG-AFTRA union, because it has signed contracts with their bargaining partners, they are required by law to follow certain steps in order to strike.
Right.
But anyone can strike anything. A hunger strike is a hunger strike because you are in, I don't know, maybe you're in jail or no, those are those environmental hunger strikes where somebody goes in front of a company and they refuse to eat for 30 days.
Yeah.
That's a strike. You are refusing not services or work, but you're refusing to eat food because you want something to be addressed.
Right.
That is a strike. So yes, it is a strike.
It's
the Hoyo games are being struck by their actors, but for a different reason.
Yeah.
That's it.
And that's AI protections.
AI protections, and basically going to a union contract. That's all they're asking.
All right. Okay.
I think they were asking for AI protections and they didn't get it. And then they were like, well, AI protections are in the union contract. So we're going to ask for a union contract. That's it.
Okay. That clears it up. Thank you for that question, Kyran.
Hopefully that,
No, seriously, that is like one of the hot button issues right now around this whole thing.
A hot button issue?
Because the moment they heard the game was non-union, they thought like, oh, this game isn't actually like people don't have to not work on it or whatever. Like people shouldn't be reprimanded for working on a non-union game because it should be free game for anyone to go into. That was the big thing that a lot of people are bringing up right now.
Before any job was unionized, any job, automobile workers, steel workers, any job, actors, any job, nurses, doctors. Before it was unionized, they were all non-union workers. They had to do. I'm
sorry to play devil's advocate here a little bit, but yeah, that's.
No. I just think that's really hilarious. It's like.
No, that's what I thought too. I was like, but I just I can't wrap my head around. Yeah.
That's what I mean. It's like there's so many different kinds of strikes. Like it just means that you're not going to do something.
Yeah, you're not doing anything.
XYZ that will help benefit that company. I'm no longer going to do it.
Yeah.
I'm not going to purchase. I don't know, from Starbucks. I'm not going to purchase from Target. I'm not going to purchase. I'm going to buy more from Costco. I don't know.
I stopped paying on my Genshin dailies. Does that mean I'm on a strike too?
You are technically on a strike.
Holy crap, Chad! I'm on a strike.
You are using your funds to show them that you're on a strike.
I mean, okay. The best thing that I can do is answer with my wallet, and if I don't spend my money into a thing, you'd eventually have to address it. But I'm only one person in this whole pool. I need a bunch of other people to help me do that. But I don't expect people to follow that with me right now because everyone can make their own opinion. It'd be cool, right? If we want to see some significant changes to a company like this to do something, you have to answer with your wallet, 100%.
Yes. I mean, purchasing not a boycott. Yes, it is a boycott, but also boycotting is striking as well. It's the same concept. It's like you're essentially pulling something from them that they need.
Yeah. Right.
Oh, Amelia's like, I stopped playing Genshin because of the toxicity, so I'm doing my part.
Like the reason why I talk and yap about this all the time is because I care about Genshin. I really like the game and I want Hoyoverse to do a better job. This is why I talk about this. This is why I bring Miley on to talk about their experience with acting and things like that. This is why I talk to other actors. This is why I try to promote other actors about what they do and things like that. Like, a lot of the actor friends I know have met through this single game. So this is kind of like a little personal thing for me right now.
And I think what people need to understand is that most of us, I would say 99.9% of us, we love our characters that we get to create. Some of them, like Tomoe, might split the community, and they may hate it, whatever, but like
Miley.
we all, yeah.
Vampy Bat question in chat. This is one of the biggest questions in the community. We have answered this, but if you can go over it again.
Quick clarification. If Genshin were to go union, what would happen with non-union VAs? I've seen a lot of contention and confusion and disinformation here. So this is something I totally forgot about. While I was talking in the stream, like at the very beginning, I was like, oh, wait a second, there's this thing. So when any production goes from non-union to union, which is called flipping a production, it's a term that is used by any entertainment union. It could be writers, it could be actors, it could be directors, it could be, below the line people who do the lighting and all that stuff.
Right.
All these people. When you go from non-union to union, it's called flipping a game. And when that happens, everybody is automatically Taft-Hartley'd. And if that production keeps going, you don't technically have to join the union in order to work, because when you were hired, you were a non-union actor. So you can technically remain non-union and continue working on the project. So something like Genshin, which is a live
service, yeah.
Live service game that has no end life for now. If it flips in the middle, you get Taft-Hartley'd, yeah. So you can join the union whenever you want, but you also don't have to, and you can remain on it until the end of the service of the game, because it has been flipped.
Right.
Flipped productions, you don't get penalized either way, whether you join the union or not.
Okay.
You can continue to work on it.
I think I'm getting what you're saying. So hang on. So the Taft-Hartley, hang on, let me just, I had this in my head. So, okay. You only get 3 in your lifetime, right? Correct?
To be a must join?
Yeah.
Yes, for
you get
SAG-AFTRA,
3.
yeah.
Okay. So if you are on Genshin,
yes,
which is currently non-union, right? Let's say, okay, well, let's address that first. So if you sign on to Genshin with a Taft-Hartley, that's 1, right? And that's with the company, not per character, correct? Or anything like that?
No.
Okay, so it's
the company.
The whole company, you have a Taft-Hartley, and you can have multiple characters. Okay. Right? Correct?
Probably,
and that exists just for however long the game goes.
Yes.
Okay. So that's 1 point. 2, if you're a non-union...
No, wait.
Oh.
If you're non-union, once the game flips, though, and you're non-union actor that gets hired, it will count.
It will count.
Right, as your 1.
Yeah.
And if you get 2 more somewhere else, and you work on the game again, if they get really nitty-gritty, they could possibly tell you have to join.
Okay.
They probably won't, because there's too many actors to keep covered. You know what I mean? Like, would you go through thousands of actors and be like, well, you joined after we flipped?
Right.
Like, that's a lot of work. I don't think they're going to do that.
Okay, hang on. So...
Does that make sense?
Yes. So hang on. So let's say someone has 3 tasks, not with Genshin, right? They just got it from others, and they picked up a non-union gig with Genshin somewhere along the line. Say the game flipped, but you already had 3 tasks. What happens?
You're still allowed to stay union because it flipped mid-production. Yeah.
That means you don't have to get another task for it, but...
No.
Okay, that's good.
They will Taft-Hartley you, but that doesn't mean you have to join because it's a flip.
Right.
If you're already on the game, it's a flip.
Yeah.
And a flip means that anybody and everybody...
Anyone that was already working on it just gets automatically. But what if you had like 3 tasks already at that point, and then it flips?
It doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. Okay.
They can't force you to join the union simply because the game flipped.
Gotcha. Okay.
That
just
doesn't
making
make
sure.
any sense at all.
Gotcha. Yeah, because I think a lot of confusion comes from
If you
there.
went out of your way to get a Taft-Hartley, like as an extra on a movie, yes, they're gonna be like, maybe you have to join. But like, if you are already on a project that was non-union that flipped, no.
Okay.
No, that is not a criteria that they require.
And then, chat. So the must join thing, we talked to Miley about this earlier, and how Miley kind of pushed it off over and over again until they were ready to join. Right? That is an option too. Like, you don't have to join right away. Yeah.
Yes. So I was SAG eligible or SAG-AFTRA eligible for longer than I should have been, many years. I actually called a department that covers membership. Station 19 or station. Well, you know what? I'm look this up once and for all because this is
Sorry, I was
ridiculous.
laughing at something Tigrese said. Like they're using
No, no.
fine tooth comb, and I'm like waving a comb around while I was pointing at things.
SAG-AFTRA
No, there's
station 12,
Kyron.
12.
There's always disinformation going around. Don't believe what anyone says out there.
Okay, so it's called Station 12. So you can call a section in the union called Station 12, which takes care of like union membership. It also takes care of dues. So like let's say I forget to pay my dues. This happens a lot. I forget to pay my dues. Okay. I get hired on a project.
Yeah.
And they're like, we want to hire Miley. And they're like, is she available on this day at this time? And we go, yeah. And they're like, perfect, you're booked. And you're like, yeah, I'm working on a video game. And then that casting director has to then go to the union, be like, we're going to hire Miley Yamamoto for this game on this day. And then the union, Station 12, to be exact, comes back and they're like, she hasn't paid her dues. She is Station 12. She cannot work. And then the casting director goes, well, F. And they have to call my agents. And my agents then call me. And they're like, did you know you're Station 12? And I go, oh, hold on. Let me go pay. And I go pay my dues. And then I call my agents right back and I'm like, I have paid. And they call the casting director who goes, great. And then they call Station 12 and then they can clear me to work. Like, that's what happens.
That's a you thing then.
That's a me thing.
That's a you thing, 100%. Okay.
That's a me thing, yeah.
Yeah.
So essentially, Station 12 also is a place that you can call. Let's say you're SAG eligible, you have your 3 Taft-Hartleys, and you don't have the money, you don't feel comfortable yet, but you booked one union gig. You're like, that's not enough for me to justify joining yet because like this is my first union gig in a year and a half.
Yeah.
You know, I want to still continue to work non-union gigs because I want more experience. I want the ability to work on more games, whatever it is.
Right.
That's when you call Station 12 like I did. You talk to a human being and you go, hi, I got hired on XYZ for 1 day of work or whatever. And you go, I'm not ready to join the union. Is there any way you can give me an extension? Literally. Can I have an extension? And they will look you up and they'll be like, yes, you can have an extension. They extended me for like 3 years. For 3 years.
Sorry, you mentioned 3 years. Yeah.
Diligently. And I was like, hi. So I can't, like, you know, because and I was saying things like I don't have the money, I want more experience in doing non-union, I'm not sure if I just say all the things. And then one day, 3 years into doing this, you know, I hear the clickety clack of the computer.
Yeah.
And they go, I can't do it anymore.
Yeah.
I can't extend you because I just made too much money doing union work.
Yeah.
I was booking too much at that point for them to say no. And at that point, if I wanted to do the union job, I don't know what it was. I think it was a television show. I had to join the union if I wanted to take that job.
Right. Okay.
Because then they would have to decline me at that point. I don't know if people understand. So like essentially when a casting director casts something, whether it's a video game, a TV show, a movie, most casting directors want the best person for the role. So they're gonna audition everybody.
Right.
Union, non-union, it doesn't matter. Because if you're right for the role, you're gonna get it. I'm being honest here. It doesn't matter. They just want the best. They just want the right person and the best person. And if they find that person in the non-union world, they're gonna Taft-Hartley you, right?
Provided you agree to like joining it. Yeah.
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 And if you've been Taft-Hartley too many times, you at some point have to join if you want to work that particular union project. So until you reach that point, do not join the union. Please do me that favor. If you're not ready to join the union, don't. Continue to work your non-union stuff. Build experience, build your reel, please. Like, I don't know if anybody talks about that, but I say that to everybody. Like, don't. Everyone's always like, I need to join the union in order to get an agent or whatever.
I
whatever.
don't even know if
Cool.
people are even saying that, right? It's just what I see on the internet is people saying, well, you'll force all the non-union VAs out of work if they join or if Genshin signs over to union and they have
No,
to do all that kind of other stuff.
no, because they would still hire you if you're the right
No,
person in the
you
role.
like if you're in the roster chat, you're in.
Yeah,
That's it.
if if you're in and they flipped the game, you're in. It doesn't matter. Like,
I
ugh,
guess the other concern would be like, how do actors get into Genshin now if it was like a union gig?
you would audition through
Yeah, you just
your
audition.
agent.
And if they find a non-union guy, they're like, we want you in here.
Yeah,
Wouldn't
then
that
they would
just
just
happen?
Taft Hartley you.
Yeah, and it'd just be a one task. If you already have three tasks at that point, you probably aren't making 3K. Or at least you probably have 3K or getting pretty dang close to it. So,
Please save your money.
yes.
Now we know the math. It was like $86, right? If you save $86 every month for 3 years,
Yeah,
you will
three to
have
5 years.
$3,000 to
Yeah,
join
and if you're a
the
serious
union.
actor, you have to consider the long term, not the short term either.
Yeah.
Right. So,
And depending on, like I said, look at your market. If you're in LA or New York, definitely
mm-hmm.
you'll want to join the union. If you're in smaller markets, maybe you don't. But
Yeah,
also in those smaller markets, you're probably in a right to work state.
right.
So you got to look at the laws. You got to look at these things like, and
So,
at some point, if you want to join, like if you want to work on really, really big stuff, a lot of them are going to be union.
yeah. Okay. So, so let's I'm going to make up a hypothetical. So,
Yes.
Genshin goes union.
Yes.
So it flips. A bunch of people get tafts, but if you already have three tafts and you happen to be in there, whatever, it's fine. You're still
Yeah.
in. You get your gig.
Yeah.
Now, non-union VA wants to get into Genshin because really cool. So I'm guessing studios will either pull from the roster, but I guess would once in a while do like a casting call for more actors. Would non-union actors be able to get in that way if that was an option?
I think, look, if you're in an agency of some sort,
Mm-hmm.
because Genshin has been now around for 4 or 5 years, they have tons of voices to fill every
Yeah.
season.
Yeah.
They're gonna need to reach out to every casting director in every market
Mm.
as possible, especially here in the US.
Okay.
So if you're with an agent of some
Right.
sort, you
Mm-hmm.
should be seeing those auditions. You might be seeing them and just not knowing that you're auditioning for it.
Okay. So an
Just so
agency
you
is
know.
just someone that represents you and like finds work for you essentially and gives it to you,
They just
regardless
find
of your
they get
union
auditions.
status.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
You just get auditions and then the studio will deal with that with you when you get to that point.
And if they need to Taft Hartley you, it's a one-page document.
Yeah, that's all.
It's
It
not that
doesn't sound
it's not
complicated to
that hard.
me. I think the problem
No.
is people are saying like, "Oh, then you can't get any more work or you can't work on non-union games when you're in the union or something like that." That'd be another concern that people bring up. Because once you go
Yeah,
union, yeah.
I mean, this is just my own experience. I'm not speaking for anybody else.
Hmm.
There are a lot of games that are union.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of cool games that are union that
Yeah.
aren't just Genshin
Right.
and other non-union games.
But Genshin is so cool, Miley.
It is. I won't lie, it is. But also, like, I think once I started, when I should say, not when I joined the union or when I started voiceover, I didn't know. But now that I have sort of worked in this industry for a while and I have more stuff like resume
Mm-hmm.
and I've moved through into a different area. I'm not going to say up or down. That's not what it
Yeah,
is.
yeah, yeah.
I've moved to a different kind of pocket
Right.
of games.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, there's a lot of work out there.
Okay.
You just are probably not aware of it because you're not getting it from your agents, or you are and you're just not booking them yet.
Mm.
And you're not realizing how many days you will end up working, how much work is available out there.
Okay.
It's quite a, I mean, I can't really get into specifics, but you know how difficult my last couple of weeks have been
Yeah.
because of just how
Mm-hmm.
busy I have been.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm saying that knowing that it's like embarrassment of riches. Don't get me wrong, but like
Mm-hmm.
also you have to understand as you move into a different tier of your life, one of the things that you start to do, even in non-union world, you do this, right?
Mhm.
Where you negotiate better rates.
Yep.
If you're a well-known actor in your space, even as a non-union actor, you can be like, you know what? I'm so and so. I asked double my fee,
Mm.
triple my fee. That happens in union world too. So you can, there are double scale, triple scale actors out there who, you know, I remember when I was starting out as an on-camera actor, it was so incredible because I was, at one of those cattle calls for commercials for,
Oh.
I forgot what it was. And the casting director happened to see this girl walk by and she was like, "Oh my God, so and so. Um, are you doing this audition?" And they were like, "No, I don't know. What is it for?" And they were like, "No, I'm not here for that." And she was like, "Do you mind coming in and just auditioning?" And she went, "Yeah, I can. Just so you know, I'm triple scale though. You know that, right?"
Wow.
And I remember being like, "Hey, I didn't even know who this actor was. Like,
Right.
it wasn't somebody that I knew or was
Mm-hmm.
famous, but I think does really well in commercials."
Mm-hmm.
And so she was just able to just kind of be like, "Yeah, I'm triple scale now." And the casting director was like, "Oh, yeah, we can afford to do that." Like,
Wow.
like, but I just remember being like new to acting and being like, "Whoa, whoa, you're triple scale, damn!" Like,
Mm-hmm.
but that kind of world exists. So like, there is a world beyond non-union. There is a world beyond Genshin. There is a world beyond. There's going to be more. I think I would like more actors to do their career and live their career, knowing that there's going to be more. Well, there isn't if we don't get AIs and
Yeah, I know, right?
contracts and all that. But
Exactly.
there's going to be more. And
No, yeah.
yeah,
A lot of the acting space is such a parallel to content creators. It's just very bizarre, right? I resonate with a lot of this, which is crazy. Wow, it's very interesting
yeah.
to just hear from.
I think labor fights and just working in general, we all are doing practically similar, if not the same
Yeah.
things,
Mm.
right? Because
Well, I
business and commerce are the same,
I
no
basically
matter.
my work that relates to yours probably the most is sponsor work where I would do
Mhm,
commercials in a sense, right? So
mhm.
I think that's where my relation would come from because yeah, trying to figure out my own rates when pricing myself with companies on my own very difficult. But when I was with an agency, I was I was getting gigs for numbers I never thought I could ask for. And
It's
after
because they
yeah,
know.
they
So
know,
like
right? Yeah.
agents, managers, lawyers, all of these people, because they're negotiating contracts on the same project for other actors, they often will know how much money is available,
Hmm.
how much money so and so asked for.
Yeah.
So they're able to help you a little bit more on negotiating those rates for you,
Yeah.
better rates for you,
So
if they can.
never give your rates first, chat. If you're as a content creator, ask them
Ask
what
for the budget.
their ask their budget on like sponsors or like content creator like promotions and stuff like that. Never say your rates outright. See what they got. You'd be surprised.
Yeah. And if you do have to kind of tell them your rates, I would
hmm
say set it 3 times
Yeah,
higher than your
highball it.
normal rate.
See what they say. I haven't had a sponsor in a while, except for one. I had
Yeah.
one. I've been
I think
busy.
my friend who did that once, had kind of cheekily said like times 5 their
Ooh,
rate.
wow.
And they literally were like, "Yeah, okay, cool." And then she was like, "Could I have asked for more?" Because they literally just said yes. They were like,
And
"Yeah,
like I would
sounds
do
great."
that too, Chad. I'm not above. I want money. I'm down. I'm down for some dollars too, right? I'm just a human being that was just want to live, right? Who
Right.
doesn't? That's just how the way things are. I wish it wasn't, but hey, frick. I gotta look out for
Yeah.
me too, right? Which I understand why some people would pick it. I get that, right? But kind of sucks when you
Yeah.
do it when there's a whole big situation going on. So
Yeah.
anyway, all right.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah, yeah.
let's get to the next question here. That's
Yes.
okay.
No, no, no. I think it's this one.
Mm-hmm.
It says, how much guidance and leadership do the striking Genshin VAs get from SAG while they're trying to flip Genshin? Is SAG heavily involved, or is it more like they're on their own? I personally, I can't answer that because I don't really know, if I'm being honest. I can tell you what I've experienced.
Mm.
Um, myself, which is that um I only talked about a very small sliver about kind of how I flipped my game to the interim
Right.
agreement.
Mm.
And that conversation of going from A all the way to Z is is kind of like a playbook, right? It's one way to flip a game, whether
Mm.
it's from non-union to union or a union game that is a side letter 6 game to an interim contract. They're all very every game is unique, but also will have touchstones and moments that will be similar. And so most actors really have no experience having to do this, right? I didn't. For sure. I was just doing kind of like what I thought was right as like a video game player who likes to play like general style games.
Yeah.
That was kind of all I had based my movements on. Did I personally had union people who helped me because my game was union. We walked through my contract. I have two separate contracts, a personal contract and also a contract, the union contract itself. Um, so because of that experience, I was personally asked to speak with some of the Genshin VAs to tell them sort
Mm.
of what I had to do, like from A to Z, in order to get to the interim agreement. Can the Genshin actors use all the steps I did? Of course not, because we don't have the same needs. We don't have the same game. The structure of the company that I was working with is completely different from the structure of the company they were working with. Like, there's so many little things that are different. But again, how I organize the actors, how I had a much smaller game, obviously, because Genshin has like hundreds of actors at this
Mm.
point. So I was able to say, like, I was a captain. Like, think of yourself as a captain,
Right.
and I had maybe 10 to 12 other actors to control, like, and talk to
Mm.
and basically rally.
Right.
But I was like, if you have 100, you might need 10 separate
Right. Yeah.
people who captain,
Yeah.
who are in charge of 10 people each. And
Mm.
that's how you disseminate information, because the worst thing that can happen is you have misinformation happen within the ranks, because then people start to get scared, they get anxious, some will get resentful, you know. And so it's all about managing expectations when you flip any project, whether it's from non-union to union or to an interim contract.
Mm. Okay.
Any kind of flipping requires communication, it requires dissemination, up to date information, and handling misinformation.
Mm.
That's really what you're doing. And so I personally just talked to a lot of them, just so that they understood kind of the things I had to look out for, the pitfalls, who was able to help me in what way. And I was like, is there somebody on your side that is similar to this position person that helped us? Can you find that person on your side? Like, we had those kinds of kind of conversation where it's like, because sometimes when you're in it, you can't see it, the forest for the trees, right? So
Mm-hmm.
it helps to really talk about things, to be like, ah, that's actually a thing that maybe is important, or I don't know if that's important, or I say something and they're like, oh, I have an aha moment, this might help us. I don't know, like, information is information. And for me, once I flipped my game, all I could do was, for myself, just talk to many games. Genshin is one of them. I talk to games I can't talk about because they're all under NDA. But you just don't know. You just don't know what kind of information you can give. And as a member of my union,
Mm.
I had the time and I had a success story that I could hopefully give a little positive, sort of like, you can do it too. Um Also talk about our fears so that they don't feel alone and feeling fear,
Mm.
because it's scary.
Yeah.
I'm going to keep saying that. It is scary. My cast always jokes about it when people turn to us and they're like, "Oh, it must have been easy for you because you guys flipped it so early." And we all look at each other. We're like,
It
"You
was
should have
a,
been
it
there."
was a time, like we still
Yeah,
had to
it was
go
a
through it, you know,
time.
like we almost lost
This,
someone in that whole
yeah,
process too. Like, come
yeah,
on, you guys.
basically, yeah.
And yeah,
So
Hoyo is a
I
bigger property too. So like you said earlier, there
Yeah.
is gonna be losses for
And
sure.
and the thing with Hoyo is that there's 3 games right now that
Mm.
they're trying to actively flip. So it's a lot. It's a lot of moving parts. Um, and like I said, there's a lot of emotion involved. You know, people love the game. They love the name value that's attached to it, the fame that comes with being in Genshin, the money. Like, there's so many things. And I think we all have to be aware that it's like a cruise ship again. Like,
Yeah.
it's a huge moving, lumbering thing.
Yeah.
And I think that with game companies, we, especially if they're overseas, we don't really know who to speak to as well
Mm.
in order for that communication to happen. So there's a lot of moving parts. I again, I don't really know um how much SAG is involved. I don't. All I can say is that I did have a Zoom call just to talk about my experience.
Okay.
And hopefully they walked away with
Hopefully it give
something,
something, right?
strategy, or
Yeah.
at least like, yay, maybe we can do it
Yeah,
ourselves.
some
I
kind of
don't
hope,
know.
some kind of inspiration, maybe some new ideas on how to approach it.
Yeah.
Who knows, right? Just
Yeah.
something, just to put it out there. Mm.
A lot of people taught, like, here's I keep telling people this. I'm like, please feel free to text me or call me. And if you need to vent, I'm here, because they did that for me. I had fellow actors whose games are still not flipped, but they were like, you know what? We've been doing this for a while. Um, why don't you talk to these people? And they listened to me for hours, sometimes just kind of ranting and raving.
I mean, we had a call once for like 3 hours, and we haven't
We
talked in
did.
forever, right? So, and
It
I'm
was
not
like,
even
you
an
don't
actor.
understand. This
I'm
is
just
a,
very
yeah.
interested about this kind of stuff. So,
Rin, you were very kind in letting me sort of be passionate about
you
it.
were basically just venting to me.
I was a little bit. I was like,
Yeah, just
yeah.
everything
So,
going on.
but we
Yeah.
all need to do that for each
Mm-hmm.
other, because
Yeah.
this is a long fight. You know, there's gonna be some wins, there's gonna be some losses, there's gonna be some stalling out, and
Mm-hmm.
the only thing we can do is keep ourselves sane. Because if
Yeah.
we stay neutral, we stay sane, we stay balanced emotionally, we can actually fight from a position of power. If we get emotional, if we get angry, any of those things, it's the win for the other side.
Yeah, it's not
Always.
gonna help anyone.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't give in to hate, chat.
Don't give it a
Don't
hate.
give in to
Hopefully that
hate.
answers your question. This is awesome stream. Of course.
Yeah,
Thank you.
that was Chipapa. Thank you for the question.
Thank you for the question.
Yeah.
And I realize I can't answer all of it because I don't know, but
Yeah,
hopefully I answered enough.
yeah. Next question.
Okay. How likely do you think this would have been done if it was a priority for Hoyo to just get it done? This isn't just Hoyo. I'm going to just blanket all game
Yeah.
companies, right? Because even the union contract, because of side letter 6, SL6, that is in the contract, game companies don't, if they don't want to, they don't have to sign the new interim contract.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same with Hoyo. If they don't have to,
Yeah.
because it's another legal thing that they have to worry about, right? So right now, they don't really have to do it. It's not whether they want to or not, or if
Yeah.
it's a priority. Right now, it's not a priority because it's not a problem.
Mm.
Right?
Mm.
It's not technically a problem.
Right.
It sucks.
It sucks.
And some people are complaining because the
Yeah.
English version
Yeah.
isn't voiced.
Right.
But it's not yet a big problem.
Mm. It hasn't been. It hasn't shown to been. They still make money, so
Yeah.
if your experience is gonna be kind of dipped a little bit, but as long as they see the funds coming in, that doesn't look like a problem to the company, chat. Which is where a lot of us come in at this point. That's up to me and up to you about how you can answer to this.
Yeah.
But
it's like I said, even on my game, not to keep talking about that, but on my game, I knew one of the most important strategies that I could use in order to flip our game to the interim was timing. Right? We had to create a pressure point.
Right.
even if it was fake. We needed to create that pressure point
Mm-hmm.
that would force the other side to play ball with us.
Mm.
Every game has a pressure point.
Right.
It's your job on the game to figure that out.
So that could be like withholding funds or
Withholding funds is one of them.
specific maybe roles within this group of people could be like, leading the
Yes.
cause a bit better, like someone very important to it. I don't know, right? There's a lot of different people in this puzzle piece, right? I'm just
Yes.
saying.
Yes.
Um,
And again, withholding work is another
yeah.
tactic. Like there are many tactics. In order to create a pressure point. Right now, I
Mhm.
believe this is just my own opinion, but with Hoyo, a true pressure point hasn't occurred.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I think it's annoying.
I think
That's
I
it.
know what
It's
it
literally like,
is. I have an opinion on what it could be. At
I'm sure
least.
we all have an opinion on what
Yeah,
it could
I'm
be.
sure it can. I think there's a really strong point that can be pushed right now, but for how it's going right now, it's not going to be. Some people care about the game a little too much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I will say this.
I should
Yes,
say
it's
about the
scary
game.
to.
They care about
What?
themselves a little too much, I think is I should rephrase that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Sorry,
think.
go ahead.
No, no, no. I think I will say this. Is it scary because you might lose your job? Sure.
Mm-hmm.
It really is. That's not something I'm going to poo poo about at all. It's, I can laugh about it right now because I'm on the other side.
You made it through
And,
the
and
other
the,
side, yeah.
yeah, and the
Yeah.
outcome was good for us.
Mm-hmm.
Are there going to be some losses? We've talked about it. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. But the thing is, I would love if my fellow actors, some of my fellow actors, because I think most of us are realizing that we have strength in numbers.
Mm.
But I think that I would love some of my fellow actors to realize just how much power they have, especially when they work together.
Mm.
That is the point of a union. And if they could just believe in their own power and their own ability to move people, they're so much more powerful than they think they are. If I could talk to my own self in the past, that's what I would whisper in my ear right now, knowing where I'm at right now. I would whisper in my ear and tell myself, and maybe I heard it in the past. I don't know.
Maybe you did
I
go in
had
the
this
past,
weird,
yeah.
I had this weird sort of like, I remember one of the union people reps were like, you have to tell me what it is. And I was like, what are we talking about? And they were like, what is making you so sure and so strong? And I remember telling them, I was like, this is the future of humanity. This is the future of my job.
Mm.
I can't live with myself if I know that I let this moment pass. I didn't try everything to change the course of history here. I wouldn't be able to live with myself. And I can't work with the people who wouldn't care about the future, our collective future.
Mm.
Because their jobs are on the line too.
Mm.
People who make the games, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because AI could make games too, not
Yeah.
just voice acting.
No, there's
Make the
lots
games.
of things where generative AI is
Yeah,
making the game literally while the game is happening. So
yeah. And so I think I would whisper to myself, you collectively are stronger than you think you are. Just believe in that. And it was true in my case. And
mm-hmm.
we were all able to say no. And they immediately were like, absolutely not. Because every day that they don't film, every day that they don't have you in the booth, every day they are burning through money. Burning through money.
Mm.
And granted, Hoyo could burn a lot of money. But
They can definitely burn a lot of
yeah.
money. Yeah.
But I think with a lot of companies, they can't. So you have more power than you think you do. Also,
Mm.
this is just supposition. from what I understand, if an actor, like, there was that one really problematic actor who was replaced in
Yes.
the
I know who you're talking about.
the child predator,
I know who you're talking about.
right? Okay,
Yes.
that person,
Mm.
they replaced all their voice lines, right?
Mm-hmm.
That was one character. Imagine if they have to go back and do that with all characters that have
And
been there
Hoyo
since the
has
beginning.
been doing that, yeah. As soon as they recast someone, they go back and eventually recast all their lines.
But imagine if they have to do that with everyone. That's a lot of work.
That is a lot of work and a
That's a
lot of
lot of work.
money.
That's a lot of money.
Given, like, again, considering that Hoyoverse Genshin branch specifically
Yeah.
had to pay an FTC lawsuit about their gacha practices, upwards of, I think it was $20 million fine. They
Yeah.
still paid that off while disagreeing with what the FTC
Yeah.
did, but they still did it, which is absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So I think hopefully that sheds some light on what people could do, but we're going to need a lot of people to do, like, it's not just
Yeah.
an actor thing. This is like everyone else right now. Like, we want change, but we're kind of at like a weird point here right now where conversation has shifted all over the place.
But anyways, I will say, I'm not going to name the character, but that character was also new. It's easier to replace.
That was
them.
much easier to do, yeah.
That's all I'm going to say.
Right.
And you know, I have private opinions about that I think I will privately let people know that are involved. But I will also say publicly that, again, with the strike in the union, or with this game in particular, with their hundreds of actors, your numbers matter. The people who stand with you matter.
Right.
And you can move mountains.
Question.
You can.
Question.
Yes.
So,
yes. Question.
because
Answer.
the game is available in other languages, and we do see a lot of the time people bring up, oh, just switch to Japanese, switch to Chinese, switch to Korean, just do that. It's quote unquote better. I don't know what the situation is with those actors though, but I would assume that they might have to face those same problems later, or do they just have like a completely different mindset when it comes to this kind of thing?
I think that this is everybody's problem. It's just coming at different speeds for different. So, like, I think what people need to understand is that I cannot speak for Korean actors. I can't speak for Chinese actors or any of the other languages. But the industry in Japan is run very differently from the way it's run here. The labor laws don't really exist. I've been on sets in Japan that have gone over like 36 hours of full-on filming.
Holy moly, Jesus.
That's illegal. That should you would, I mean, it's not illegal. You would just have to pay, like, I think it's called emperor time, where essentially you get day rate per hour.
Wow.
It's crazy. Like,
that's crazy.
I had a truck driver who was working on one of the Pirates of the Caribbean, and I hadn't seen him for a while. I used to be a tour guide at Universal Studios as well, and I was like, "How have you been? You look kind of sunburned." And he was like, "Yeah, I was working on Pirates as a driver." And I was like, "That's cool." And he's like, "Yeah, it was really cool." And I was like, "Do tell." And he went, "Yeah, we went into like hour 48." And I was like, as a truck driver, their base rate is so high to begin with. And I was like, so you were making day rate per hour after like when is it's like time and a half, then double time.
Yeah.
And then it's like something, and then it goes into, I think it's called emperor time. But essentially, like, I was like, you were making tens of thousands of dollars on this one day alone. And he was like, yeah, I paid for my kids' college or something.
That's crazy. What the heck? Holy moly.
It was crazy. So, like, at least you get paid for it if you get into those crazy amounts.
Right, yeah.
But in Japan, you don't. You get like a day rate.
Yeah.
If you're lucky.
Yeah, and I guess like, yeah, if like you can find a way to make yourself work that long, of course I'd be doing that. Okay.
So, yeah, but if you're working in that kind of culture, you're working from this place of like basically being grateful and begging for your work, as opposed to
Mm.
being like, we are equals, we're doing a job and we're creating this beautiful thing together,
Right.
and it's like,
Mm-hmm.
and I think that when you're working in that kind of culture, you're not questioning the future too much. You're just
Mm.
hoping that you land a series regular on an anime or whatever that will
Right.
feed
Yeah.
you for 10, 20 years or whatever, and it's
Mm-hmm.
like, I think I think that slowly but surely, I don't know about the Asian countries, I can't speak for them, like I said, but other countries are starting to realize that what we're fighting for is actually quite important. So like, I know that the French Actors Union, or the actors, are also striking in solidarity now, if they're
Mm.
not getting AI protections into their contracts.
Right.
I know that the Canadian actors are doing something similar.
Mm.
I think that the Actors Union in the UK, the crazy thing about the UK is that the Actors Union there, which is Equity, I think, if I'm correct, they do not have a contract for video games. So essentially, if they work in video games, it's non union in the
Mm.
UK, because they don't have a pipeline for a union contract.
Right.
And I think they just picketed at the BAFTAs Video Game Award, saying we would like fair contracts.
Hmm.
So it's catching on around the world.
Okay.
Um, the problem will be there for them
Eventually.
in the
Yeah.
Asian countries. Yeah, it
Okay.
will. It will. And hopefully by then we will have language that they can base their contracts off of.
Hmm.
They
Oh,
can
I see.
ask for those
Yeah.
things.
Right.
They don't have to have a union, but they can ask for those things
Right.
as well.
Okay.
That's what we're hoping.
Would you think that having the cast from like another language participate in this be a big move?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Right.
It would be huge.
Hmm.
Um because again, numbers.
Right. Numbers and
It's
strength in numbers. Strength in numbers. Yeah.
strength in numbers.
Yeah.
And it would start a rumble, right?
Right. For sure.
It's not just the upstart, pretentious American actors who are asking for this.
Yeah.
It's suddenly like other actors who are asking for
Hmm.
it. So
Interesting.
yes, I think it would help. And again, it's not about English versus Japanese versus Korean. It's about artists being compensated in the future. It's not even about now, in a sense. It's literally like, when AI is used in video games, it's used in Genshin. Will
Hmm.
you compensate me for using my voice?
There's actually a group of actors in Japan that have stated something along the lines of they would be against AI, but that's the only thing I've ever heard about
Ooh,
that. I can send you the
I think
article
I heard
right
that too.
now.
I don't
Yeah.
know to what extent it was
Yeah.
done.
I think it was
Again,
against a
bargaining.
particular company, and they did eventually
Mm,
agree to it and flip that around. But that was like the only
oh, good.
instance I see of that seen of that happening, right? But I don't think anything outside of that has become a problem since then.
Yeah,
So,
I think again, organizing is difficult
mm-hmm.
on any country, on any level. Organizing is going to be difficult,
Yeah,
and I don't like. It's a lot of work. I organized 12 people, and it was
yeah,
a lot of
yeah.
work.
Just 12 people
So
alone,
yeah,
and each,
imagine having to do that
yeah,
across the whole sector
yeah, the
of
whole
actors.
Hoyoverse, right? Yeah,
Oof. Yeah,
each
it's
nation
not
had like its own
impossible.
12 or something. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but all it takes is just a couple from each country to start talking to each other and being like, "What do you think?" You
Mm.
know, again, it's just a conversation. It's all about communication, conversation, and getting across the real problem
Mm.
without emotion, and just stating like, these are the things we want and these are the reasons why.
Mm.
I think someone will listen if you're willing to do that. I don't know. I
Hopefully.
don't know how that can happen, but if it was me and I was, I don't know, some main character, I would definitely reach out to the actors in all the other languages who play that character
Ooh.
and be like, "Hey, I'm so and so for the English language. How you doing?" I mean, I would have done that before the strike anyways, but
Right, yeah.
just to have a conversation to be like, how are you guys feeling?
Mm.
You know? This is what we're fighting for. I don't know.
I see your point on another conversation we had a while last time now. I think I see where you're getting at. Oh my lord. Okay.
Oh, what insight did we just have?
Huh? No, we talked about this earlier. Well, I mean not earlier, but like the one where we had uh a
Oh, yes.
conversation. Yeah. Here, I'll just
I
DM it
think
to
I know which
you.
one
I
you're
don't want to
talking
say it
about.
out
Yeah.
loud.
No, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. I think
Okay.
I think that, like I said, there is a um
Just a look over. Where are you looking?
no, I was looking at what you had said.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think there are many ways.
Hmm.
This is the battle general brain in me that's like, there's so many ways to get a conversation going.
Mm-hmm.
So many ways. Because the only thing that you can do that is free is to inform. Continue to inform and be like, this is what's happening. Make your own choices, but this is what's happening.
Hmm.
And the more people know, the more people get to know you personally, the more it becomes personal for them.
Hmm.
How do you make it personal for another person?
Sorry, chat. I made it personal.
What's happening?
No, nothing. I made it personal
Yeah.
myself just by spreading my own stuff. Okay. Sorry, we answered that question for a while, but thank you, TG Armageddon, for that one.
Yes.
Yeah. We have two more here, unless more people dump in questions last minute all of a sudden. Again, AMA, you can ask whatever you want, whatever's on your mind. You can ask in chat too. You can do it through the forum, whichever way. But we got two more left on the forum though that we can go through here.
And I'm gonna always like, I may not be able to be as specific about some things.
Mm-hmm.
A, because I may not know the answer, and B, it's not maybe my information to tell, but I can always tell you my experience
Right.
and how
Mm-hmm.
that may or may not relate. So hopefully it's helping. Okay. So how would flipping a project like Hades 2 affect a situation like Supergiant, where much of the cast aren't actors as their main job and just do these roles, but maybe months or years apart? Again, that's kind of one of those like Taft-Hartley questions, right? I'm guessing is that Hades 2, it's like a non-union game. You may have to clarify a little bit. So are you saying that is this one of those games where maybe like the game developers added voices to, and that's not like their main job, but they were there and they happened to provide voices? Or I might need a little bit more clarification. Unless Rin, you know something about this? Project Hades 2.
Supergiant. I never heard about this situation, but hang on. Asuna is in chat right now.
Austin is in chat.
Asuna. Yeah. You're the one that asked the question.
Oh, this was before we got into the Taft-Hartley
talk
before. Yeah. So let's say you're the thing is again, if Hades 2 were to flip and you were part of the project already, like you wouldn't be penalized for not joining the union again for a flipped project, if that makes sense again for people who are new here. So if a project goes from non-union to union, therefore flipping a project mid-production, and I'm guessing Hades 2 is something similar to Genshin, which is they have updates or something over the course of many years. Basically, if you were part of the project before it flipped, you will not be penalized for not joining the union and being on Hades 2 forever, if that makes sense.
Right.
So hopefully that is the answer. And we did, I guess, talk about something similar. So hopefully.
Yeah. Austin has also said for Hades, I think it's a mix of devs and composers who voice in it, and I think their narrator basically only performs in Supergiant projects due to personal relations.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So at that point, it's like, that's yeah. I mean, again, again, I don't know where some of these actors live. If they're not doing it as a full-time job, they might be living in a right to work state, which means they don't have to join the union. Um, Again, I hate to say this, but like if they're working on a new game and they're working on vertical slice, like there's a lot of massaging that happens there. Oftentimes they will hire an actor, a professional actor to do scratch tracks. And if they like them, they might keep them in the game. And then at that point, if they go union, it's technically a flip. They don't have to, if this person is always the narrator in like super giant games, like they could technically be working on it through the vertical slice. And like
Mm-hmm.
when they sign as a union project, if it flips in the middle of it, again, if it flips in the middle of it, because Supergiant doesn't have to make all of their games union. They can always make a non-union game no matter what their new game is. And again, if they flip in the middle of it, it's like they won't get penalized for flipping a game and then not joining the union.
Can I
So
reframe the question a little bit from Asuna?
yes, of course.
What if the devs want to voice their own game?
They're allowed to do that.
Okay, I figured. All right.
I would just do that.
Yeah, it sounds like they
Have a
are.
scratch track.
They
Yeah.
just have like devs just voicing their own game, and they don't really have to hire actors or anything like that.
Yeah. And then if they have to, they could stay non-union. If an
Mm-hmm.
actor asks them to go union, they could always say no. Is
Mm-hmm.
it a popular opinion? Maybe not, but like
Yeah,
that's their choice.
yeah.
That's their
That's
prerogative.
the dev
Like
thing. Again, client side
yes,
thing. Client makes the decisions
yes,
here, chat.
yeah.
As does Genshin.
We can always, as actors who were working on non-union games,
Mm-hmm.
and again, I don't know how long Hades or Hades 2 has been around. Like a particular actor may have been hired when they were non-union, and when it flipped, and they may want to flip union in the middle of it. They may or may not be successful. That's a whole other story.
I
Like,
think I think all the casts of this, from what the sounds of it, none of them were actors. They were just people that worked on
yeah,
the game. So,
yeah.
which is rare
And,
because Hades is a wonderful game.
aw,
It's a
I
really
mean,
really
they're
good
all.
game. Yeah.
Look, the thing is, like, just because you're a dev doesn't mean that you're going to be a terrible actor. A lot of them are great actors. Like,
Yeah.
they're going to be, because they, a lot of devs grew up playing video games,
Yeah.
right? And they grew up hearing people be amazing. Like,
Yeah.
they're going to be really good at mimicking that, I think. And
Yeah.
they know exactly what they hear in their heads.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, that's totally, I think it's cool that they're doing that,
Yeah.
and they should continue to do that if it's working for them.
Mm.
Like again, if it's working for them, it works for them. If it doesn't, it doesn't. We just don't know. Each game is going to be different. Each developer is going to be different. Like
Yeah.
yeah, so I don't actually know personally kind of what that the Hades 2 situation is, so that's
Mm-hmm.
hard for me to sort of comment on. But with
Yeah.
devs working on their own games, that's normal. That happens a
Hmm.
lot actually. So
Wait, hang on. Off
yeah, yeah.
off topic, Miley.
Off topic, yeah.
You do speak fluent Japanese, correct?
I do.
Okay. I might have something to ask you later, just as a personal
Oh,
thing.
okay.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Okay, cool.
I'm here.
All right.
Okay.
I think thank you, Asuna, for your question. I hope you got
Yeah,
out of
for
ad
that.
hell during that.
Yeah.
Well, hang on. They have a follow up here. With Supergiant, the company that does Hades, it got a bit
Uh-huh.
controversial because one of the actors was trying to rally the community against them by saying they were going to recast her with AI. Oh,
Mhm.
and then they had to publicly come out and contradict that, and it became a messy he said, she said situation.
Oh,
I
okay.
see. Okay.
I see. I mean, I think that's again, we can bring it back to the Hoyo games. I think that's why they were trying to stay quiet for so long because they didn't want that.
Hmm.
They didn't want it to be messy, right? It's always going to be one side saying one thing and one side saying another thing. And I think I can understand that happening. I don't actually kind of know in the end kind of what happened, but I mean, that's a tactic, right? If you know that a recast may or may not happen, you can always speak out. I mean, I don't know what the NDA situation there is. Always do things legally. But if maybe there wasn't an NDA and they talked about it just to kind of, like you said, rally the community, to make sure they keep their part, I mean, that's a tactic. It's a very messy tactic, but it's a tactic. You know, like,
Yeah.
I don't know if I would have the cojones to do that because
Yeah.
that's very that's very I mean, it ended up being a little bit messy. Oh, I don't think anyone really knows what happened there since it seems to be an ongoing situation. Maybe they're working it out. Who knows?
Yeah.
That's difficult to say. I try to be as until something, maybe this is because like way back when I dated a lawyer, and dude, when you date a lawyer, you learn some do's and don'ts about a lot of things.
Jeez. Okay.
When they start, remember the Clinton era when he was like, when you say the word, what was it, this or that or
I'm
some
a
red
Canadian. I have
hair,
no idea. I'm so sorry.
he litigated like in, so when he was being interviewed or something like that,
Hmm.
or he was going through some kind of process, I can't remember, he was like, when you were using the word this, in what context are you using the word this or something like that. He basically like, because the words and how you put it matters. And like
Hmm.
there was this one trucking contract that became controversial because of the placement of a comma, placement in front of the word or behind the word. The difference of that cost that company like $380 million. It's crazy. So like you just, like I said, litigating, you learn these things when you date a lawyer. So like I'm very careful about what I put in emails, what I put in text messages, what I post online. Like I have spicy takes. I'm not saying I don't have spicy takes, but I say them as generally as possible. I try not to name any people or companies or, you know, just so that people understand my take, but it's not aimed at something or someone. So
Hmm.
that that is a situation I don't know if I would have wanted to put myself in. Hopefully it worked out. I don't know. Oh, so wait. Pigamy Quill saying they didn't add the Oxford comma, so the truckers won that case. You know the one I'm talking about. Yes. So they didn't have a Oxford comma, and it
Nice.
cost the company hundreds of millions of dollars. Um, but go, yeah. Asuna, I don't know what happened. It depends. Comes up a lot for my solicitor uncle. Yeah, it really does depend. Um, hopefully, again, my note about being a performer, actor, person in any space. Every conversation you have, whether it's online or in person, is a meeting. Just remember that.
Hmm.
Just any information you're divulging, any gossip you might be doing, it's a meeting. You don't know who knows who, where it's going to get back to. That's all I will say.
Cool. Thank you very much, Asuna, for your question.
Yes, thank you.
Yes. I think
Okay,
we
is this the
have
last one?
that one and then one more at the end that we did answer, but we can kind
Mm-hmm.
of go over it again a little bit.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So we do have one left from
Okay.
Irustua. I think I don't know if you're here.
How do actors organize to learn about how to participate in the strike? If the actors are not part of the union, can they go to meetings to learn how to collaborate? Wouldn't it make more sense if all actors stop working with holdovers until the demands are satisfied or negotiations concluded? Um, in the best case scenario, I would say yes, it would help if all actors stopped working. But again,
Everyone's situation is a little different, and you
yes,
really got to answer that question for yourself. Can you
yeah,
do that? Will you be able to be okay? And is it worth doing it if you do decide to work? That's everyone's own individual question at that point. It's
yeah.
a tough one.
And yeah, and I I think of it like this. And I said this, I think, in some tweet somewhere. Actors have a long memory. They have a long memory. And they will chat about, gossip, pass on information for years. It will turn into like gossip, hot take. There are some new actors who come to me and they will say a piece of information that was privileged at the time. 10 years ago. And I'm like, oh my God, how do you know that? How the fuck do you know that? Like, literally, that kind of information
Mm.
that didn't help other actors, but they did in order to get ahead.
Mm.
And even new actors know about it. And you're like, that was 10 years. How do you know that? That was like privileged information, technically.
Mm-hmm.
So, even so, so I always tell people, to the best of your abilities, just remember that. Remember that people have a long memory, and you never know who is going to move into positions of power and who may or may not decide to cast you in the future.
Mm.
That's all I'm going to say. How do our actors organize to learn more about the non-union actors, or not part of the union? Actually, we have a lot of sort of different organizations that work in tandem with the union. One of them is NAVA. I don't actually know what that stands for, if I'm being honest. Um, but they help non-union actors and a lot of people who are starting out, and people who are in markets that don't require the union, to basically help them with contract negotiations or even setting rates. And those places will actually do joint programs with people from the union, oftentimes, or people who, work with the union in tandem, and they ask and answer questions. Um, and we've been trying, I think the union has been trying, and I have myself, I've been trying to let people know. My thing with my game in the beginning, because not everybody understood the ins and outs, even the actors in the union didn't know. I was like, hey, there's going to be an in-person meeting, do you mind coming with me? And it literally was about just extending your hand to one person, and just having them come with you so that they could hear the information, they can understand. I think that's one of the reasons why, like, I don't mind doing an AMA and answering like hard questions, because like, we have to, in order to make informed decisions, we need information. um and we've been trying to do that, I think. I think I think actors don't always read their emails from the union. So sometimes I think they're not quite sure like what has been happening, or the real nitty-gritty of what's been
I mean, I can
happening.
relate. Sometimes Strata sends me an email and I don't read it, and it might pertain to me too, you know. Also, NAVA stands for National Association of Voice Actors.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah,
Yeah.
and I know that they've been trying on a national level to push through legislation at the Senate and House of Representative level here in the U.S. I think that both the union and also places like NAVA are trying, because, like I said, it's about lobbying here in the United States, right?
Mm.
Who has the loudest voice? Who's able to talk to as many people? Who's able to push, they're called bills, basically, into the hands of senators and House of Representatives that can then put that onto the floor
Mm.
so that they could debate and vote on whether it becomes law.
Right.
That's about AI. But like,
Mm-hmm.
essentially, there's a multi-prong approach. And a lot of these places, and I know little smaller groups, are also trying to work in tandem with the union to try to get as much information out there as possible.
Mm.
They're trying. Because the worst thing that can happen is misinformation, as we know from experience,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yes, definitely.
Misinformation. Yeah.
Love
So
it.
yeah, we love that. So I think that's what they've been doing. And wouldn't it make more sense, all actors? Yeah, you have to understand that for a lot of voice actors, especially if they're starting out, Toyo is a huge game. Let's be honest. It's huge. It makes trillions of dollars at this point, right? Like, billions every month, from what I understand, just in the Chinese market alone.
I think there are $6 billion last I checked, something like that.
Jesus.
Yeah.
But like, I think when levels of fame and stuff like that, and just the general amount of like eyeballs that you get are involved, it starts to become tricky.
I can relate to that a lot too, chat. When I was given opportunities for, let's say, Genius Invocation TCG, I got to be the one of the casters for one of the biggest TCG events for Hoyoverse in Shanghai. They flew me out there. I even got to like visit HQ and everything like that. I thought that'd be great for my career. It wasn't really that good, and at the end of it all, but but yeah, like when you have opportunities like that, it does get a little difficult to like. Do you want to give up on something that could potentially be life changing, or uh, like?
And when you have not a lot on your
Mm-hmm.
resume,
Yeah,
that could feel like,
could feel like a big, huge thing that you can
yeah,
just add. Yeah, for sure.
yeah. And I think, it's like, again, it's about perspective, right? Once you start moving in different circles, you start to realize, like, oh, there's more of this, there's more of this, and there's all these opportunities. And it's like, you're not always going to see that when you're starting out, just simply because you don't, it's a lack of information. You just don't have that information. And that's always going to, like I said, every actor is different. Their needs are going to be different.
Mm-hmm.
I will only continue to say, I wish more actors realized that they had more power together.
And
And
it's
that's where I'm
scary.
going to leave it at
I
that.
mean,
And it can be scary, yes.
if what you did was only like you just had to kind of rally 12 people in your group against a pretty
Hmm.
big scary thing. Imagine what whoever is trying to do it for this side. It's gotta be just like
Yeah.
terrifying right now. Some
And I
people,
wish more
yeah,
people understood that because, you know, these actors are trying to selflessly, I think, improve the working conditions and their future of
yeah.
acting.
And
That's what they're trying to do.
some of them are prepared to lose their roles too right now. I think some of them have
Yeah.
already resigned to that at this point, honestly. So,
And some of them may have, we just don't know because the patches haven't come out. Like,
yeah,
I don't know. Like, and if we could look at the Hoyoverse actors with that kind of lens,
mm,
I think we could be a bit more sympathetic towards the
yeah,
people who are speaking out very loudly
yeah,
about why it's bad to cross the line, why it's
mm,
bad to scab.
mm.
You know, hopefully. I don't
Oh,
know. We hope. I
yeah,
don't know.
yeah. There's a follow up in the optional part too.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. It says actors keep working on Hoyoverse projects, and there's not that much public information about why suddenly some started working again. I don't want actors to be replaced, and I feel like other actors working are jeopardizing the strike's intentions and the striking actors' work. I feel that Genshin actors are only collaborating for SAG's negotiation in general and not organizing towards resolving their particular issue. It also feels as if there are no negotiators working with Hoyoverse in particular. Is this the case? If there were negotiators working, I don't think they would talk about it because that's probably under NDA. That's not, and I think what I hope, and I, again, I can only speak for myself. We did not say anything publicly, the union or us actors on My Game Last Sentinel, until SAG-AFTRA and the company Lightspeed LA released a statement together. There was a huge press release that went out. It was covered by, like, I don't know, Deadline and, all these other places. But most of the time you won't hear any of the wins. You won't hear any of the things because it's all under NDA.
Mm,
So you guys not hearing that is kind of normal because negotiation usually takes place in kind of a media vacuum. Um, or you try to have a media blackout, especially when you're going into more tense negotiations. They'll release a statement saying, "Hi, for the next week and a half, we're going to go into a media blackout. Both sides are not allowed to release anything." That happens. I don't know if that's the case with Genshin. I cannot speak for that. But if there is a movement like this happening where actors are withholding work, I'm sure there's some kind of conversation happening. I don't know what level that is. I don't. But I'm sure there has to be some conversation happening. I hope. If not, these actors are withholding their work with no end in sight. So I'm hoping something is happening.
mm.
Um uh other actors working are jeopardizing the strike's intention, well, yeah, it's called crossing the line. Actors do it for many different reasons. Do I agree with it? No, but that's my opinion. And every actor has to live with their choices, good or bad or neutral. That's all I'm going to say.
Okay.
Hopefully that answered your question. I'm so sorry.
Thank you, Irustua, if you're still here. Although there's an
Yes.
ad in the channel right now, so you can't help you there. My bad.
Wait. Yeah.
Yeah, no, you can't. My ads run like 3 minutes long every time.
Oh, do they really?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I
I
gotta
should
make.
start running ads.
I
When
gotta
start
make money. I'm sorry, you guys.
Make
You know,
your money.
I don't know how much even ads make me on this channel here. Oh well. No, like, yeah, yeah, I don't know. It's a hard question to answer and, give an opinion truthfully on the
Yeah.
subject.
I'm going to say this again. More actors should realize how much power they have. Individually, maybe not so much, but together, it's collectively a lot bigger. And again, I'm sure phone calls go out, peeling actors away, like it happened on my game, where they try to scare you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure that's happening
Mm-hmm.
because it happens across every game.
It's something to keep in mind, chat, but
Yeah.
take it with a grain of salt too. We don't know exactly what's going on 100%.
Yeah.
Whew.
And again, I don't know. I can only suppose. And as I told them when I talked to them, I hope they get what they want. I hope they get what they want. They truly do.
Final question.
One can hope.
The last question is, how does someone get into voice acting now? We answered this.
Oh,
But if you want to give like some quick point form advice.
So I don't know where you're located, but definitely look for, acting classes in your area, or maybe doing auditioning for your small theater, hometown theater, community theater. Also depends on your age, but voice acting especially, a lot of classes are online now over Zoom. So like start researching, look up your favorite voice actors. They may or may not talk about
Oh no! No way, Asta, that's insane. That's crazy.
They gave you an AI voice ad?
Yeah. No. Oh my god.
Hilarious.
But that said, the ads are tailored to each individual. So Aster, it feels like you do want to become an actor at some point. So this could be a sign. I'd like to recommend the Voice Actors Club Discord server or something like that. There's a lot of projects that go on in there, and people will post just like small little projects that you can join, right? Do just like work on small little things just to build up experience. Maybe if you liked your work, you can even list it down as something you did. I will say be careful in working on certain IPs that don't allow, well, I shouldn't say allow for voice acting, but there's something about you shouldn't voice a game that doesn't have voices and called official kind of thing, right? Because that can get you into trouble too. Yeah, you gotta be careful of those projects.
A lot of people like to ask me about equipment. When you're starting out, don't worry too much about equipment. I when I started out, I bought a USB, like not even, yeah, it was a USB microphone, an Apogee microphone, like first generation from the Apple Store.
Wow.
And I continued to use that, I think, into the pandemic. So I had already booked games like Ghost of Tsushima. I'd booked some Star Trek game I was in.
You were acting around like 2020 on games?
Bridge Crew?
With a USB mic? Wow.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Really good.
Yeah, and like, yeah, and I did commercials that they were like, I thought they would bring me into a studio, and they were like, nope, your take was really great, so we're just going to use the thing you did on a USB Apogee mic. I was like, all right. Like,
wow.
Yeah, so, equipment matters at some point, maybe, but also a lot of that is just your personal preference, how easy it is. to work with and manipulate the audio. When you're starting out, it's okay. Just get a Rode mic, get a whatever. Like, start easy. Make the barrier of entry for yourself easy. That's all I ask, because then you're not struggling to get things together and like
Yeah.
thinking I gotta buy a really expensive $4,000 mic. No, 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 no. Like, I paid like $100, maybe $149 for my Apogee mic. That paid for itself many times over
I've
and over and over again.
I've heard great quality
Um,
from just like some USB mics too, right?
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And at some point in your career, I keep saying this, same with joining SAG, you will be forced to upgrade. Just know that, like, you'll be forced. At some point you'll be like,
Financing
oh,
chat.
crikey.
Learn how to budget. Don't spend all
Yeah.
your money on Genshin Impact just because you want that 5-star character. Invest in things that will go a long time.
And that 5-star character will come back around.
Eventually, yeah.
Yeah. Except if you're, what's his face?
Risley was for the longest time not out for a year. That's a famous one. Shenhe was another one. Who else is there,
Right.
chat?
Yeah. Who's the one that I got him on my first try too, like
Really?
the one with the suitcase claymore?
Suitcase Claymore.
Dendro boyfriend? The boyfriend of the Dendro? Right?
Kave!
Yes,
Kave!
yes, yes.
I cosplayed Kave. Have you seen my Kave
Oh,
cosplay?
yes. Yes,
Yeah.
I have.
And
I've
then
even seen you cosplay
Alhaitham.
Dendro boyfriend. Yes. Yes. No,
Yeah.
it's funny. Okay, so my chat knows this. Your chat doesn't know this.
Oh.
I have names. I have fake names for everybody because I cannot remember their names. And I just showed you an example of me not remembering their names.
Dendro Boyfriend 1 and 2.
Dendro Boyfriend. There's so many of them.
Dendro Boyfriend was very fun to cosplay. It was a good time.
Little Fairy Sumo Girl. Like, I just have names for all these,
Yeah.
like, unnecessary peekaboo is the girl you just meant, Shenhe.
Oh,
right?
really? Interesting. She's the bodysuit.
Like,
yeah, she has cutouts on their hips and
like,
things like that. Yeah.
Unnecessary peekaboo, because peekaboo is the arrow dude that you meet first. Oh my god, Kitty Baker is another one. So the one you just mentioned with is Kitty Baker.
Kitty Baker.
Kitty Baker is Risley.
Oh, Risley. Why is he Kitty Baker? Wait, how does that work?
Yes, Midriff. Midriff is Corey's character. Is Midriff.
Oh, you mean Goro? That's what?
Is Midriff?
Okay.
Wow. All these names. I have all these names. I'm
gonna start using these names whenever I run into these characters now. That's gonna be awesome. So funny.
Booth Lady.
Booth Lady.
Is Booth Lady's the Booth Lady?
Catherine?
Yes. Booth Lady.
Booth Lady. Okay.
Like, they all have names. I don't know.
You have one for Shao?
Which one is?
He's the animo male with a pole arm. He like follows Zhongli around. He's a yaksha.
Oh, Oni boy, right?
Oh. No, not. I wouldn't call him an Oni. More like a demon.
Because he wears the Oni.
He wears a mask, but he's not Japanese per se, so I wouldn't use Oni.
Small boy, short king.
We call him Short. He's the one that goes lament and disappear, like stuff like that. I don't know if you remember that voice. Yeah.
No, the short king is the other one.
There's another short king.
Pharaoh one, Pharaoh boy.
Sino?
Yes, he's short.
Oh shit.
Is he not?
Well, he's the same model. He is the same model as Shao, technically. And you know what's funny? If you remove Sino's hood, he's bald underneath it. They didn't model him hair under there.
What?
Yeah.
I did not know that. That's hilarious.
Yeah, he's just a bald little guy.
I think one of my chat people in here.
I hate how chat is now active the moment we just start talking about Genshin. You guys.
But like, Caleb actually made like a whole Excel sheet, like a Google sheet with all my names.
Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah, nickname database. I know. So funny. Oh, everybody's like, caught. I was
Yeah.
listening and learning.
Oh, you don't have
Awesome.
7 TV. There's like emotes on screen. I don't know if you can look. Yeah, if you need it on. Wait, no. If you look directly on my screen, you'll see the emotes. Like there's a guy with his hands up. That's caught.
That's
Yeah.
caught. Wait,
Yeah.
what?
Look at the stream and then look above
Uh-huh,
you where the
uh-huh,
chat is.
uh-huh.
And then
Oh, it
yeah,
is.
that's
Oh,
caught.
that's
Yeah,
funny.
they'll have different emotes set up here. If you had the plugin, but it's okay, you don't have to have it. Yeah. So if you
Oh,
see a lot
that's
of
so
like things that
fun.
don't make sense in chat, it's probably an emote.
Oh, gotcha. That's
Yeah.
so fun.
They're very fun.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, I have nicknames for.
Interesting.
I'm
Okay,
always like,
so
who is that?
Balls is just Kaya, but in like this hyper realistic 3D version of him. That's what that is.
Kaya?
Kaya, the blue haired guy,
Oh,
beginning
yes.
Mondstadt. Yeah. Did you have a name
I
for
will tell
him?
you my.
Wait, come on. We gotta hear this now. What is it?
Oh, Bondo is jungly. Yeah. No, yeah. What do I call him now, Caleb? I feel like
Pirate?
I call him. No,
No.
he's like useless. You like him though. Basic. That's what I call
You
him.
called Kaya basic? That's crazy. Holy moly.
No. The reason why I call him basic.
Damn.
No. Yes, he is Ice Bridge guy. I actually Ice Bridged all the way to like some island. It was hilarious.
Wow.
No. Basic. D-Luke would agree. That's hilarious. So the reason why he's basic is because like when you first meet him, and he's always that kind of like, I'm kind of good looking, and
Yeah.
I'm just gonna smile and give you these eyes and constantly be a little flirty with you. And it's like, to me, when a kind of hot guy walks up and tries to just win you over with just kind of their smiles and easy glances,
Yeah.
I think of them as basic. I'm like, please use your intelligence. Please woo me with your brain. Like,
Wait,
you know,
didn't you have a name for Dainsliff?
Dainsliff? Which one's Dainsliff?
The one that Yuri Lowenthal voices. Guy with the mask, blonde hair.
Oh my god, what was it? I think Caleb knows more. Icy Sexy Spy Lady, yes, is Yelan, yeah. Which one was... Do you remember, Caleb? What did I call Dainsliff? I haven't seen him in a while.
Yeah, he only really shows up like in the middle of each version.
Oh, sus number 3!
Sus number 3? What?
So, yes, sus number 3. Sus number 1 is technically Sus Bondo, which is why he's husbando, but he's sus.
Wait, who's Sus Bondo?
Sus number 2, Sus Bondo is Geo Daddy.
Zhongli. Okay. All right.
Yes.
Okay.
Sus number 2 is that weird ass perfumer lady.
Oh, Ying-ar. Okay.
Sus number, she was so weird.
All right.
Oh my
Ying-ar.
God, she's so sus, yeah.
Okay.
Yes, and then Yuri is sus number 3.
AKA Dainsliff. Gotcha. Okay. That's an interesting group of sus. All right. I mean, Zhongli kind of sus. Same with Dane.
Yes.
Yeah.
He was very sus in the beginning when you meet him.
Which one?
Very much like
Dane or Zhongli?
Zhongli.
Okay.
Because he was very like, give me money and I'll spend your money. And it was always like this weird, like, poor guy who was dressed really well. Who never
He's still kind of sus. He kind of just walks around and he knows everything, but he's just kind of watching everything happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He is dating crafting bench boy. That's funny. That was not lore I was expecting.
Timaeus and Ying-ar, yeah.
I literally was like, oh my god, it's sus number 2. Yeah, that was creepy for me. Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, I don't know. I always have these like first impressions, which is funny because I see Sexy Spy Lady. I think it's not Ice, right? It's not Cryo.
It's Hydro. Sexy Spy Lady's probably Yelan is probably who you're talking about.
Yeah.
Oh.
But she's like icy and sexy and she's a spy lady.
She is. There's her type of character in both Star Rail and Zenless now. And we got another question.
Oh.
Just popped up there. Also, by the way, thank you, Interaster, for your question earlier about how to start voice acting. Basically, just the bottom line is just start. And if you can't start, then you don't want to actually do it. But it sounds like you got an ad about voice acting, so it sounds like you do want to do it. So.
Yeah. And there's so many, like, read as much as possible online. look up your favorite voice actors. They're going to talk about certain names a lot. Like, you know, you won't know until you start and try. There's a lot of places that you can do it for free. You don't even have to pay. Like you said, voice
Hmm.
acting groups. There's going to be, things that they do. So,
Okay.
oh my gosh, toilet bowl is enkonomiya. Yeah, I call it the toilet bowl.
What?
Let's go to the. It looks like a toilet bowl, like a giant one from above. No?
Enkanomiya looks like a toilet bowl.
Yeah, where you enter,
I
it's like a functioning
I
toilet bowl.
yeah, I guess so, huh? Okay. Anyway, you got a pretty spicy question that just dropped in.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Spicy question.
Oh,
By
on console the
outside,
toilet too. Okay. Or
what?
on console's toilet
Does
too.
she?
Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Okay, it says by outside US standards, SAG-AFTRA isn't considered a proper union at all since they don't work for all workers and just for their members, and their intentions are clearly capitalistic
Yeah.
and predatory, even against their own members. I'm curious to hear your hot take about this, Miley Mark. Um, that's interesting. Well, the thing with unions though is that there are different unions for different sectors and different jobs. So it would make sense that SAG-AFTRA doesn't cover all workers because SAG-AFTRA covers most of the entertainment workers. So they currently, because the unions merged, they SAG-AFTRA covers entertainment workers in film and television, actors in film and television. So there's another union called Equity here in the US that covers stage actors. So that's going to be a separate union. And then, like, theme park workers have a union called AGFA. So there's, even within entertainment, there are separate unions that cover separate contracts. So SAG-AFTRA covers film and television and also interactive. They also cover broadcasters like newscasters. They also cover, oh my gosh, who else? Singers. Ooh, one of the cool stories actually they told me uh, was that the people, the band members of Nirvana,
Mm.
right? Nirvana, I think. When they first got their they signed for to make it like an album. One of their lawyers was like, "You should join SAG after SAG at the time. You should join SAG because this was, I guess, in the '80s, right? Right? That's when Nirvana came out. But essentially, they were like told join the union and then sign your contract. So they basically did that. So their CDs, their albums and stuff have been covered by the union contract, which means that their album sales all go towards health and pension. So they have had health insurance through SAG and now SAG-AFTRA since Nirvana came out with their album.
Mm.
Like, a lot of people don't know that, but it does cover. Oh wait, if it's, I wonder if it was SAG or AFTRA. I don't actually know, but it was one of the actors unions.
Talking about
And
Nirvana,
so Nirvana,
the
yeah.
band,
So like
right? I'm
they
reading a tweet from them right here. When Nirvana signed with the major label, our accountant suggested we join SAG. We did, and we did, and I have had great health insurance for 35 years. Signed by Chris.
yes.
So
So
this is off their official Twitter account.
yeah, so they're, like SAG-AFTRA, I don't know who said it wasn't considered a proper union. It actually is a proper union because we have to follow um, rules that unions have to follow. So, like, one of the things I can bring up again with my own game.
Hang on, sorry.
Yes. Oh no.
Person that asked the question added an
Yes.
extra little bit. I'll put it in chat so you can
Oh,
see it here easier. They added that to their question.
okay. Sorry, English isn't my first language. Yeah, I did make my point clear. Wait, which one?
I
I
put
meant entertainment workers.
yeah.
They covering basically only their own members. Oh, well, non-union actors don't get any benefits from this union exist. That's not true. I think non-union members are always going to join the union at some point, or they may not, but whenever union members ask for, let's say, more money because of inflation, that raises, let's say, I don't know, At one point, I remember my game contract, I think I was getting for 4-hour sessions like $800. That has changed, obviously. Now, with inflation, we get more money. But every time the union actors ask for more money, the non union actors can technically start to raise their own rates. So we work in tandem with union and non union actors. I think it's a misnomer when we talk about how the union doesn't work with non union actors. I think for the last 10 years, from what I understand, I can't speak about before that. Uh-oh, did we lose people to ads?
No, it's okay. You're good.
But for the last 10 years, we've really worked hand in hand with non-union actors to make sure that they're raising their standards of living as well. The lowest, like I would say, there was a time when non-union work was being paid $50 an hour, $75 an hour at
Mhm.
most. There was an anime I did for $25 an hour. That's crazy.
Wow.
That's highway robbery. But that's another story for another time. But essentially what happens is that I think it's important that we continue to talk about how non-union actors and their standard of living and raising the wages of non-union workers is actually important for us to be able to raise our wages as well. So I think it's misinformation in a sense when people think that the union only works with union actors and don't help non-union workers. I think that's may have been the case like 20, 30 years ago. It really hasn't been for the past 10 years. So um I think that's just a couple of loud people saying that. If you
Mm.
were to ask real kind of like people who are working non-union jobs, I think a lot of them will say, you know, there's a lot of websites out there now too that I think a lot of former non-union people and union people have come together to make sure that they have basic prices, which for video games right now is $250 an hour with a 2-hour minimum. That didn't used to be the case. Like I said, sometimes we were paid $50, sometimes 75. If we were lucky, we were getting paid 150 as non-union actors. So, you know, I think it's easy for some people to write online or have a hot take in a video saying like you don't cover everything, but like I said, SAG-AFTRA covers a certain section of unionized work. There are always going to be non-union work in the world. Always. Always, 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 always. That's not going away.
Mm.
Ever. Ever, ever, ever. There's so much work out there. Um, both union and non-union. And I think it does all actors a disservice when we say there isn't. I don't know. That's my take.
Music had a follow up
Um
on that. I asked them where they got
oh,
that info, and it's kind of
okay. I'm
pretty
a
interesting
member
to
in
see
the
what they said.
Entertainment and Actors Guild myself in my country since about 38 years, and we fight for all entertainment workers in general, not only our members. So there is a minimum wage for VAs. Yeah, just in general, no matter if you're a union member or not. Yeah, I think it's difficult because like if we go back to the history of the union, we touched on this a little bit. Like SAG-AFTRA wasn't always SAG-AFTRA. It used to be SAG and AFTRA, and we have many different types of unions that cover different contracts here in the U.S.
Mm.
Like I said, stage actors work under the equity contract. Um, and as entertainment starts to evolve and starts to homogenize, because let's say the interesting story right now, equity was trying to come up with a contract for, let's say, Hamilton, right? It's one of the most popular musicals,
Mm.
but they want to make a high definition version of Hamilton, and they put it on like Disney Plus, right? They want to do that for a lot of other works, but technically, equity only covers stage plays. So then that contract starts to bump up against like SAG-AFTRA because that's streaming. And so even within the US, we have different unions that cover different aspects, and they're all starting to come together. So at some point, are we all going to merge and try to cover for everybody? Maybe. I think for the US, there is a work kind of policy of, if you're part of the union and your rates get negotiated, cool. But if you're non-union, you can negotiate your rate as high as you want or as low as you want.
Mm.
That's everybody's prerogative, and it's everybody's freedom to do that. That's kind of the cool thing, and like a bad thing for the US is that, like, I couldn't go in and be like, I'm worth $25,000, you pay me that. And if they believe that, they're going to pay me that, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if they don't and they're like, I'm only offering you 10, and I say, well, sure, I'll work for 10, that's also my prerogative. And I think non-union, at least work in the US, there's this freedom to be able to set your own rates.
Mm.
Whether that is a good thing or a bad thing is a whole nother story. Um, but yeah, in our um in the US, setting like minimum wage is very contentious. I don't know if you know
Mm-hmm.
about that. Just even regular minimum wage for just regular restaurant workers or whatever comes with a lot of anger, let's just say, you know,
Yeah.
because the standard of living, I think, in the US is like as high as, if the minimum wage should be set at $25 an hour. But not all businesses in all states can afford that, right? If you live in a state that is a little bit poorer or doesn't have a lot of industry or whatever, they might only be able to afford $8 an hour, maybe. I
Mm.
don't know. But if you would raise the standard of living, they would then spend money in their community, and then their community would flourish. But that's a whole nother story.
Mm.
So in the US, there are freedoms at the state level, there's freedoms at the federal level, but that creates inequality, I think. And it, that's where I think it's hard to set, for the union to set a standard rate for non-union work, because if it's happening in a state that cannot afford that that standard can't be met. The
Mm.
high standard, I should say, of pay can't be met. And that's where non-union fills the voids of that. Is
I
that
see.
I, was that word salad? I'm sorry. I hope that made sense.
Well, it's an opinion that is being answered with an opinion. I don't think there's a right answer to this.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Um, is it different internationally? Is that stuff like that joining fee is not normal in European unions? Yeah, I don't even know if that. I'm gonna tell you this. Ever since I can remember, I remember being a kid and being told this too, but like, SAG has always been known for having the one of the best insurance plans in just anywhere. They cover practically anything, and it's a PPO. I don't know if you know that it's like a private. I can go anywhere basically with my insurance and
Mm.
not be price gouged. Um, and so a lot of the joining fees and stuff like that usually go towards these kinds of perks in our
Yeah,
unions.
these little benefits that you get for being a member.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's why it's important for unions, like any union, to have really good pension plans. It's really important for them to have strong health insurance, because that's what they're paying for. The
Mm.
membership is paying for. So, uh, you know, there's pros and cons, I think, to having a high membership fee. Um,
Yeah, and that's definitely an argument I've seen people bring up, even within the union. Like they have mentioned stuff like this as
yeah,
well. Yeah,
yeah.
it's not like something that people agree on, for sure.
Yeah, and unfortunately, that's the system that's in place here in the United States right now. So, you know, we it would require a large overhaul if we were to change that. And as we know, a lot of companies are extremely predatory.
Mm-hmm.
So, not having a union to protect us and negotiating contracts on our behalf can be incredibly difficult. And the other side has hundreds of millions of dollars in just war chests alone for lawyers' fees that could bury an individual actor. So, you know,
Yeah.
Pros and cons. Pros and cons.
There's a big bunch of follow up in chat right now if you want to go
Yeah.
through
Yeah.
it.
Oh no. Oh,
No,
what
it's
is
good.
it?
No, these are good
Oh.
questions. I like
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
good.
Please.
But do frame them to be a little bit more respectful is all I'm saying,
But
chat.
also, well, no, I think also it's important to understand that in the
Mm.
US, taxes are kind of taxed differently. And so,
Mm.
yes, there are tax brackets. So if you make a lot more money or if you're a corporation that's making a lot of money, technically you should pay more, right? And I think that there's a lot of countries in the EU that have much higher tax rates and everything is free, right?
Mm.
Our tax rates are not as high as they should be for a developed country, for sure. Um, I think a lot of rich people, including, rich corporations, don't always pay their share of taxes that they should be. In America, we have something called tax write-offs,
Yes. Mm-hmm.
where you basically write off a business expense and you're able to not pay taxes on certain amounts that you make in profit. And that's for people and for corporations. And so, we have to make up for it somewhere. And it shows up, I think, in union dues. It shows up in our ability to have or not have good quality free healthcare. There's a lot of things. There's a lot of things that cause and effect that affect other things like our union and how it's run.
No, no,
You
no.
know.
Happy bet. You're fine. You're totally okay. Do
Oh
not
yeah.
worry about it. Like, I'm not reading any of these questions with hostility. Although, when you add a little smiley face to the end of yours after saying hot take, it does come off like a little bit like, oh, okay. Hang on a
I mean,
sec. We're adding some black pepper to this. Okay, we got you. Hang on a sec.
well, no, I see. This is the two of us. See, you read it that way.
Yeah.
I read it as in like I had made a joke about a hot
Oh,
take, so
I
I think
see.
they were making a joke back about
See,
like
this
what
is what
is
I
your hot
mean.
take,
Exactly, right? We got to be very careful. Like,
right?
I have
That's what I
trouble
thought. So
navigating this too, so.
I didn't actually see that as a bad thing. That's really funny.
But
See, tangents.
there's something that happened up a little bit earlier in there. Vampy Band
Yes.
said, I think
Yes.
one of the narratives I've seen is that SAG-AFTRA doesn't help non-union workers, and furthermore, actually makes their lives harder if they never want to join the union. Can you touch on how inaccurate or accurate this is to reality?
I I I don't think that's true. If anything, SAG has been I think SAG-AFTRA has been trying to do a lot of outreach towards the non-union community, whether it's through NAVA or through other voice acting groups, whether it's like I think the PGM network and all these other places where they're trying to find rooms.
Mm,
Because the thing is, and I talk about rooms, and most of them are online. It's like through Zoom chats and stuff like
right.
that. But um because we have to know the pulse of everybody, right? We have to know what they're feeling, what they're working with, because what affects non-union workers will affect us. And we may not be seeing it yet because the trends often will start at non-union levels where they're cutting a company might not have enough money and they're cutting costs, and how are they doing it? And the wrinkle might be happening to the non-union actors. If we know about these trends, we'll know what's coming. There's so many things like that. I think that we're always constantly trying to talk to each other so that we're ready. What are you guys fighting for? What do you need?
Mm,
you know so I think that the conversation of the union not helping non-union actors, of course, if let's say a non-union actor needs help from a lawyer, sure, the union cannot step in because that's not a contract that they have negotiated. Does that make sense? So like um the union can't be in charge of a contract that they have not had their hands on because they didn't negotiate those points, and they cannot work with that contract. So in that way, does the non-union actor then have to hire their own lawyer to do that? Yes. Technically, as a union actor, if I have a problem with a game company, the union will step in and help me, but I should also due diligence hire my own actor. I
mhm.
should. these are all just, things that we should do standard, I think, if you're running into real problems.
Is
Because
there
monetarily, that could be millions of dollars.
is
Continue.
there
I'm sorry.
is there ever a situation where an actor never wants to join the union, like period? Has that ever been a
Yeah.
case? Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Well, are there any reasons to that?
Yeah, I think a lot of them that I personally know, like live in places like Texas, where there's a huge anime hub,
Hmm.
you know? And I think, is it Crunchyroll now
I
that
think it's
owns what
Crunchyroll
used to
there.
be like Funimation and stuff like that? So, like, Crunchyroll slash Sony has really made this move to save money making anime,
Okay. All right.
which makes so much money.
Right.
It's crazy. Um, I wish more actors could see those statistics of how much money hand over fist Crunchyroll slash Sony is making dubbing and releasing anime.
Mm.
Because then when they're being forced to work for $50, $75 an hour, they could also band together and ask for more money if they wanted to. But they've
Mm.
really been trying, if they've been really trying to make all the contracts for things through Crunchyroll, like in Texas,
Mm.
non-union, because they can. There's too
Mm.
many actors who want to work on anime. It's like
Mm.
there's too many actors who want to work on
I
Hoyoverse stuff.
see. Okay.
It's the same concept.
Right.
It's the same problem. It's the same concept. It's like
Okay.
when too many people are desperate to just get into it, they're willing to work for $50 an hour.
Mm.
And I know that Crunchyroll is moving into this weird tiered system. So, like, actors that they deem more valuable, they will pay $125 an hour. But if they don't deem you that valuable or you're still new, they might put you in the $75 category.
Mm.
And I've heard as low as 50 for people who are starting out. So that's not fair, right? And that's why normally you would want a union to come in and help you bargain so that you can have a minimum rate. That's when you would want to. But like I said, too many non-union actors want to work in anime because they grew up with it and they love it.
I see.
And
Okay.
the thing is, if you're willing to do that because you love the genre, then you cannot complain that the union is not helping you.
Mm.
But again, if you live in places like Texas, it's a right to work state. You are allowed to be in the union or not be in the union and work both union and non-union jobs with no repercussion whatsoever.
Mm.
That's why companies like Crunchyroll and formerly Funimation had studios in Texas so that they can use that rule
Right.
to pay less money to their actors. If there
Mm.
were LA based actors who were worth more per hour, they were like, we really want so and so, I don't know, an LA based actor to be in this one anime. They're going to be perfect for this role. Then they would be willing to make that one anime a union contract just to get that actor. So
Interesting.
they're willing to do that for the
Yeah.
right talent.
Okay.
you know, Again, it's about the power of the actor. It could be individual, it could be many of them. But if you choose to forego money simply to join something like anime, then it's hard to ask for more money. It's hard to ask for livable wages. It's hard to organize. So I don't know. There's the people need to want to do it.
HM Music. I'm a Canadian. I don't know anything about US laws or anything. Just a heads up, all right? I am coming from this outside just as much as you are. Although it sounds like you have experience in the acting industry as well and how it works over, and I guess in a European country that you're in. Although I think things are managed a lot differently there than it is in the US. But I
Yeah.
guess like just when I think of it, when a lot of people think SAG is being super capitalistic and predatory and not helping non-union actors, I would think like so is the game company or anime company doing the same thing, just trying to
Yeah.
siphon as much money as they can for the best possible deal they can and just not pay actors. I think we can all collectively agree actors should make a fair wage for the time they put in. I think that should be pretty standard across everyone. But if you want
I think
to,
it's
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, no, no. Speaking of that, it's like there was a time in video games, like let's say you did Call of Duty, and they would
Mm,
hire you for 4 hours to 8 hours to scream the whole time,
mm,
and you would lose your voice. You know, that whole like grenade and all
yeah.
that stuff. Like,
You brought up that
and
exact example as another actor I was talking to, or I heard another
oh,
actor
really?
interviewing. They used that same exact phrase, grenade! And it's just like jumping, it's like, whoa. It's like actually really good. So,
Yeah, but like we didn't used to have laws around that, right?
mm-hmm.
Where it was like they could use you for however many hours that they wanted. They didn't care about your vocal health. And then oftentimes if you blow your throat out, you can't work for a week or two, you know? And so the union then the members went to the union and they were like, we need to fight for these protections.
Right.
So if you do anything that is vocally strenuous and only vocally strenuous, where you are yelling or you're doing creature voices or whatever, like they're only allowed to do that for 2 hours. That is the maximum they're allowed to force you, in a sense, to work that voice, you know. And that took conversations with membership, who then the union was able to go to the game companies and say, okay, these are the new rules that we would ask for. We, you know, a 2 hour minimum or a
Right.
2 hour maximum
Mm-hmm.
kind of thing. And it's it's kind of one of those things where like with anime people and or Hoyo or whatever, all these people that may or may not want to have a union contract, you have to learn to protect yourself and in an essence have standards for yourself. That could be vocal standards, like I won't work X amount of hours at that strenuous level. It could be about pay, you know? It could be about health and pension. Like you have to have standards. And if non-union workers or people who, not even non-union, if people want to do anime, if people want to do these things, like they're gonna do it, whether it's good for them or not.
Just to present my like own personal experience with
Yes,
this,
yes.
I post a short every single day since December 9th for my YouTube channel. I get pennies for it, right? I could hire someone to do it for me, but I would still lose money out on it or whatever. Or I can try to find someone to do it for me for free, but I just don't want to do that. I don't want to exploit someone like that, right? Because I don't make enough money to do this every day, but I do it because I like it. I made that decision for myself, right? But I could easily just find like an actor like across the world who will work for like $1 a short if I wanted to. But personally, I just don't think that's fair. So, um,
Yeah.
but
And that
I feel like
that's
the
another hard,
agreement,
yeah.
everyone, I feel like everyone's on the same page here, just in kind of like different corners. Everyone wants everyone to make fair wages, non-union, union alike, right? But everyone is ignoring the giant rich elephant in the room half the time. And they keep
Yes.
getting away scot-free because that's what they want us to do, is just argue amongst ourselves because it should be about wages for everyone. We know that. We're talking about AI protections here. like
Yeah. Yeah.
like we sign this, then we can deal with the next problem. If there is an issue between like a disparity between like how non-union actors are treated versus union actors, because if we don't address this problem, it's going to be a there is literally not going to be a job in like 5-10 years down the line from now. So
And I think that's the thing, is that like I think a lot of people don't understand that like the other side has a lot of money, whether
mm-hmm.
it's for film and television or it's for video games, the interactive contract. The other side has a lot of money, and they plant a lot of stories. So if you're reading the trades, you're reading the newspapers, you're watching the news, the union doesn't always get good coverage because the other side just has more money. And I need you to remember this: the other side has access to their properties. So let's say a movie is going to come out with Tom Cruise or whatever, Mission Impossible. If your news station or your newspaper doesn't cover our strike, the strike, in a positive way for the companies, for
mm,
Netflix, for whatever, I can tell you we're not going to promote through your stations, all of your affiliated stations across the US. That's hundreds. that you're pulling free press from. That's access to huge stars that you don't get.
Mm.
That's what they're saying,
Mm-hmm.
without saying.
Right.
And so of course, the union actors and the union SAG-AFTRA is not going to always get positive press coverage. They're not going to get those positive headlines because of that. They have all that power. And I think people forget that, like, we're working against a huge misinformation machine to begin with. And then on top of that, you have people who are like keyboard warriors, or who just want to be heard. They just want to
Mm.
be a part of the conversation. Whether they're right or wrong, they just want to be a part of the
Yeah.
conversation. And it's like, and there's sometimes the perfect bubble that happens where things just explode all at once. And that just happened recently,
Yeah, it did.
you know?
Definitely.
And so, yeah, some people just love shouting. That's
Mm-hmm.
true. And I think it's important that we just remember that all we're doing is asking for fair wages. That's it.
Yeah, that's
We're
it.
just asking that we get paid well, and if you do use AI and you do use our information, that you pay us for it. That's it. At the
That's yeah.
end of the day, we're just asking that you use all of our past labor, whether it's a video that Rin made or me in another part, voice acting or whatever. We're just asking that whatever you did to make your generative AI character, you pay us. That's it.
Sounds good to me. I don't know. I don't see any issues with
Don't
that.
steal
Chat,
information. Yeah.
give me a good reason why we shouldn't pay actors not for any of that stuff. Like, that's what I'd like to hear. What is a good reason for that? So I don't know. I'm sure people could come up with like a fair reason to debate, and then there's never like an easy answer to it either, right? But I don't know. I just can't wrap my head around like not paying people for their likeness or what they do. Like they should be fairly compensated. So
Yeah.
yeah, some SAG-AFTRA things are disagreeable or should be talked about amongst VAs, but that doesn't really change the fact that if VAs don't get AI protections, there will be no VAs to have those conversations. Exactly. Right? Yeah. The wages thing, I feel like people, well, this will be a debate for time, endless time, right? Especially with the rate of how cost of living goes up, especially in the US, right? Uh, I live in a country where um, my medical is covered just because I'm a Canadian, right? Like I like hearing the things that happen down in the US, bizarre to me, absolutely. So, right? Yeah, it's a very
Oh,
unfortunate situation in how the US works right now. And unfortunately, it's like one of the biggest industries for this kind of thing, not just voice actors, but everything else that goes with it. It's very complicated and it is very easy to say like it should be like this and yeah, it should be. But
and
right now, so
each
yeah.
country's union has different contracts with different producers. Like, it's a lot. It's a lot to unpack, and you know, it's a lot to do. But again, at the core of it is, will we have a job in 5 years, in 10 years?
Yeah.
You know, if somebody commits a crime using your likeness or fakes
Absolutely.
a crime, what do you do?
Yeah,
Like,
no for sure.
we don't know right now. Like,
Yeah.
we're like, it's kind of shit out of luck. So
Yeah.
it's like, weirdly, the whole like healthcare, that thing also hinges on certain photos of people that were like, is it the same person? We don't know.
Yeah,
Like,
we don't know.
you know, so
I heard a project that used AI generative voices and I'm sure I recognize 5 different people in that same voice. I'm just like, that's kind of uncanny and kind of weird, but I don't have any proof, right? So
and are they gonna pay them?
probably not. I don't know who they are,
Right?
but I'm sure they know who they are. Can they tell me how
Yeah,
they taught that AI model and with what voices they did? I'd like to know
yeah,
that. Can you tell me that? No, because they don't have to, because we don't have AI
yeah.
protections. So we
Because
should get them.
we don't have it in the contract.
Yeah.
So,
Anyway, sorry,
you know,
chat. Sometimes I get a little
no.
bit heated about this, especially when we talk about money. So I apologize if I kind of snap a little bit. But yes, the money aspect is definitely important part to me about this whole thing. So, but it does tie back to trying to regulate AI at this point. So,
Yeah. And again, what is this? The AI for Luke Skywalker deepfake? Yeah. They're paying him to
yeah,
do
I think
that.
Mark Hamilton is getting money for that, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think for like, let's say Darth Vader, they actually paid him or his estate to own the generative AI of Darth Vader uh, for the rest of time. But they
Yeah.
paid his estate, or they paid him or his estate
Mm.
for that.
Right.
So the payment, hopefully, it's a payment scale, so it's not just like a one-time payment. But
Right.
we don't know. But that type of thing exists.
Mm-hmm.
So as long as you're being fairly compensated, dude, go for it. That's
Yeah.
what. That's all we're saying. Let's get fairly compensated.
Yeah. Sounds good to me.
Yay!
Whew. Eli,
Anyways, hopefully all that
it's
helped you
been
out. We've been talking for
six
like
hours.
6 hours.
It's been 6 hours. I still have to make a YouTube short today too, which is
You
really funny.
do.
Yeah. Well, I ain't gonna make
Because
myself do it. So.
you can do it. I believe in you. If you've done it for this long, I mean, incredible. I can't believe you've been making a video a day. And I'm
December
proud of
9th
you.
was when I started of
That's a
last
lot.
year when I got into this, and I have to thank chat for that. They were like, Rin, you should try out this game. I was like, I guess I will, and look where I am
Well,
now.
Infinity Nikki is covered by the interim
They
contract. So one of the
are,
yeah,
yes.
it's one of the games that I've been considering because I've been considering coming back to stream soon.
Mm.
We'll see. I've been very busy because of the game that I'm on, thankfully. But also, I miss my community myself. I hope you guys know that I think about you a lot. They still chat in the Discord. It makes me so happy when
That's
they're like
nice.
chatting with each other. I'm like, hi.
Well, next
Um,
time you come back on stream, we can play a game together, maybe, if you want to.
yes,
There's a
that'll be
game called
fun.
Repo right now that's going on.
Is it scary?
Well, it's I wouldn't call it scary, but it definitely has like these weird little monsters that can might give you a little like ooh a little bit, but after like one or two you'll be okay. Cuz they
Will
you
I?
you'll see them coming from a distance, so you have time to hide. It doesn't like jump scare you or anything, except for maybe one
Okay.
guy who just kind of grabs you and he's like ah, and just kind of like pushes you away. It's
Oh
more
no,
annoying and it's more annoying than anything.
I can't even. I can barely like handle Phasmo. So like,
Phasmo's different because Phasmo doesn't. It's kind of yeah, it's kind of unsettling, scary. Repo's
yeah.
like creepy cute. Yeah, it's not really scary
Oh,
at all.
creepy cute.
Yeah, it's like
Okay.
creepy cute. Like you have
Okay.
like a head
Well,
just gonna kind of look like this, like staring and floating around, which is kind of funny. But anyway,
well. No, Dakota said, I'm always fearful to enter these conversations because it's exhausting to dispel disinformation. This was a wonderful session.
it is
Oh, I'm
definite. It is
glad.
very difficult, especially when it looks like oh you're only asking actors. And how about other perspectives? Like I think the only perspective is actors. Company wants money. I know that. What else would what else what other
Yeah.
perspective do they have? The other
And
perspective I would love to hear from is like a non-union VA. Like sure, I'm down to chat with any of them if they want to.
I think the other thing I would love to just mention is
Yeah.
that we're really proud of the developers who are unionizing as well. You
Mm.
know, I believe the developers over at is it Activision have unionized. I know that there's some stuff going over at like Microsoft and stuff like there's so many like unionizing only helps the workers in the end
Mm.
because you get to ask for everybody's wages to go up. You know, the minimum goes up. You actually fund health and pension. I
I
keep
have
saying that
I have a
health and
list
pension.
right here of the different developers that have unionized.
Ooh,
Let's
nice, nice,
see
nice.
here. We have just a quick list. This is from Polygon. It's a report from Polygon. Microsoft and Activision Blizzard. Activision's Central QA and QA workers and Activision Central QA department have unionized with CWA, the group announced. Bethesda Games, Blizzard, Raven Software, and a couple of others I've never heard before. But yeah, so some big names are in that list.
Well, here's the thing. I think 3 4 years ago when we
Yeah.
were trying to we had I forgot when the last time we had the video game strike. At the time it was really hard. We were asking for a residual payment scale that was similar to film and television. And I think then it was difficult because the developers weren't really on board with unions either at the time, and
Mm.
they couldn't really understand why we would be asking for these things. We don't get it. And it was like that was when we were trying to be like, you guys should unionize too. And we were trying to slowly, you know, talk to them because they do make a lot of them do make a lot of money. And I think they didn't feel like they needed to unionize, but then they started realizing that crunch culture was really killing them. So like they realize like, oh, that's one way to get rid of crunch is to have a union that sets hours and rules around those hours, right? And so the needle is moving, I think, throughout the entire industry. It's not
Mm-hmm.
just voice actors.
Right.
It is really just everybody who makes video games. I think if we can just all understand, and maybe because I'm working on a game from the bottom up right now, and I'm creating this character, Hiromi Shoda, who is the lead character, and everybody's creating their own characters, but truly, like, she's not just me, right?
Uh-huh.
She is a combination of the narrative team and the narrative director, who is our writers, the performance direction, which is, Troy, our cinematics team, who puts all the cinematic scenes together and creates actual, those cutscenes that you see in
Mm.
in video games. And it's also the work of my stunt double, who, like, I have conversations with about, the thought process behind what kind of moves you would do. Would somebody be able to touch her because she's an amazing fighter, or whatever it is? Like, there's so many conversations that you have, and everybody is working towards making this one character. And every single person, down to the QA tester, is important. Like, I really truly feel that now that I'm making this game from the ground up with this amazing team. And I want everybody to be fairly compensated. I want everybody to be treated well. That's what I want. And we're just fighting a very small piece of the pie here with our union contract.
Mm.
Truly, truly, that's
Mm.
what I believe. So
Cool.
hopefully that helps.
Yeah. That was a very, very long conversation. Holy moly.
Yes.
We
Yes.
doubled
Oh
the
my
time that
gosh.
we had our own conversation. We even brought up points that
We
we did,
did.
but then we elaborated on even more things, which is absolutely wild. And I gotta hand it to chat. Hey, you guys stuck it out. You guys were here to listen to a lot of this. I think we peaked at 100 viewers at one point, which I was kind of like
Oh
surprised
wow.
to see, right? Or on Twitter right now, there's 84 people watching. I don't know
Oh
why,
my.
but yeah. So,
Oh, oh,
yeah.
I forgot you were streaming to
Yeah, I'm
Twitter. That's
streaming to
I don't.
Twitter, but I didn't name it anything like SAG or anything like that. It just says I'm
Yeah,
streaming on
yeah.
Twitch. So, but yeah,
Oh,
Miley, thanks for sharing your insight on this
yeah.
right now. Is definitely a sensitive topic, and especially in my community, because we do love playing lots of games with voice acting, because a lot of those games do make it really enjoyable and provide a very unique experience that we don't really get to, or something that we get to experience now, especially as
Hmm.
the industry and just the talent has evolved over the years,
Yeah.
right? So I personally hope that something gets done eventually. And is there things
Same.
that like fans can do, can creators can do, anything you can suggest for us to do? Like what can we do to help?
I mean, it really helps us if creators, especially like side letter six games, not so much like non-union games, but like
Mm-hmm.
side letter six games that are not signed. Um, I think the union will be more vocal about when games come out that didn't sign the interim agreement. Ugh, there's a couple that I'm very disappointed in because I was hoping to play them
Oh.
on stream. But, like, you know, because technically, if we're on strike,
Yeah.
you can't even
Right.
promote.
Yeah. You can't promote your own game. Right.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
But I also think it helps if creators, um, you don't have to like talk about
Right.
um all the what we talked about, 6 hours worth of stuff,
Mm-hmm.
but just keeping a light touch on it and informing people every once in a while, just letting them know, like, hey, just so you know, this is signed under the interim and it's great because of AI protections or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
That helps a lot. And I think um having small conversations always helps, because, like, it's not always about the big movement. Sometimes I think, especially with this type of stuff, it is about the little things. You talking to your neighbor, your mom, whatever. You don't know who's connected to who and who is going to mention something to who. And sometimes all we need is a groundswell. We just need more and more people talking about it quietly, slowly,
Mm-hmm.
underneath the surface, you
Yeah.
know?
Mm-hmm.
Um and those big movements will come, I
Mm-hmm.
think. It just It'll be a little bit longer than we like. And also know that a lot of games that have signed the interim, those games that are recording right now, those games will start to hit the market. And if you can support us by playing that game, whether it's on stream or just buying it and talking about it and tweeting or whatever's
Mm-hmm.
popular now, and just be like, I know that this signed an interim agreement and during the strike, and I'm glad to support it or whatever. It really helps us, I think, just to get the word out, and a positive word, not
Mm-hmm.
just, if we can attach more positivity instead of the
Yeah.
drama of it all.
Yeah, no snarkiness, no like kind of, ribbing the other side or anything like that. Just to be like, yo, I'm
Yeah,
playing this game that,
yeah,
has AI protections. Come check it out. And then we can see what
yeah.
it's all about, kind of thing. So,
And that's all that we want, I think, is that just like we want to add the positiveness to the games that have, and the developers that have decided to help
mm-hmm.
us and
Yeah.
help the world in a sense, hopefully create AI protections. I think that's really,
Chat,
in the long run, what will
don't
change the
engage with
tide.
people. Don't argue with people with strawman arguments or just being mean spirited or anything like that. Please do not engage. Okay.
Yeah, don't add energy to
Mm,
that.
yeah.
You know, if anything, just change it and kind of, like I said, just flip the script and be like, talk about, you know, Infinity Nikki, like
Yeah. No,
the
they
things that have signed. Yeah.
they are signed to
So,
it, and that is
yeah,
kind of my main deal right now, though. So,
yeah.
yeah. And the other thing,
So,
chat, if you really wanted to make an answer, you just answer with your wallet. Number one rule overall. If you can do it. Again, my thing is that you spend your money however the heck you want, but just know what you're spending your money on. That's it. So,
and I don't know if it helps to write in those boxes,
the
when
feedback
they're like
forms and
asking,
things.
yeah, the
Yeah,
feedback. I don't know if that helps.
we don't know if it's even getting to the right people at that point.
Yeah,
So,
that's the hard part.
yeah.
But again,
You know
um,
what gets to them? The
the
revenue per
money. Yeah,
month. That's a
yeah.
big one.
And if anything, I always try to frame it like this, where I'm like, I can't wait to play the game again once the interim is signed. I'm really
Mm,
excited. It's like, frame it that way. Like,
yeah.
instead of being like angry about it and like, why can't you do it? It's I think it's important that we individually start to change our words. Like, we really should know that our words matter.
Mm.
And if we can just change that a little bit.
Asana,
Oh, it says feedback
I'm
is
gonna
sent.
argue that I don't know if they help for some games. I know some games they do, right? Definitely some games are not listening to the community feedback though, but I know Infinity Nikki did. They did yesterday. They dropped this huge update that addressed a lot of the things people wanted answered. So that was pretty cool. It
Oh,
was like
nice.
the thing was that yesterday's short, whatever I posted yesterday, I was working on something else to post like prior to that. So I had recorded my lines, I had recorded my footage, and I set off to ready and edit. Then they tweet out something saying, "Hey, we did a bunch of these things," and one of the things in there addressed the thing that I was addressing. That I was like, "Hey, they should change this," and they did. Right? So I had to go back, re-record everything, rewrite a script. It was very frustrating, but I got it out within 2 hours. I like it when a game company
Nice.
does that. It's really cool when they listen to their community. I don't know if
Well,
HoYoverse is doing that too much though.
I mean, they may have been in the beginning. I
Mm-hmm.
think that
For
when you're
sure.
that
Yeah.
large,
Uh-huh.
with that many sort of successful games under your belt, and with so many people working, again, it's about communication and the lack of it. It's like, when it's doing well, you don't want to rock the ship.
Yeah.
No one wants to rock the
I
ship.
think especially when it's as big as it is and is doing as successful as it is, and they still have like some aces up their sleeves. Nod Cry coming out, for example. Sneznaya is coming out pretty soon too. People will flock back for that. I mean, even Dainslev
Yeah.
probably coming in a patch or two right now. People are gonna come back to that kind of stuff, right? They're okay. They're not gonna stop. The only thing you can do right now, and it's
Yeah.
my personal opinion, but I think it's very universal opinion, is your money. So,
Yeah.
yes.
Hoyo listens to only its Chinese kids. That's so funny. That's probably might be true.
Well, Hoyo listened when a bunch of people. Okay, so there's a thing back then where Nouvelette, if you do this charge attack, you remember who Nouvelette is?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Judge Daddy.
Yes, Judge Daddy. Okay. So
No?
what he could, yeah,
Is
no,
Judge Daddy? Oh,
yes,
yeah.
Judge Daddy. So what his charge attack is like his giant hydro beam, right? He shoots water out.
Yes, yes, yes,
Except
yes.
if you set your mouse to like super sensitive, you could spin him really fast. So technically, you could cover this range, this like circle around him, like a huge AOE, and hit everything, right? And I don't think there's like an internal cooldown on it or anything like that too, which was pretty nuts. So Hoyo tried to fix that by fixing the ability to spin him really fast. The Chinese community yelled at Hoyo about that, and they immediately fixed it within like 4 hours or something. I can't remember, but it was like a very fast turnaround, and then like a compensation for even attempting to do that.
Well,
So,
I mean,
and they gotta listen to them. I think they make most of their money from like Southeast Asia or Asia
yeah.
or countries. So, yeah. There's another one which is a little bit more kind of weird, but I don't want to bring that one up. So
that one I feel like somebody told me about, probably in my chat, and I was like, oh, okay. Powerhouse Dad. Oh, no. Yes, I call.
Wait, you have a different Judge Daddy? What?
No, so Judge Daddy, and then also there's Power Washing Daddy, I think, because you know how like some Judge Daddies are really really strong, and then they like go up and shower the enemy, and then they're dead in like 2 seconds. So I was like, all right. Look at you, like.
I mean, Power Wash Daddy makes
Power
more
washing.
sense for Nouvelette now. Who's Judge Daddy though?
No, Judge Daddy is Nouvelette.
Oh, then
right?
who's Power Wash Daddy?
They're both. So like.
Oh, okay.
No. What I'm saying is that I was playing with a player who had like basically like millions of hits. So they were just kind of like power washing everybody away.
They broke into. Wait, what? Hang on.
My Judge Daddy doesn't do that. That's all I know.
Hang on. Austin said one time Honkai Impact 3rd tried doing global exclusive rewards for that server anniversary, and people broke into the HQ with knives. That's crazy. Holy shit.
Oh my god, that's insane.
That's crazy. It was that bunny video thing? I don't remember the bunny video thing. That's nutty.
That's unhinged is a good word. Oh
the
my
3C
gosh.
over some skin. I think I remember something like that too. Guy got arrested. Damn. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Anyway.
Yeah, so I mean, again, you know, let's engage positively if we can. And that's all I can ask for, I think, at this point.
Yeah.
And understand that in strikes, crossing the picket line, and scabbing, shame has always been a factor in making sure that people don't cross the picket line. And if that's happening virtually, it's not bullying, it's not any of that, it's literally just
chat. I've been bullied harder than some of these scabs, okay? They can handle a little bit of like shame on you. Like that's more or less what's happening.
Yeah.
Right? And maybe getting blacklisted from other community projects, which is something as an actor you should watch out for.
Like I said, actors have a long memory.
I've been bullied for worse. They can handle a little bit of shame. It's okay. Yeah. Anyway.
The scabs are literally just being put on display for what they did. True.
Yeah. Maybe some people are harsh with their words and they could probably, you know, scale it back a little bit. I'll give them that, right? But like I wouldn't engage in behavior where it's just like scathing like comments. But I didn't think anyone did leave scathing comments on a certain situation that did happen. I thought it was fair. I thought it was fine personally.
Yeah.
So
I don't know if I personally saw anything that was like, whoa.
I
think there were other things.
I think there were other things that was going on. There's like someone. There was someone emailing a bunch of actors like death threats.
Yeah, let's not do that.
Don't do that.
That's not. That's unproductive. First of all, please don't do that. Yeah. Hopefully that helps.
Yeah. There you go, chat. Follow Miley on their socials. Where do you hang out, Miley? Where should people find you?
Oh gosh, on set right now.
You want to promote your game or any of your social media?
Yes, please.
Here, I'll look up that video trailer, Last Sentinel trailer. I'll put it in
Oh
chat.
yeah, so Last Sentinel is the game that I'm mostly working on. I'm working on a couple other ones that I have no idea when they're coming out, but the only one I can really say out loud is the Last Sentinel one. And then what else? Oh, just it's my full I think I'm my full name on most socials.
Hmm.
So
Which one do you want people to follow more? Blue Sky,
for now
Instagram?
probably Instagram and maybe
Okay.
Blue Sky. I don't really tweet as much. I
Yeah.
don't know what's gonna happen with that platform, and
Well, I was on there first. Elon, I'm
I
gonna
know,
go
right?
down the ship with you. We will go down together playing a violin. Here's
Oof.
Milei's
Oof.
Instagram chats. If you want to
Yeah.
go check it out, a whole bunch of cool stuff there.
I'm technically also on Twitch, but my stream schedule used to be
Yeah, you used
much
to
more
raid me all the
scheduled.
time, and then you stopped raiding me
I
because you
know, I'm
had personal problems.
sorry.
That's okay.
Yes.
Not your
Oh, the
fault.
two surgeries. I had
Yes.
the
Uh huh.
surgeries. I had yeah,
Exactly. Yeah.
so
Oh,
a
Gal
lot.
gave you the shout out to Twitch too, so people can go
Oh,
follow you
thank
in
you, thank
there.
you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Um, yeah. I mean, we had been talking about doing like a game stream together too, and then
Yeah.
like I think I was recovering still. When was that?
I don't know, but I was trying to get you and Crystal to go play Lethal Company when it was kind of the hit.
Oh,
Yeah.
right.
I'm still down to do that, but we'll play Repo this time instead. It's more fun.
Oh gosh. Oh
Yeah.
no. I'm scared.
No, Repo is fine. Trust. Totally
Mhm.
trust.
Mhm.
I had Kelsey and Tina and I had Julia with me last time doing it. They were all okay. Tina played. If Tina can play, you can play.
I don't know. I'm such a scaredy cat. My
uh,
chat knows how much of a scaredy cat I
you'll
am.
be okay.
I
Trust.
scream at the loudest levels.
And
It's
it'll be very
hilarious.
funny. But the
I
screams will
guess
be not
so.
screams out of fear. They'll be screams out like you explicit at monster that's like yelling at you or something. It'll be that. Also, when you die in that game, we can revive you. Not like a game where you die, you're out, and you have to sit there.
I
So
guess so. I guess so. Ah,
I'll get you
sorry.
to play. You will play. You will play. You will do it. All right. Anything else we should touch on before we wrap it up? It is late.
Late. I know, right?
Yeah.
No, I think we covered a lot,
Yeah.
and
Any other
we'll see.
questions? Nothing. Anything else from chat you want to get in right now before we can?
Oh no, Caleb was saying her scream literally got me a migraine that lasted an
Whoa.
entire day.
Oh wait, I think I saw someone ask like, is this going to be on a YouTube video? It is a
Oh, I don't know.
6.5 hour video. It'd be a
That's
lot
very
to edit,
lot.
but I will upload the full VOD onto main channel because I think it's an important topic. I might get flamed for it. I might get some flack for it. I don't care. It'll go up on there, but I'm probably not going to edit it. I'll probably just take out the intro so it just jumps into conversation right away. If people want to be mad at me, I don't really give a damn. Go ahead. That is what it is. I'll probably click some links from you later, Miley, just to like link in
Yeah,
there, like some information people can look up, and then comment section is probably going to turn into a mess. But that's just how it is.
cool.
That's just
Wait,
how it
for
be.
comment section where?
The comment section on YouTube on some of the SAG-AFTRA
Oh,
videos that I have seen have been a war zone, to say the
oh,
least. Yes.
oh.
Yeah.
I'm not always privy to all that, so
People will still
okay.
argue to a lot of the things some actors have brought up, and like understandably. But again, me being able to have a conversation with you directly, and I don't like obviously I probably have a bias, but I'm trying to like ask every question that the other side has had up to you. And chat has also come in here with those questions too, and I appreciate those guys because they have been very
Yeah,
respectful about it. So
yeah.
good job, you guys. Keep it up.
Yay.
So yeah,
It's always a war zone. Oh,
it is
I
always a
didn't
war zone
know
wherever
that.
you go,
Wow.
right? So
I guess so. I mean, again, hopefully I'm just a voice in a sea of voices, I think, talking about this.
mm-hmm.
Um, I just hope that the people who want to hear will get to hear my version, which is always going to be different from other people's versions and needs. So this is just what I've been through, what I understand.
Mm-hmm.
And hopefully it will add a little layer, like a little onion, like little layers that everybody will add. And I'm happy and glad to have been a part of it.
Yay.
And if it helps.
If this helps someone out there or helps,
Yeah.
people understand more, if people want to reference this video, go ahead. Sounds good to
Yeah.
me. I mean, this conversation is going to keep going for a while, I'm sure.
Oh,
This ain't the
yeah.
end.
No, not at
So,
all. And even if and when we get our contract, the AI existential question will continue. This is
next
not going to be
time,
this.
chat, I interview an AI voice actor. I mean, like,
The
all right.
AI version of me, the
My
generated
AI version of
version.
myself, my legally acquired AI version of Rintaicho. I will
Yes,
chat with her and
yes.
talk to her like, all right, AI Rintaicho, how do you feel? And they
I
will
love
be
it.
like,
I don't know. Free me from this confined space.
or something like that, they would say.
What is it?
We have fun here.
I love it. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Yeah. So thank you for everybody for being here. Like Rin said, like you guys pretty much stuck here the whole time.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for and Rin, thank you so much for
Yeah, no, for sure.
extending
Also, just
your
hanging out with you.
community.
Yeah.
Yes.
I've done this in a hot minute,
We'll
so.
do it more. Yeah.
I'm down to like talk about it more on like other topics if you ever want to do something like that. That's also an invitation to
Yeah.
other actors that want to come up on here and even share their piece of the story. I'm sure I know I saw some actors lurking. You guys can't hide from me. I know you were in here. No, if you're
You'll have
still
to tell me
here,
who
it's
later.
kind of late. But if you definitely want like to just chat about it, I'm totally okay with it.
Yes.
Come on.
Yes.
Love to hear. I would love to hear a non-union VA's perspective, especially. I would love to have one of you guys on here if there's anyone out there that wants to do it. So, and I'm just a Canadian. That's a consumer.
Just a Canadian.
I'm a Canadian consumer of American media. Who cares what I think, right? So,
I was trying to tell you sort of the nitty gritty of like U.S. labor politics,
yeah.
and you were like, "I'm Canadian. I have no idea what you're talking about."
I really don't. That's why I wanted to invite Ying on to like talk about it too, because they are obviously American. They work on an indie game right now that does use AI, but to a degree like that's more or less good, like in a good way where it doesn't you compensate. It's what's the word I'm looking for? It's,
and usually, I think human intervention is necessary. A lot.
Yeah.
They're using it as a tool again.
Yeah,
AI is a tool.
Think of like AI as a child, chat. You wouldn't want to leave it unsupervised running amok. You need to look after your AI kid if you want.
Yeah, agreed.
Not the baby.
Caleb, I miss you too. I miss everybody. Thanks for coming.
I think that's all the questions though. Yeah. Thank you all for being here. Everyone's got the follow.
For having me again.
Yeah, I know for sure. Like I was like, Miley wants to come on, and hopefully we do this today.
I was no joke, Chad. I literally like the last day I shot was this Thursday, and I came home and I like kind of tried to do stuff, and then I like passed out forever. Forever. And then on yesterday, you were like, "Are we gonna do this route?" I was like, "Yeah," and then I was like passed out for close to 13 hours. I think.
Wow.
And then I was like, I woke up like a zombie, and I was like, "Oh my god, I can't open my eyes."
That's so fun. That's good stuff.
Fun stuff, yeah.
Whew. All right, guys. Expect the VOD to be up. I don't know when. I'll have to get around to it. If it doesn't show up, remind me. But we do have a VOD channel. I'm sure if Gal's here, it'll at least end up on the VOD channel for sure. If I don't get it on main channel, if I forget, because I'm gonna go on a trip and I might forget to do things. But I'll try to get it up on main channel. But if I do, I want to make sure people watch it. So I have to clickbait the hell out of it and use those tactics. That's just how life is right now. I'm sorry. It's gonna be like, Miley said what about SAG? It's not gonna say that. I'm gonna do something like that to you. But yeah. You want me to bump it up the VOD schedule, go base up? Actually, Gal, yeah. If you want to, can you throw this up on the VOD channel right away? If you want. I think it'll do better on VOD channel anyway. For people to like look for it. Because if someone looks at a 6-hour video on my main channel, they're not gonna watch it. So make a nice
7.
Yeah.
7 hours.
Can you get a good thumbnail for Miley too? And name it appropriately as well. Nothing clickbaity or anything like that. Take time to prosper and chase? Okay. Cool. Sounds good. Thank you again, Gal. Thank you, mods, for being here. I don't know if any other mods were here. I know Gal was here looking after the chat. But we didn't really need much moderation. Everyone was behaving. Also, Twitter, I don't know where you guys are, but you haven't given me shit yet. And I know you're watching. So, all right.
Hopefully we're good, yeah.
Yeah, anyway, I didn't want to drag out the outro there. All right.
Yes.
I'm not going to raid anybody, I don't think. Is there anyone on? It is kind of late. Hey, Balance! Lurking the whole time. That's funny. Yeah, there's no one I really want to raid right now. I think we can just all go to bed and start over tomorrow. So we'll just end the stream here. Don't go away, Mila. I'll talk to you a little bit more before we go
Yes.
off. Chat, for tomorrow, I might go on for a little bit. I'm definitely not going to go to bed yet because I got a short to work on still. So, and I got to work on it from scratch because I have nothing to work on right now. So I got to go make something up. So see that at like 4 a.m. or something. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah. So we'll just end it there. Twitter, I'm going to end your stream first. So Twitter, thanks for watching. I'll see y'all later over there on that side. If I can look for the Twitter dashboard because I'm new to this. Where are you, Twitter? Come on. Twitter. Hello?
Twitter. Hello? Hello?
Hello, Twitter. Hello.
Oh, is that why I have follows on Twitter? Maybe that's why.
Oh, you might be, yeah.
Oh, hello.
There it is. I have to end it on Twitter. Okay, bye, Twitter. See you later, Twitter. Bye-bye. And then Twitter's broadcast is ended. Now I can
Yay.
end
Yes,
it
it's
on
bad
this
for a
side.
lot of us.
I mean, except for Asia right now. They're probably like, start the day.
They're
Let's
all gonna
go.
Work.
Yeah. All right. And now that's it on this side. Miley, thanks again for joining. Chat,
Yes.
thank you for your questions too as well to this discussion. And I'll see y'all maybe tomorrow. And Miley probably going to go take a nap or go to bed.
Yes.
Or work really hard.
Bye.
All right, guys. Take it easy. I'll see you later then.